Next on America's Day at the Races, sent off as an odds-on favorite in his debut. Looking at bikinis, lived up to the hype. Will he impress again in his 3-year-old return to the races? We'll have the entire card coming up on a Twilight Thursday at the last week of the meet. Under the Twin Spires at Churchill Downs in Louisville, Jonathan Kinchen live on site, and we'll have the story from the man who campaigned him and where he stands now on Runhappy in that incredible 2015 campaign, what he meant to his connections. All that coming up and more on this edition of America's Day at the Races, presented in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net. Today, welcome to those watching on Fox Sports 2. Great to have you with us. Greg Wolf alongside 4-time Major League All-Star Paul LoDuca. And we're going to get right into the action here. We're bringing you the entire card from Belmont today. And obviously that 8th race, looking at bikinis. Yeah. Brilliant first time out, but it's been a little time away now. Yeah,
as a 2-year-old, a 3-year-old Copai, looking at Lucky now, just ran a dynamite race in his career debut, winning by 5 3/4 lengths with Javier Castellano in the irons, but hasn't been seen since then, and now faces a field of, 6. I know it's a short pack of 6, but some horses in there have won multiple times, so it's going to be a little bit of a test for him today.
That will be race 8 on the card this afternoon. You can play all the races each and every day that we bring you. Get signed up, started, play along with NYRA Bets. Bet $200, you'll get $200 in your account when you use that promo code LIVE at sign up at any track, anywhere, anytime. Go to NYRABets.com or download the NYRA Bets app. First race, just a 4-horse field here in the opener to kickstart our Thursday card. It's a mile and a 16th, one turn. 16,000 claiming race for horses who've not won 2 lifetime, and 3 horses bunched pretty closely together here on the board.
Yeah, and when you look at this race, I thought the 2 Falling in Love Again would be a heavier favorite than Curlin's New Moon, because Curlin's New Moon is 1 for 19. Falling in Love Again's 1 for 3. And the reason why the 4 is taking money, Eddie Dirt, is that there's really no pace in this race, and he's probably the horse to catch it here. So it's going to be very interesting what happens early on. I do think the 2 Falling in Love Again is going to take a lot of beating here on a big drop in class to 16.
That's a one coming in from Laurel last time out for Michelle Nevin, with more on this opener from Belmont. Let's check in with Maggie Wolfendale.
I think Paul hit the nail on the head in regards to number 2, Falling in Love Again. Yes, this is a serious drop in class, and I know Eddie Dirt might be the lone speed in here, but I don't think that Falling in Love Again is going to necessarily leave him alone. He comes back, he's sharp, and 2, in his debut, which was a waiver maiden 40, in which Maryland breds don't have to run for the tag, and he's a Maryland bred by one of my favorite all-time sires, and Not for Love. He was fairly close to the pace. So with that class relief, I think he will be forwardly placed, and he is sharp. Louis Saez gave him a huge warm-up. I like the fact that he's still on his toes. I mean, he's been the sharpest horse by a mile from back in the paddock and when he got out here on the track and as they're walking to the gate. Now, sometimes Michelle Nevin, her horses look as though they need to start for fitness. This guy looks ultra fit coming back here. He won me over in the paddock and out there in the warm-up. I wouldn't be surprised too if he goes home to another trainer here today. I'll keep you guys abreast if anybody dips in for Falling in Love Again, but he's definitely my pick, as he is 4 to 5 though. Greg?
Maggie, thank you very much. Yeah, 4 to 5 on Falling in Love Again, and this is just a massive drop in class from what he has been facing. He faced a horse who was second in the Easy Goer last time out for Graham Motion. It was a 14-length maiden winner at Belmont. Start before that, he faced Exulting, who's a 5-time winner, and actually ran in the Stephen Foster.
Yeah, listen, the connections are being realistic here. He's a 5-year-old now, gelding, that's only run 3 times, and he hasn't run in almost a year now, 10 months, September of 2018. So obviously there's problems here, and the drop for 16, they got a good jockey in Louis Saez aboard. Is this a for sale sign? Yeah, it is. If somebody wants to take this horse for 16, I think so. But I think Michelle's also thinking, if we're going to sell this horse for 16, we're also going to try to get the W. He is keyed up. You can see he's a little washy on the side, but like Richard Migliore was saying yesterday, he likes actually a little bit of sweat on some hot days, and it's a humid day, like it was yesterday. And maybe it's a sign that Louis is going to send here, even though Eddie Dirt looks like speed on paper. Maybe falling in love again on the drop, just might be quicker.
Real quick, we showed it to you briefly. Get involved with our races today without risking any of your money with that showdown contest. To go to NYRA.com/showdown, and you're competing for real prizes without, again, risking any money. Playing for NYRA Bets points, among other prizes. Good luck to everybody getting involved this afternoon. Even money on the 2. Falling in Love Again with Luis Saez. Let's send it upstairs to the voice of New York racing for the call. Here's Larry Collmus with the opener from Belmont.
They're all in line. They're off. Falling in Love Again stumbled at the start and has been left to trail the field. Eddie Dirt goes out to the front with Curlin's New Moon, and Falling in Love Again will have to be third behind them after that early stumble, and Summa Cum Laude will be last. So it's Curlin's New Moon who's making the pace, and it appears to be a very slow one indeed, on top by a length and a half over Eddie Dirt running in second. On the outside is Falling in Love Again, who's moving up to challenge that second spot, 24:48, a tepid opening quarter mile. Summa Cum Laude, last of these 4 geldings, and 4 lengths from Curlin's New Moon, who leads a half a length. Falling in Love Again on the outside, second by 2. Eddie Dirt tracks them in third, and Summa Cum Laude's a length and a half behind him. So they continue their run for the far turn. And it is Curlin's New Moon, the leader, from Falling in Love Again, who's a neck back on the outside past a 49.3 half mile. After that comes Eddie Dirt. Gerard Ortiz Jr. starting to guide Eddie Dirt outside and racing 2 lengths from the front around the turn. And still trailing the field is Summa Cum Laude. And now Falling in Love Again is dead even up front here with Curlin's New Moon. The 2 of them now right together on the lead, and Eddie Dirt is under a ride and wide, 2 lengths behind them. They're coming toward the top of the stretch. Curlin's New Moon counters Falling in Love Again. 3/4, 1:13.66, and they're stride for stride at the top of the stretch with Eddie Dirt 2 lengths behind them. Curlin's New Moon on the inside, the leader, all out on the lead, but the others are too. Falling in Love Again is second, still trying hard, and then Eddie Dirt on the outside. Curlin's New Moon and Jose Ortiz shaking away late. And they've got it. Curlin's New Moon to win. Eddie Dirt got second, and Falling in Love Again was third.
2 for 20 now for Curlin's New Moon, who had been 0 for 7 at this non-winners at 2 lifetime condition.
Jose Ortiz did a great job. He realized that Falling in Love Again and stumbled at the start, but he was never going to let him get to the front end. And Luis Saez had to make a middle move, pressure the pace a tiny bit, and Jose just kept pressing the button a little bit more to make sure that the 2 Falling in Love Again wasn't going to get any closer. And now the stumble at the start for the 2, the unfortunate stumble, starts to wear off as the 4 will pick him up, Eddie Dirt, late in the stages. And here's the stumble. You're going to see right here at the beginning, just, couple stumbles and boom, race is over for a kind of horse that needed the lead on the drop.
5-4, 2-1 finish. In the end, Curlin's New Moon showing some punch down the lane.
Right.
He had not really shown this. It was only 3 rivals he was facing in this field, and may have just found a field to his liking here and gets a little bit of help with that 2 stumbling out of the gate as well, but able to finish with Jose Ortiz.
Yeah, and you know what? Irad Ortiz Jr. did an unbelievable job too as well. He broke pretty well with Eddie Dirt, and here's the deal. His win was coming from off the pace, so they tried to change tactics, and he thought, okay, Falling in Love Again, getting left. Let's hope that these 2 horses cause a speed duel. They went at it for just a tiny bit, and Eddie Dirt had a decent little setup. It's just that the Curlin's New Moon had something for him left. But he ran on nice for second, but the Ortiz brothers, they run 1 too often.
Both his wins, Curlin's New Moon, they've come at a 1-turn mile and a 16th here at Belmont as he collects just his 2nd in 20 career starts. Well, the prices coming up in a moment. Our opener in the books on this Twilight Thursday afternoon. Here's our track conditions. They're brought to you by Piranha Fly Spray, the preferred fly spray of Belmont Park. Piranha on Pescon, main track fast.
Gosh, how do you do that so good?
Is firm.
It's such a tongue twister. Say it 10 times at home.
It really is. I can't do it. 2nd through now, we're going to bring you the entire card.
Piranha Fly Spray. Piranha Fly Spray. I can't do it.
Churchill Downs, we're going to have that coming up in a little bit as well on their Twilight card. And again, Jonathan Kinchen live on-site coverage. Their card today, wow, very difficult.
I was handicapping their late pick 5 because I wanted to put in a ticket. Wow. It is a card you want to get involved. It's 12-horse field after 12-horse field. Jonathan has his work cut out for him. Hopefully I can help him out as well. I looked through the card. It's a great betting card at Churchill today.
All right, we're going to bring you the entire thing as well, so we look forward to that coming up. Curlin's New Moon into the winner's circle here in the opener. Jose Ortiz, Patricia Generazio, and Jimmy Ryerson with his 4-year-old son of Curlin getting back to the winner's circle for the first time since October of last year. Yeah. We did a piece on these two brothers just the other day on the show, Irad and Jose Ortiz. They are still not official here. What's going on?
Yeah, I don't know. But, yeah, they ran 1-2 here. But, yeah, they're just phenomenal. This
there we
one
go.
Out of a Malibu Moon Mare, New Moon on Monday. But Jose Ortiz, first time he's gotten on the back of the son of Curlin, and, man, he can make a difference.
Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
And here with winning trainer Jimmy Ryerson. And Jimmy, I'm sure you felt a little vote of confidence when Jose Ortiz opted to ride Curlin's New Moon for you today.
Well, of course. We love to get Jose when we can. Manny's ridden him well, but he had days. And listen, when your next best choice is Jose or his brother, you're not doing bad.
That's for sure. And winning for Patricia Generazio, longtime clients of yours. Is it fun when you get to train like these homebreds that I'm sure you have experience with other siblings as well?
Yeah, well, it's always fun to win with them. They gave me a great start up here when I moved from Monmouth, and their New York breds were a big part of me being here. And anytime you can win for them, it's great.
And we saw with the two, actually, is the Dam Sire Unbridled Song. Unbridled Song started his career with you, Jimmy, and is he the best horse that you've ever worked with?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, he's a life changer. Really, not only monetarily for my children and their educations, but just to be around that type of horse. I mean, he was out of a very good year of 3-year-olds, including poor Richard Schausberg, who had the horse that was a very good 2-year-old.
Maria's Mon.
And he got hurt, but it was a great bunch of horses, and he was, I thought, the best of the bunch for most of the year, and that's saying something. And he passed it on at stud, and that was a great thing.
Well, Jimmy, it was fun to watch you with him, but fun to watch you here today in the winner's circle with Curlin's New Moon. Congrats.
We appreciate it. Thank you. Thanks.
Guys, always a pleasure to catch up with Jimmy Ryerson. Always has a smile on his face.
Well done. Picture time for Jimmy Ryerson. You're a big fan of Unbridled Song.
Yeah, and got to see him stand at TaylorMade. And I remember when they brought him out as Curlin's New Moon to get the job done, a son of Curlin out of the Malibu Moon Mare. New Moon on Monday, like we were talking about. Jose Ortiz gets the job done. When they brought him out, he was the most imposing horse I've ever seen. He was giant, about 17 hands, and he knew he was the man. The only reason he had physical problems because he was so giant, Greg, and Jimmy did such a great job with him. 2-year-old champion, ridden by Mike Smith, ended up being a phenomenal sire.
Second at Belmont, it is non-winners of 2 lifetimes. 7 on the turf, kicking Kimberly. Favored right now for Rudy Rodriguez. Went gate to wire at a mile last start.
Yeah, and the one to beat, but it seems like these horses cutting back in distance from a mile to 6 furlongs hasn't worked. This is a mile to 7 furlongs, so maybe a little bit better.
We're going to take a break. We'll talk plenty about the second when we come up, and we will look ahead to the weekend, the Queen's Plate we're going to have for you on the show, the first leg of the Canadian Triple Crown. Talk some Mother Goose as well here at Belmont.
Runhappy is simply super. He polishes off an outstanding campaign with a dominant victory in the Malibu.
No medication, no problem. Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and NYRA Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With NYRA Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the NYRA Bets app or visit NYRABets.com. Sign up at NYRABets.com for a new member bonus.
Warfront, a leading sire on all surfaces and all fronts. His recent Grade 1 winners include Omaha Beach, Helmsman, Fog of War, Lancaster Bomber, and European champion U.S. Navy flag. Plus Preakness Stakes winner War of Will. And these recent group and graded winners. Sire of the highest price yearling sold in North America in 2018, this son of Danzig continues to dominate both on the track and in the sales ring. Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
But as they come to the 16th pole, it's Ruffian drawing away to lead by 12. Ruffian in front by 15. Ruffian in front.
Approaching the 16th pole, it's Devonadale. She has the lead by 8 now. Eloquent is second. Plankton on the inside in third. Devonadale in front.
They pass 16th pole. Go for one in front by a length, and Charon is second. Go for one in front.
And they're coming past the 16th pole. It's all Serena's Song again, with Golden Brie second best today. Serena's Song winning with routine ease here.
Coming down to the final 16th of a mile, her march to greatness continues. Rachel Alexandra wins eased.
Well, I love the peek back from Calvin Burrell. Nobody was coming. Some of the greats who have won the Mother Goose over the years. We have this race coming up on Saturday, and we'll see if Dunbar Road for trainer Chad Brown can take another step toward becoming a great 3-year-old filly.
Well, I mean, she's been very good in her first 3 starts. I mean, she's been dominant. And Chad's the kind of guy that doesn't put a lot of speed in his horses, the kind of guy that relaxes. But when they go on dirt, they seem to be more tactical or show a little bit more speed than they usually do. And obviously 4 to 5, I get it. Safton here is very interesting. The 3, 2 good starts over a sloppy racetrack. But that start in the Gulfstream Park Oaks, I thought better than looked. Race there, and Geltrin at 4 to 1. I do believe Safta will end up being your second choice, but Dunbar Road's going to take a lot of beating.
Yeah, Dunbar Road off a huge maiden win into the Gulfstream Park Oaks, just missed against Champagne anyone, but as to your point, Safta went into that Gulfstream Park Oaks as a maiden in the second start of her career as well, but Dunbar Road gave Champagne anyone all she could handle.
Yeah, she did, and you know, this is her race here at Belmont where she won by 5.5. She was 35 cents on the dollar. She's supposed to do it, and you can see Jose Ortiz just looking back. Don't really love the wagon tail. Maybe she's showing it off a little bit, or maybe she's saying, I don't love the whip, but she was much the best that day.
Comes up on Saturday. Of course, this race last year, we mentioned it on the show yesterday as well. It was really the sort of coming out party for Midnight Bisou. So we'll see if maybe Dunbar Road or someone else in here asserts themselves in this division.
No, you're right. I mean, Dunbar Road is going to be a heavy favorite in there, but can Safta or Geltrin, one of those 2 fillies, I think those are the only 2 really in there. Can they push themselves forward? But they're really going to have to improve to beat a Chad Brown filly.
We also have coming up for you this week in the first leg of the Canadian Triple Crown with the Queen's Plate. Very honored to be bringing you this prestigious race, and we have the top 3 finishers out of the Plate Trial who will line up in this race, including the winner of that event, Pay for Peace.
Yeah, Pay for Peace is a horse that actually broke his maiden and got a 51 buyer, and in the Plate Trial got a 71 buyer. This is a wide open race. When you look, the 5, One Bad Boy for Richard Baltus might be your favorite, but here is the Plate Trial, and this sort of threw everything, a monkey wrench into everything. Everybody thought Federal Law was going to be the horse that was going to win here and probably be one of the horses to beat, or Dundrum, but it was Pay for Peace at 19 to 1 that was able to really circle the field, Greg, and win pretty handsomely.
Yeah, this was not many saw this coming. Nearly 20 to 1 in this race. The recent form, at least for the first couple of starts of his 3-year-old campaign, was not there. But boy, he put it all together in that race. We'll see if he can move forward. But obviously, Avies Flatter on the outside. for Josie Carroll. Going to be the one to beat in that race, 2 for 2 on synthetic.
Yeah, and listen, Josie has done it before with a filly. Now she's got a colt here, and this colt by Flatter is 4 for 6 lifetime. Very, very good. Castellano comes in the ride, won the Transylvania, has won the Coronation at the racetrack. I also think the one in there, Desert Ride for Neil Howard's got a special filly. We've seen a lot of Woodbine Oaks, a lot of fillies come into the Queen's Plate and do well. This filly is 3 for 4 lifetime. Neil does not crank his horses up that soon in their career. I think she's got a ton of talent. I'm with you. I think that horse is the horse to beat, but I like Desert Ride on the inside.
First leg Canadian Triple Crown coming up on Saturday. You don't want to miss our show coming up this weekend. It is part of a cross-country pick 5 that we're going to offer on Saturday. That kicks off at 4:18 Eastern time. Starts actually with the 8th out at Woodbine. The Dance Smartly includes the Highlander, Mother Goose, Queen's Plate, and then race 9 at Belmont Park. To get involved, go to NYRA.com/cross-country. Play that cross-country pick 5 on Saturday. All right, back to Belmont for this afternoon. And our second race kicks off the pick 4. We are 14 minutes from a start. Again, 7 furlongs on the turf for non-winners of 2 lifetime. We're going to send it downstairs, get a paddock report from Maggie Wolfendale.
Thanks, guys, and everybody gravitating to number 8, Kickin' Kimberly, because, well, she looks as though she's one that could be up towards the front end. Speed has been good, but it's not as if she's going to get it over Tiffany's Freud, a long shot in here. So let's take a look to her outside with number 9. That is Ash Z, trying the turf for the first time for trainer Christophe Clement. And she was not entered to run on the turf in her last start, which was a off-the-turf event. She was an MTO. Looking at her here in the paddock, I have to say I do like the turn back to the 7-8. She's actually a smaller, built downhill, those higher hindquarters to her. So she's built more like a sprinting type. As far as handling the turf, well, she's not that convincing, to be quite honest. She's very upright in her pasterns. I'm not sure to looking at her, because there is a little bit of pedigree. She's a daughter of Lemon Drop Kid, and the dam and this one sibling handled it but never won on it. But looking at her physically, she doesn't convince me all that much. And why hasn't Christophe tried it before? As we'll also take a look at number 3, Alley to Calvary. Might get a little more attention than she should, because Javier Castellano picking up the reins here. I thought she had a little bit of a troubled trip. No fault of Rajiev's whatsoever, just kind of stymied down on the inside. And then when she got clear, the race was kind of over and she's just running along a bit. But she looks fantastic in her 3rd start for trainer Bruce Levine. As I mentioned, I do like Javier getting aboard here, and she just looks fantastic. I mean, this is the best I've ever seen this filly look. Greg?
All right, great information there from Maggie. 7-2, Alley to Cavalry for Bruce Levine. Well, the post parade coming up when we return. Still 9-5 favorite on Kickin' Kimberly as we approach the 10-minute mark to post. We're going to return with the post parade from the 2nd here at Belmont. Stick around. More coming up.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 4 millionaires, including Claiborne Farm stallion Lee. Recent top runners include Cutting Humor, winner of the Grade 3 Sunland Park Derby, plus 3-time graded stakes winner Sharp Samurai, and international star Shamal Nibras. This year, his 2-year-olds have brought prices up to $310,000. First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and NYRA Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With NYRA Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the NYRA Bets app or visit NYRABets.com. Sign up now for a $200 new member bonus with promo code LIVE at NYRABets.com.
So my name is Robbie Herzl. I'm the yearly manager here at Claiborne Farm, and we've got the first crop of Runhappies this year. Overall, I'm very, very pleased with them. So we have a colt out of Queen of America. He's really nice, looks just like his dad. Very pleased with how he's coming along. So there was a lot of demand for the weanlings last year. They sold for over 6 times their stud fee, and we're really excited for the yearlings to come through the sales, and we're expecting big things from them.
Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing, the go-to site covering the sport and lifestyle. Visit americasbestracing.net today. Our second race coming up here at Belmont, 7 furlongs on the turf, and it kicks off the early pick 4. It is for 40,000 claimers who have not won 2 lifetime, and Paulie, the turf records really of everybody in this field less than stellar, so could be really we could have a surprise coming.
Yeah, and I think that's why the public's gravitated towards the 8 and the 9. At least for me, the 9 more than anybody, because when you look at some of these other horses in here, they're 1 for a lot, where you sometimes want to look for 1 for the least, and the 9 is 1 for 3, the 8 is 1 for 10. But when you look like horses like the 5 at 9 to 1, 1 for 31, the 6 1 for 17, the 3 is 1 for 10. So you can go on and on, 1 for 14 on the 1, 1 for 12 on the 2. So yeah, many chances for these horses to get out of this condition.
And you know, at least 2 probably public going with recency with the 8. She won last time out. That was her only turf win, but she got it done in her 6th career effort. She went gate to wire at a mile and now just shortening up a furlong to 7. But is she going to be able to win that way again? We'll talk more about that in a moment as we take a look at Appreciate to kick things off, who 2 back was a winner on the turf to break her maiden.
It's filly by Tisnow with John Toscano Jr. is the conditioner. If she can get out of the gate, she can show more speed, for me at least, and if she's part of the pace here, it can be close. She's a player.
Shaq's Hidden Gem. She has struggled against this non-winners at 2 condition the last 2 tries.
She really has, and Rosario is going to stick again. He got used to her last time. She showed some pace and sort of backed out of it, although pace was good yesterday on the turf course.
I actually liked this last effort from Alley to Cavalry. Was 6 wide, only beat 2 1/4 lengths, even though she ran 5th.
Yeah, and she sort of broke outward in her start and didn't really get the best of it, and sort of got put behind the 8 ball, dead last in a fast pace. But she ran on well.
Movie Score, they got her on the turf 2 starts back, and she has beat 1 horse in 2 tries on turf.
Yeah, she's got some races to go back to when she's a 2-year-old on dirt, but not now.
Tiffany's Freud without the pony, 9 to 1 right now for Leo O'Brien.
Him and Harkey's caused a couple upsets so far at this meet, and maybe that's why this horse is 9 to 1. I just don't see it with the blinkers on.
Party in the Sand at 18 to 1. Joey Martinez rides for Carlos Martin.
Yeah, and this is a horse that's run 1 time on the turf, 1 mile and a 16th, and showed a little speed with the blinkers on and hasn't done much. So don't really know what to expect from this filly by Desert Party.
Our favorite, Kickin' Kimberly, Rudy Rodriguez. Luis Saez again, gate to wire score to get that maiden claiming victory on turf last start.
She's got a win on turf. And the only other 3 fillies that have them are the 1, 2, and 5, and they took a long time to do it. Kickin' Kimberly took 6 tries.
And the kind of, I guess, the X-factor runner of this group, 3-year-old filly by Lemon Drop Kid, getting on turf for the first time for Christophe Clement, Z-Drop.
Yeah, supposed to get on it last time. It was rained off. She ran 5th, or actually dead last out of a field of 5. But she's a horse that likes to use her early speed, and she's got turf pedigree. I'd look out for the 9 here.
There's Kickin' Kimberly. Want to remind everyone for the rest of the Belmont meet, earn a 10% winner's bonus on your Belmont doubles when you play through the NYRA Bets app. Get signed up, started with the app. Use that promo code LIVE. Again, you'll get a $200 new member bonus at sign up. All right, so we were talking about the favorite. That gate to wire win at a mile last time out. Does she get the lead again? And here's shortening up to 7.
Well, the thing is,
the 5 could be a problem, right?
Yeah, it could be. And the thing is she's a maiden. Now she's facing winners for the first time. It's the toughest thing to do in racing. Now, I know she's run some races that would still win this race against this group because this isn't the best group in the world. But again, she's got to put back-to-back races together after a wire-to-wire win. 110 and change. Where does that put her in this race? You know what I mean? And going a mile, now she's got to go 7 furlongs. Does 110 and change put her on the front end? No, but this racetrack's probably playing a little faster than that. But I will give her this. Showed some grit, showed some guts down the lane, and ran pretty well at 134 and 1. And that was her first start of the year as a 4-year-old, and her second start, but her first start on turf. Her first start, she was eased on the slop, so you can just draw a line through that. But maybe she's getting better with age, and maybe she's the filly to beat at 9-5.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about it a lot. Sometimes you're being sent out there each afternoon, and finally the light comes on. You cross the wire first, and it kind of clicks a little bit. But I don't think the 5's definitely quicker.
Oh yeah, the 5's definitely quicker, and I actually think the 1 is sneaky quick.
Here's Rudy Rodriguez on turf, maiden winners last time out over the last 5 years. That went away quick.
Right, 5%. Not a good stat.
9-5 on Kicking Kimberly. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
My problem with Kicking Kimberly is, well, A, that stat, and B, she's not going to be out there comfortably. She has Tiffany's Freud to deal with, who I'll get to in a second here. But furthermore, while I like the way she warmed up, I liked her more out on the track than I did in the paddock because she just never looks that good. And Rudy's one of those trainers where if his horses look well, they tend to run just like that. And I just have never been her biggest fan. Maybe it's just something I have personally against Kicking Kimberly. Maybe she comes back and wins here because this is a subpar field, but she's going to do it without me as the favorite. Now, taking some early nibbles, surely because of the track we saw yesterday, is number 5, Tiffany's Freud. I mean, we saw speed just carrying, no matter if it was on the Widener or the inner, as we are on the Widener turf course here today. 7 furlongs is a big question mark for her. I mean, as dangerous as she might be, given the somewhat bias that we saw yesterday, it's going to be that last furlong that gets to her, Greg.
Yeah, thanks, Maggie. I mean, you got to have some, even though speed has been so dangerous, you got to have some ability to finish. And of late, Tiffany's Freud, and really throughout her career, has not shown that ability.
Yeah, and I think the jockeys know it now. I think in the one race, Rosario, he went really, really fast. He was the only horse that got run down. We had 4 out of 5 races in the big carryover in the pick 6 yesterday. 3 out of those 4 races, horses went gate to wire. So I think the jockeys know that. So we could see a lot of speed duels today, and you never know what can happen there. But I would think a lot of their guys are going to want to be towards the front. And Alley to Calvary is a horse for Bruce Levine that in the past, going 7 furlongs over a yielding racetrack, close to the lead in a 40-on-2. Last time did not break well, Greg. Then was sort of rushed up and into a fast pace and didn't do much. She's run better at a mile. I don't really know what Bruce Levine, where she sits, but she's 1 for 10 the last 2 years. But you could say that about a lot of these horses in here.
I like her today. I agree with Maggie. I like that effort last time out. I think she can improve off that. Jonathan Kinchen, who's going to be joining us later, he agrees with you. Appreciate, who 2 back. Took 10 starts on turf to finally break through.
Yeah.
But at least one, and at least one at Belmont, although that was on the inner turf.
Yeah, and dealt with some really fast fractions last time and closed up nicely to 6 into another racetrack, somewhat like this. I'm just hoping that Appreciate can get out of the gate like 3 back and show a little bit more speed from the inside.
Now with more on the rail runner, let's go back to Maggie.
I actually think, guys, that the 7 furlongs might help this filly out a bit. And you might notice her, she's wearing a breastplate, that strap across her chest. And it's not because she's a narrowly framed filly, which is a lot of times that equipment is used on a horse who has that narrow frame, not much of a barrel to really secure the saddle with the overgirth. It's because she's very sway-backed. So she has very high withers and her back dips down. So the saddle will have a propensity to slip back. So that breastplate is there to hold it right behind the withers on her. And I have no problem with her. I agree with what you guys were saying. She's not a win type, but she's run well enough, at least in her last 2, that it makes her competitive here, and she's reunited with Bug Boy Benji Hernandez, where she got her win. So we'll see what this Toscano trainee can do from the inside. Greg?
All right, Maggie, thank you. 4-1 on Appreciate, and some late money outside on that filly trying the turf for the first time. That's Z-Drop.
Yeah, Z-Drop is the X factor here, the 3-year-old filly. Now she's going to get 6 pounds on most of her rivals. Some of here carrying 117, but she could be the speed of the speed if she takes to the turf.
Let's send it upstairs. Larry Collmus with the call to kick off our early pick 4 here at Belmont.
And here's Z-Drop coming up to the outside stall. Will be the last one to load. Z-Drop just a little bit reluctant. Currently at odds of 2-1, as is the filly right next door, Kickin' Kimberly. And they're all in line. They're off. Very good beginning here. Shaq's Hidden Gem comes out running well. On the outside, Movie Score with early speed going with Kickin' Kimberly, then Z-Drop on the outside. Appreciate Tiffany's Freud, Alley to Calvary, and a good way last is Party in the Sand. Up the backstretch they go, and it is Movie Score emerging up top. The leader a half a length. Kickin' Kimberly on the outside. Second, Appreciate is third toward the inside. A 22-21 opening quarter mile. In between horses comes Tiffany's Freud. And then it's Z-Drop fifth on the outside, just 2.5 lengths off the lead. Shaq's Hidden Gem is next. Then Alley to Calvary, and Party in the Sand is 10 lengths behind as the field makes their way around the far turn. Movie Score and Kickin' Kimberly a neck apart. Appreciate on the inside, a length and a half behind them. And then it's Tiffany's Freud and Z-Drop on the far outside. Break of another 2 back to Alley to Calvary. Shaq's Hidden Gem. Party in the Sand trails. Kickin' Kimberly takes the lead. 45-28 for the half. They're into the stretch. Kickin' Kimberly off the turn. Z-Drop on the attack on the outside. Appreciates trying to squeeze through between those two rivals. And farther out it's Alley to Calvary. Now it's Z-Drop who's taken the lead. Appreciate into second. Alley to Calvary moves on the outside. Kickin' Kimberly is given way down toward the rail. It's Z-Drop, and Z-Drop and Junior Alvarado pull away to win it by 2. Appreciate was second best under the wire, then Alley to Calvary, and a late close by Party in the Sand for 4th.
We were talking about the turf records of really everybody this field. Not that stellar, so why not go with a new face? And it's the first-time turfer who gets the win here, Z-Drop.
Yeah, good job by Junior Alvarado, Christophe Clement. They tried to get this filly by Lemon Drop Kid on the turf last time out. It did not work on Derby Day, May 5th, here at Belmont. But today she was ready. The one had a great trip in here. I thought Benji Hernandez did a great job. When he was ready to release her, she sort of plodded along. By that time, the 9 was gone here with Z-Drop. You can see Alley to Calvary and Party in the Sand. The 6 really flew late there with Joey Martinez and Carlos Martin. But no doubt about the winner, Z-Drop. End up being your favorite here, Greg, at 5-2? Second choice.
So 5-2 minor upset here to kick off the early pick for Junior Alvarado. Christophe Clement and a daughter of Lemon Drop Kid for Robert Evans takes the second. We're going to take a break in the action when we come back. After a race career that was cut short and a slow start at stud, Claiborne's faith in Flatter has paid off. We'll have that next.
Runhappy was the fastest 3-year-old sprinter of his generation.
Runhappy is stamping his horses. And they all got great necks, great hind legs. They all got a good walk, and this colt moves very, very well. Very smart. He hasn't turned a hair since we've had him. First day we turned him out, he was very, very gentle in his paddock and did everything right. He's got an exceptional pedigree.
Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and NYRA Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With NYRA Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the NYRA Bets app or visit NYRABets.com. Sign up for a $200 new member bonus with promo code SPRING19 at NYRABets.com.
This successful son of A.P. Indy has sired 6 millionaires, including Eclipse champion West Coast. This year, Flatter is adding even more stakes winners to his outstanding record at stud. In the auction ring, Flatter topped the 2018 Fasig-Tipton July sale with a $520,000 yearling. And this year, his juveniles have sold up to $375,000. Success on the track, success in the ring. Flatter, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back on America's Day at the Races, our show brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Second race in the books at Z-Drop. First time on the turf with the win. Let's go downstairs to Maggie Wolfendale.
And joined by winning conditioner Christophe Clément and Z-Drop. Christophe decided to try the turf. What led to that decision?
The fillies in the July sale, you know, the Fasig-Tipton sale, so we just thought we should try it once more. But basically, it was more or less the only race available. 7-8, I think, is a good distance for her. And, you know, she's lemon drop kid out of an exchange rate mare, so I thought, why not? And it worked out, so we got lucky.
That's right, and wearing the same colors for owner Mr. Evans, who campaigned Tonalist, and looking forward to seeing his babies coming to hand. I understand you have a few in your barn.
Absolutely. Pretty exciting, really. I've got 3 of them at the moment in Saratoga, and at least 1-2 of them should be running during the meet in Saratoga. And they're showing, and I'm very excited actually. They're training well, they're forward, good mover. One would be dirt, one would be turf, and my neighbor over there, Belmont, also has got a nice one, and it's very exciting.
Any similarities between them and their sire?
As of now, yes, they seem to be running fast.
We like that. Well, Christophe, congratulations here with Z-Drop, and looking forward to those Tonalist babies.
Thank you so much, me too.
Something to look forward to at the spa. We'll see if Christophe can do well with the Tonalist babies like he's done well with the Giopontes, Greg.
Such a fan of Gioponte. Of course, Christophe trained as well. Such a superstar on the turf and a tremendous career. It's Z-Drop here, getting on the turf for the first time. Nice call to make the shift here from Clément.
Yeah, congratulations. This filly by Lemon Drop Kid out of the exchange rate mare, Ash Z. Mr. Evans, talk about how he can breed a horse, and he breeds a very nice one here. And Junior Alvarado was the passenger, and he gave his horse a very good ride. That early double, $11.80 for $1.
Third race, it is 7 furlongs. It is for horses who have not won 3 lifetime. And right now, our favorite, Desert Lights, Gary Gullo, 2 back. Non-winners at 2 condition, impressive win, and then the water's got a little steep last out.
Yeah, this is a confusing race, and the board's telling you that Flat Excel can have the lead as many lengths as he wants. The problem is he's not a win machine. He's 2 for 24, and he's 2 for 22. He runs an awful lot. John Toscano Jr. does not grow moss under his feet. He likes to run them, but problem is he going to have any stick? Desert Lights is the horse to beat, but he likes to run from way, way out of it. So it's going to be interesting how this race starts from the beginning. I had this race as an all. I used the 3 because I think the 3 is going to be in front by a lot, and they employed Ruben Silvera to just push, 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 and play catch me if you can.
All right, we'll have a Paddock report and post-parade coming up from the 3rd in just a little bit. Well, on the racetrack, Flatter started out his career winning 4 of the first 5 starts on the racetrack. Of course, just a grade 3 placing was the highlight of his racing resume. With an exceptional pedigree, though, Claiborne, their faith in him never wavered, and that perseverance has paid off on the farm.
He's the best. He's done it the hard. Started out 5,000. I think Bernie was doing deals on him for 2 for 1s, and even doing deals down to 2,500 just to try and get him going. He's done it the hard way. You know, he had West Coast 3-year-old champion. He's really raised to the top of the stallion ranks. He stands for 40,000 now, and you know, he's getting a little up there in age. If he wasn't so old, he would stand for more. But we breed him to a limited book. We're trying to increase his longevity, but he's really been a great asset to the farm.
He's very good to be around. He's got very good personality. He's the oldest horse down here. He's 20 years old now, and spoiled pretty bad. He loves his peppermints. You feed him one, then he'll start pawing the ground for more, and he'll keep doing that until you have to walk away. He's, started out slow, but now he went from $5,000 all the way up to $40,000 stud fee. He's just an easy-going horse, probably one of the easiest going horses down here. He's been around here for a long time, so he's settled in real good.
Oh, we never really got to see how special a racehorse he could have been. He actually came off a year's layoff and went super impressively. And then he was compromised a little bit in that trip when he had that grade 3 placing. He had a troubled trip right out of the gate, and he faced a very good field on that occasion.
Yeah, and he's the type of horse that probably would have got better with age, like a lot of his progeny have, and like he has as a sire. Like you said, like they were just talking about, went from 5,000 to 40,000, and that's why he's become such a great sire. And I think the other part about this is a lot of people sort of pigeonholed him as a sprint type of sire. A lot of his horses are starting to get distances of ground as they're getting a little bit older, and he's becoming a nice sire.
We'll get back to live action in a little bit. We have a poll from America's Best Racing. They're asking, we're just a little over a week away from the Stars and Stripes Racing Festival here at Belmont. Tell us which race you are most looking forward to. It's a tough question because we have some good ones coming up.
Yes.
Belmont Derby, Belmont Oaks, part of that Turf Triple Series, the Suburban with Catholic Boy.
I think I'm going to have to go there.
The Dwyer.
I'm just going to have to go there just because I'm such a fan of Catholic Boy, although the Belmont Oaks, ooh, looks so good. It's gonna be like 17 Chad Browns in there? Or how many are in there?
He's loaded in that race. We have an international flair as well in that Belmont Derby.
Yeah, have Master Fencer, right?
Yep. Derby, Belmont, and then they kind of called a last-minute audible and said, you know what, we're going to stick around in New York and we're going to try the turf.
Yeah, and it's interesting. I love this. The JRA and the NYRA, we have such a great relationship, and I love that Master Fencer stuck around. And look at the probables, and hopefully that we can get all these horses in. You see Chad Brown's charge with Digital Age. Here's Master Fencer, just been gallivanting on the turf. I know Mig was not really too happy with this, that they had to sort of stop him to get him to sort of switch over to the lead on the turf, but he did run a pretty good race in the Belmont. That's probably why they kept him here.
Well, yeah, 2 races in the Triple Crown where, you know, he was so far back early and then made up a ton of ground. We'll see if switching to the turf makes a big difference for him, but he's yet to win. He's had 2 tries on the turf over in Japan. We'll be trying to win for the first time on that surface,
we'll
coming up at a very tough spot.
Yeah, it is. And we'll see if he'll have the same kick on the turf as he does in the dirt.
Looking forward to that. That's Stars and Stripes Racing Festival. Tremendous program, including that Turf Triple Series. We're going to have the story with a 2015 Eclipse Award winner, champion sprinter, Runhappy, and what he meant to Mattress Mac and Claiborne going forward at stud. We'll be back.
Eclipse champion Blaine was considered by many as the breakout stallion of 2018. His top runners included Grade 1 winner and Eclipse Award finalist Marley's Freedom, plus Grade 1 winner Fault, and graded stakes winners Morale, Beyond Blaine, Miss Kentucky, and Blaine. This year, his 2-year-olds have sold up to $700,000. Outstanding results, outstanding value. Blaine, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Nominate now for the Thoroughbred Industry Employee Award.
Nomino hoy para los premios para los empleados que trabajan con caballos.
What are you waiting for? Why haven't you nominated yet?
So my name is Robbie Herzl. I'm the yearly manager here at Claiborne Farm, and we've got the first crop of Runhappies this year. Overall, I'm very, very pleased with them. So first we have a colt out of Rapid Repair. He's a really nice colt. Very happy with how he's come along as a yearling. So there was a lot of demand for the weanlings last year. They sold for over 6 times their stud fee, and we're really excited for the yearlings to come through the sales, and we're expecting big things from them.
Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and NYRA Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With NYRA Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the NYRA Bets app or visit NYRABets.com. Sign up at NYRABets.com for a new member bonus.
Back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by champion sprinter Runhappy, now standing at Claiborne Farm for $25,000. We're going to see his offspring go through the sales coming up this summer at Saratoga and elsewhere, and see those first runners in 2020.
Yeah, it can be very, very interesting, and obviously that bonus of $100,000 if they run at Saratoga. But there you look at race number 3 at Belmont, and wow, what a betting race, only 5 horses. And Desert Lights, I figured would be the favorite. Vet scratched last time. And then the last 2 times, on April 14th, I thought ran an okay 4th, but down on the 16 non-2s, won. But, you know, dropping down to 14 non-3s, I don't take it as that big a drop, off a little bit of a layoff. You know, Gary Gullo's about, what is he, 7%? So I don't know if you want to take 2-1 in this field.
Who's touting themselves in the paddock? We're going to find out right now and get a paddock report from Maggie Wolfendale.
That would be your current favorite, Greg. As you know, in horse racing, size isn't everything. I mean, you think about Imperial Hint, and he was dominant last year in the sprint division, and he was barely 15 hands. But when you're dealing with horses at this level and they look like the horse to beat on paper, well, it even gives you that much more confidence, because Desert Lights is just a bigger, stronger individual than any of his foes that he meets here. And he's well conditioned heading back here for Gary Gullo. This is the right spot for him. He is, well, relatively speaking, a expert at the 7 furlong distance, and I've always liked it for him. He's going to be tough in here, at least from my vantage point. As we'll also take a look at one coming off a bit of a layoff as well, and that's number 4, Hokalia. He's going to hope and pray that some horses and jockeys go out and hit it on the front end with each other, because he needs something to come back for him to be competitive. He is feeling good. He's been on his toes, kind of kicking out, and as if he's returning in good spirits to the races. He looks pretty fit. He's a heavier boned, a thick boned type of horse, so therefore he never looks all that defined and race fit. So sometimes he does need a race to kind of get back into that fitness level. Now, speaking of being very fit, that's number 5, Neighborhood Bully. He's second off of a layoff, and what's funny with him is that he was completely outrun last time, and he is a horse who is devoid of early speed, but he is sharp before his races. Once again, he's on the muscle, he's really tugging his groom around here, and he looks even more fit than what he did going back to June 2nd. Really nicely developed hindquarters too, kind of has an apple bottom, but I thought that he just kind of ran into a pace last time that was coming apart, and I don't know if the pace is necessarily going to come apart here this time around, Greg.
Maggie, thanks. 2-1. 4-1 separates all 5 runners here in this third race coming up.
Yeah, it's a difficult race. Like I said, the 3 in here probably should have an easy lead. The son of Flat Out, who we were just talking about, a son of Flatter, and the rest of this group should be chasing him, but is he good enough to beat these in here? He was 11 lengths beat in this condition last time, and he gets Ruben Silvera, who's ridden him before, and it was a 35 non-3, a way tougher group. But he's going to have the lead in here. They're going to have to catch him. Can he last? That's going to be the key. And Maggie makes such a good point. Desert Lights is the horse to beat. Just, you know, and she's saying physically he looks like he is, then he might be ultra tough then.
There he is, 9-5 favorite for Gary Gullo, 2 back. 5+ length victory against an 8-horse field to get through that non-winners of 2 lifetime condition.
I think showed some guts to go in between horses here. Was able to win races. Andre Worry gave this horse a nice horse. Andre regular riding now at Finger Lakes, and Benji Hernandez will be aboard. But this was a nice W in the 16 non-2s. The logical steps would have been the 14 non-3s, but they went 25. They got a little ambitious, but it wasn't that bad of a race. But then came back and was a vet scratch, and you're worried, okay, where do we go from there? But comes back looking good in the paddock, and that's why the public is going after him at 2-1. And like I said, numbers wise, and even Maggie in the paddock, he's the horse to beat.
And again, you've talked about Flat Excel the 3. I mean, there's nobody who can go with the 3-horse early on in this race.
None.
But he has had plenty of leads in the past. He's 2 for 24 lifetime, but he might be able to open up in this race.
He might be able to, and I'm wondering what kind of tactics Silveira's going to do, because this horse has never had the lead in the 3rd call. He's always had it first, oh, actually 4th call. 1st, 2nd, 3rd, he's had the lead, but never in the 4th call. He always gets challenged. You're right. He can open up as many as he wants. It's just whether he has enough stamina or whether somebody stays close enough. I wonder if Ruben just goes, pedal to the metal. And if he goes 109, there's nobody within here that can go, 110 can go within 6-7 lengths of him. And maybe he employs those tactics and tries to just pray for the wire to come.
Yeah, hang on late, because he'll be crawling probably at the end of the wire.
Yes.
But he can have any kind of lead it appears he wants in this race with this horse right here. The son of Flat Out, who, of course, as you mentioned, was by Flatter, who we were just talking about. So Ruben Silveira, be interesting to see his tactics here coming up in the 3rd race. The horse is going to control things up front. So favorite right now, 10-29 down on the inside.
You surprised?
A little bit.
When you look at this is a horse that won in a 30-2 in a sloppy racetrack off the turf event on 40 cents on the dollar. The other times before that, this horse was in a 16-2 and was 46-1. So what has changed? I don't get it, but maybe the public. I called the race because this race was so confusing. I can see the horse winning, but I don't know about taking 5-2 on that horse.
Here comes our post parade. We're going to see 10-29 to kick things off as they come through the tunnel. Yeah, everybody a fairly short price here in this spot, and here is the one who was favored a moment ago, now 2nd choice on the board. So here's Jose Ortiz looking to add another victory here after taking the opener on 10-29.
Yeah, and him and Jimmy Ryerson looking for a double together. They won the opener together, like you were saying, Greg. They're looking for a double with this one, and like I said, I don't know if you want to take that short of a price at 5-2, but still one of the ones in here.
Favorite we're looking at here, Desert Lights, in a repeat of that race 2 back from him. You would think he's going to be awfully tough here.
Yeah, originally by Desert Party, Benji Hernandez. This one for Bob Peterson's stables. Your favorite and your one to beat.
9-2 on the horse will be in front, likely by himself early on here with Ruben Silveira for John Toscana Jr.
Yeah, Omega Farm LLC, the breeder here for Woodland Farms, who owns this Son of Flat Out. And yeah, catch me if you can.
Hokulea, 9-2. Joel Rosario for Gary Contessa.
This horse has been running against a lot tougher and finally gets back to where he was claimed a long time ago, and he was competitive. So with Rosario aboard, he's always dangerous. He's hot right now.
And 3-1 on the outside runner. This is Neighborhood Bully, 4-year-old son of Scat Daddy for AC Avila.
Came here from California and appreciated the sweeping turns here at Belmont. At 7 furlongs is right up his alley. It's tough to close on racetracks at Santa Anita out in California. Here with the sweeping turns a little bit better, and he ran his best number, his best lifetime number last time, and he can improve for AC Avila.
Yeah, I think you got to be really encouraged by what he did here in his first start at Belmont.
I'm with you. He was way at it, but he flew home. He's going to have to be closer today, though.
Here's a look at the 4. Hokulea.
You like these kind of warm-ups, don't you, Wolfie?
Well, it depends.
I
mean, sometimes you like to see it on a horse who is going to go to the front, right? Get an aggressive warm-up, going to show speed.
Yeah, usually they try to do the strong warm-ups to try to get a little sweat on the horse, like Rich would always say, Richard Migliore, to get them keyed up a little bit on their toes, get them ready to go to, let them know that, hey, race time's coming, and when those gates do open, you're going to be running early in this race.
Well, with more of what's going on here with Hokulea, let's go downstairs to Maggie.
You also see it with horses that may not have that much early speed and they want to get a little more out of it. Boy, Joel Rosario, he's given him a 2-minute lick to the backside. That's about 15-second eighth of a mile splits. And I like it. He was moving beautifully. I mean, he was the best mover starting off here from when the horses were right in front of me. So that gives me a little more confidence in this horse. I'm not going to lie. I still think fitness coming back off that layoff dating back to early March is going to be an issue with this New York bred. But looking the part out on the track with a guy in the irons that, well, I think he's riding pretty good right around now. Number 3 is Flat XL. Ruben Silvera, as you guys were mentioning, does know this horse a little bit. He decided to take him away from the pony. Now, he is the horse that's going to be on the front end, so he got the solo warm-up. He was moving okay out there. Hokulea was by far more impressive, but as you see, nice extended trot, as we like to say in the dressage world. And he's going to be the pace horse. But 7 furlongs for me is just not the ideal distance for this runner. He's doing well, but this is a stretch, Greg.
It is 9-2. That's the problem, and that's why you're seeing the price that you're getting on a horse who's going to be in front.
Yeah, listen, he's got such a pace advantage on this field. That's why he's getting bad, and that's why actually I played him, because I didn't like this race. I don't like the 1, so maybe my stance was just wrong. But the 2 in here is the horse to beat. As you look at Flat XL, to get to the other horses, we haven't really talked about Neighborhood Bully. And what I was trying to say is Santa Anita, Del Mar, those racetracks are so built for speed. That's why when those horses come over from California, they just show that speed. This horse made up a ton of ground. The worry is there's no other pace really for Neighborhood Billy to run into. AC Avila has come over here to New York, and his horses have run okay. He doesn't have a W, but he's got 4 placings in 6 starts.
There's a look at the son of Scat Daddy. And numbers-wise, what he ran, I mean, right on par with Desert Lights.
Yep.
Even when he was at Desert Lights at his best a couple starts back.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, the 1:10:29, I get it. There's some fast numbers there, but sometimes they can fool you. Like I said, maybe this horse has improved, but the 1 wins over a sloppy racetrack. The horse is 2 for 33 lifetime. Nah.
Jonathan Kinchen going with the 5 here, Neighborhood Bully. He could be last early in this race, but we'll see. Maybe could be a stagger fest home, and the horse who's finishing best might come pick up the pieces.
That's why Maggie could have the right check mark in here, because who's probably going to finish best in here, Greg? Is it the 2 Desert Lights, or is it the 4 Hokulea, or is it Neighborhood Bully? Like, it's really hard to tell. Or is Flat XL just going to be out there by himself, hanging on for dear life?
I mean, Maggie alluded to this too. I mean, the 7 furlongs for Flat XL. We're talking about the 3, who's the lone speed. It's just really tough to try and trust him at this,
I get it.
especially at this distance too.
No, I get it. I get it. He hung around in 109 and change last time. He's got to go another furlong. And one part of me wants Ruben to try to rate him, and one part of me wants him to just send and open up like 5 or 6 and let those other horses get into chase mode and let them run fast early and take their punch out late. But you got to try to save something for the end. This is going to be very, very fun to watch.
Minute to post here in race 3. Let's check in again with Maggie.
Co's second choice on the board is number 1, 10-29, and we saw Jimmy Ryerson and Jose Ortiz team up to win a non-2 life with a 1 for 19 horse earlier in Curlin's New Moon. Now they're going to try to go with a 2 for 33 horse in 10-29, and I thought this horse had a squeak in here. I mean, most of his races as of late have been wet tracks. I think his fast track numbers are better. Of the 5 recent races, they've been 2 of them, and they've been a 74 and a 70. And look, I think he might is the operative word, be tactical enough to lay close enough, about mid-pack here with Jose aboard. I don't think Jose is going to let Flat XL and Desert Lights get too far away from him. So I like the fact that we have Jose on him, and I think this horse has just been consistent enough. He's been in better form as of late. Now you see those NYRA blinkers on him here. I kind of felt bad. Jimmy Ryerson, not a big stable, but he's had horses in the first 3 races. So when you don't have many horses, you don't have that much help either. So sometimes things get forgotten, but luckily we have a full closet of equipment kept in the paddock. Our paddock judge, Pete Fitzgerald, always willing to help out and lend some equipment to trainers in need. Guys.
NYRA to the rescue.
Yeah.
I like that.
I like that too,
Helping
yeah.
out.
Well done.
See if it is the winning touch.
Could be good luck, right?
1029.
Yeah, right.
He's had him on regularly over the course of his career. A lot of seconds. So, you know, on the positive side, he gets a piece of things
No, he
quite
really
often.
does. He does. He just likes to run his races upside down. He hasn't caught a fast racetrack in his last 4. So if you go back 5, like I said, those are 16 non-2s where he was 14 and 30-1, where a lot of these horses are already out of that condition. So that worries me a tiny, tiny bit, but we'll see what happens today.
Favorite, Desert Lights. The 2 just stepped in line. This is the horse everyone's going to have to try and run down to 3. Flat XL should be alone on the lead early. Let's send it upstairs to the voice of horse racing's Triple Crown. For the call, here's Larry Collmus.
Neighborhood Bullies coming up to the outside stall here will be the last one to go in, and they're all in line. They're off. Flat XL broke sharply and immediately to the front from Hokulea, and Desert Lights on the inside is away running in 3rd. Neighborhood Bully is 4th. 10:29 trails and 5 lengths off of Flat XL, who leads a length and a half up the backstretch. Into 2nd is Desert Lights, and then it's Hokulea running in 3rd by another 3.5 lengths, followed by 10:29 on the inside of Neighborhood Bully. 6.5 lengths from top to bottom. Flat XL ran 23.68, an easy opening quarter mile, and races for the far turn 2 in front of favorite Desert Lights, who tracks in 2nd. It's a break of another 4 lengths to Hokulea, then 10:29 and Neighborhood Bully. And now Flat XL's lead is just a half a length. Desert Lights ups the pressure, 2nd on the outside. 6 lengths ahead of Hokulea, 10:29, and an outrun so far, Neighborhood Bully. 46.49 the half. They're coming to the top of the stretch, where Flat XL is trying to hold off this test from Desert Lights. But Desert Lights gets closer now on the outside, and coming up the rail is 10:29, who is closing the gap with every stride too. Then in the center it's Hokulea. They're coming down to the final 16th. It is Flat XL, and here's 10:29 rallying up the rail. Then Desert Lights and Hokulea, 10:29, and Jose Ortiz rode that rail to victory and won it by 3 over Flat XL. Then Desert Lights and Hokulea.
Jose Ortiz, Jimmy Ryerson, they took the opener with a horse who was 1 for 19 lifetime. Now they take race 3 with a horse who's 2 for 33 lifetime.
Yeah, just sort of picked up the pieces, and the last furlong did in Flat XL. Ruben Silvera did all he could do. He kept opening and opening, and the 2, I think Benji Hernandez did the right thing. He had to keep pressing Desert Lights or Flat XL with Desert Lights, or the 3 wins the race easy. I mean, if the 2, basically the 1 won this race with the assist of the 2. If the 2 doesn't jump on the 3 as early as he did, the 1 never goes by both of these horses. The 3 actually held off the 2, and you can see Ruben's worried about the 2. Now he knows he has the 2 away, and he's like, uh-oh, and here comes the 1 on the inside. I won the battle. I'm going to lose the war here. And Jose Ortiz spoils of riches.
Does it again, comes up the fence. Kind of hiding down there.
Yeah,
I don't know if anybody saw him. 3-1 on 10:29. 3rd lifetime win for this 5-year-old gelding. And Jimmy Ryerson gets another. We're going to take a look at Churchill Downs and the meet leaders when we come back. Stay with us.
Runhappy is simply super. He polishes off an outstanding campaign with a dominant victory in the Malibu.
No medication, no problem. Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and NYRA Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With NYRA Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the NYRA Bets app or visit NYRABets.com. Sign up now for a $200 new member bonus with promo code LIVE at NYRABets.com.
Kentucky Derby winner Orb. On the track, his runners have scored on both dirt and turf, including multiple stakes winner Autumn Warrior and Sipacan Harbor, winner of the Grade 1 Spinaway Stakes at Saratoga. On the track, Orb continues to add winners. And in the sales ring, his 2-year-olds have sold up to $250,000 in 2019. Classic winner, classic pedigree, or standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. Check out americasbestracing.net. As race number 3, it's in the books, and the rail runner all the way around there, 10:29 with this guy aboard, Jose Ortiz. Jose winning 2/3 of the early pick 3 for Jimmy Ryerson, and 10:29, a horse that you can't let get too far out of it, but you had him where he needed to be.
Yeah, I mean, he's been running longer, and Jimmy told me that he has been trying to put him a little bit closer to the lead, but it haven't worked out, and he just told me to be patient. And it's not a lot of speed on the race, but take him back, don't take him out of his game. He gave me great instruction, and I have the horse to execute.
Sneaking up the rail, too.
Yeah, I mean, I was coming by the 3-8 pole. I went out of the 1 hole, so I stayed there, and I see that the leaders were away from the rail, and my horse was good and comfortable and running there, so I take the shortest way home.
That's exactly it. You'll be looking to do that this Saturday, too, in the Mother Goose as you are aboard Dunbar Road from the rail. She seems to be a promising 3-year-old for trainer Chad Brown. Have you been on her in the mornings, and you feeling pretty confident about her heading into this one?
I'm very confident on her. I haven't been on her on the morning for this race, but she looked amazing with the exercise rider. And I mean, Chad have a lot of horses, and I work a lot for him, so I can work them all. But she's been doing great, and we got the rail. I don't think it would be too bad. And she's a filly that keep getting better, so hopefully she move forward on the Mother Goose, and I expect big things for her in the summer at Saratoga.
She's a fun one to watch, and looking forward to her this Saturday. Congratulations, off to a big start on this Twilight card.
Thank you.
All right, guys, he is on quite a roll. We'll see if it continues throughout this Thursday card.
Maggie, thank you. Already a couple of wins for Jose Ortiz in Dunbar Road. Very impressive, lightly raced, but that barn with maybe the best 3-year-old filly in the country right now in Guarana.
Yeah, and Guarana was unbelievable in her second career start, but man, this Jose Ortiz, the brothers, I mean, how much more can you say about them? But they just got the magic touch, got on this horse a couple times, and then finally found the winner's circle. Soaring Empire, a pure prize mare, Dean Avenue, New York bred. Congratulations to Anthony Perry. 3 for 34 lifetime. Here's a horse that never won a Belmont till today.
4th race, it kicks off the pick 6. It's a 1-turn mile in race 4. New York bred $25,000 maiden claiming race, and chillin' with friends. Luis Saez, Rudy Rodriguez dropping to the lowest level she has run at yet.
Yeah, and you're wondering if, Louis going to just send in here on the drop, or she's just got enough speed on the drop to get there. Pecatonica has taken a lot of money, the 2 here for Joel Rosario, second time, a horse that they actually bet first time out in a 7-horse field at 4-1. She didn't run much, but looks like the public thinks she's going to run a lot today.
And we'll see if Jose Ortiz can collect his 3rd. He will be on Miss Ross for Bruce Levine. That is the 6th horse. Runhappy, we talk all the time about seeing his offspring at the sales coming up this summer. Next year, you win an open company maiden race with a Runhappy at Saratoga, and a $100,000 bonus is coming your way. A little extra incentive to get a Runhappy. Well, from the time he first set foot on a racetrack in the afternoon, Runhappy let it be known that he had immense talent. Broke horribly, awkward start, green as could be, but he wound up winning by 8+ lengths. He would eventually go on to reel off 6 straight victories, including 3 Grade 1 wins in a dream campaign that was well worth waiting for.
I started owning racehorses in 1995, so it's been a long journey to find Runhappy. And in fact, Runhappy was going to be the last horse I ever owned. And I was getting out of the business. I'd had so many disappointments and heartbreaks and lost so much money at it. And then came Runhappy. So I guess the lesson there is persistence, never give up. The King's Bishop was a great race. It was my lifetime goal in horse racing. I'd win a Grade 1 race, never won one before then. And Runhappy won that race in stakes record time, almost track record time. So he got a 1:13 bar, one of the great performances of his wonderful career. So it was definitely a highlight, not only of my racing life, but my whole life.
Runhappy has won the NYRA.com King's Bishop by 4.
His performance in the Breeders' Cup Sprint was one that people will talk about for years to come. I mean, it was another, yet again, freaky performance, set the track record. The way he did it was pretty incredible. The Breeders' Cup was a great race. He was up against a bunch of great horses and got a little behind, was way behind at the top of the stretch, and then he made an amazing run down there and won the Breeders' Cup race.
Runhappy just keeps coming at him past the 16th pole. Runhappy, and boy, does this horse love to run.
The Breeders' Cup Sprint champion, new track record at Keeneland, so again, just a testimony to this great horse and the team behind him, which was, you know, Laura and Cordell and the team that devoted so much time, effort, and energy to Runhappy.
He was just everything that a groom wanted with a horse. He was great.
No horse had ever won the Breeders' Cup Sprint. They come back and won the Malibu, you know, a month and a half later. So that was kind of a gamble. We wanted to put him in the Malibu, and he won that with Gary Stevens aboard pretty easy. So that was another great race.
Runhappy is simply super. He polishes off an outstanding campaign with a dominant victory in the Malibu.
He won at Keeneland, he won at Santa Anita, he won at Saratoga, several of the legendary places in horse racing. And what a great horse, what a great thrill it was to be around Runhappy and now to follow his stud career. We couldn't be prouder to have Runhappy and have him stand at Claiborne Farms. That is myself and my daughter's happy place. We love Claiborne Farms, and Runhappy loves being there.
We put him in stall number 1 for a reason. We have a lot of confidence in this horse. We think he has all the capabilities and characteristics that you kind of look for in a great stallion. You know, he had the speed, he had the form, he had the freaky talent, the athleticism, and he's really thrown it in his foals and yearlings. So we're over the moon with what we've seen. We feel like we're in a great spot, and now it's up to the offspring to prove it.
Looking forward to his first winner and hopefully his first greatest stakes winner. So we're going to have a lot of our own Runhappies. We campaign ourselves, and obviously lots of other people have Runhappy. So we're really looking forward to see if he can pass on his brilliance to these horses.
We're more than pleased. Keeneland came out the other day and we're raving about the Runhappies that they've seen in their inspections. And we have a couple here that are very nice, and one's extremely nice, and he's a Book 1 candidate. So we're looking forward to showcasing him in Book 1, hopefully at Keeneland. And, you know, I think the buyers will like what we've seen.
We have 4 Runhappy yearlings, and we hope to buy some more at the sales. So hopefully we'll end up with 10 or 12 by next year. We decided to stay in for the majority share of Runhappy. So Runhappy is still part and parcel of our family. We think about him every day, and he's just, he's a champion to all of us.
Well, it was a dream come true to have a horse like that for Mattress Mac, Jim McInville. We had a chance to actually talk with him on the phone the other day. He had a mini stroke, scary. He had to check himself into the hospital as a precautionary measure, but we talked to him. He's in great spirits, doing great, and he even got on he called us from the hospital, but he even got on Facebook Live and was taking questions from a lot of his fans. He's so popular out there in the Houston area, and even promoting one of his sales at Gallery Furniture.
Yeah.
He's letting everyone know that he was okay.
The guy is just a beast. He really is. He had to pass a stress test yesterday, and he said he had to do a 3-furlong breeze. He still had a sense of humor going on, and from all reports, he passes the stress test, and he's going to be out of the hospital. So that's great news for him, and it's great news for Gallery Furniture. He just brings his spirit and life to the game.
Yeah, and such an important part of the community in Houston. He's opened his doors to that entire city when they were going through the devastation of Hurricane Harvey. Other times as well throughout some disasters that have happened out there. But Runhappy, we're so looking forward to see these runners.
Yeah.
And, you know, excited as he has been about having a horse like that. And it is really once in a lifetime to get a horse like that. But he is as excited, it sounds like, to follow all these offspring of Runhappy.
Yeah, definitely. It's like his little babies, too. And, like, with the $100,000 bonus, you might see, like, 9, 10, 11 horse fields with 4 or 5 Runhappies in them at Saratoga. And that's going to be a lot of fun to watch and see him run and see a lot of his progeny run. I think he's going to be a tremendous sire. He had brilliant speed. And whenever you have brilliant speed and natural speed like that, it usually transfers. So I'm looking forward to seeing his babies run.
We're going to check in at Churchill Downs, set up their card. We're going to bring you the entire card here on this Twilight Thursday afternoon. They start with a maiden special weight sprint at 6 furlongs for 2-year-old fillies. Let's take a look at the meet leaders as we wind into the final few days of this spring-summer meet at Churchill. Corey Lannery having a tremendous meeting.
He really is. He's been riding tremendous on the turf. He's been riding tremendous everywhere, but seems like he's been making the right calls. The slips, the horses on the rail, usual suspects. Got to give Miguel Mena a little bit of props here. Julian Leperu, Ricardo Santana are polished riders. Miguel Mena is too more of a journeyman, but give him credit for jumping in that top 4 and into second place. And he's been riding brilliantly. Tyler Gaffleone has been riding well. The trainer, Steve Asmussen, just crushing right now at 27. Had a great Oakland meet and carried it right to Churchill.
And he's got a lot of live runners coming up this afternoon, including in the opening race with a first-time starter, filly by More Than Ready. To set up the afternoon with more on today's card, let's go live to Louisville and check in with Jonathan Kinchen.
Wolfie, Paulie, what's going on? I'm here. It's another Thursday. The crowd's not here yet, but they're on their way. It'll be buzzing here in no time. I'm sure the nachos and the cold beverages will be flowing in no time. We got 8 races for you today, 2 on the turf. I saw somewhere on the internet that there's going to be a little bit of rain, but as hot as it is right now, I do not see a cloud in the sky. I'm going to call fake news on that. Like I said, we have 8 races today, 2 on the turf. A lot of fun stuff. We got babies in the first race. Mr. Misunderstood coming back for his 2019 debut in the second race. And then we got a great weekend ahead of us here at Churchill Downs. We got 11 races tomorrow, 12 on Saturday, a phenomenal card. Single 6 payout, 3 stakes races. We got the Bashford Manor, the Debutante, and the Kelly's Landing. I'm looking forward to it, and I hope you guys are too. We'll see you in a little bit.
Jonathan, thanks. Yeah, we absolutely are. Bashford Manor, grade 3, 2-year-olds going 6 furlongs. The Debutante for the fillies, and the Kelly's Landing as well. Tom Amoss going to be sending out uncontested in there, moving 5-year-old moving to the Amos barn. Winner of the grade 3 General George at Laurel earlier this year.
Yeah, and the horse that was in the Jennifer Patterson barn, the Wayne Catalano barn, comes in with bullet drills. Tom likes to work him fast. This is a filly, or excuse me, a horse, excuse me, that likes to win. 5 for 16 lifetime. Cowboy Karma is also in that goon. Petrov and California Knight. I'm wondering if he is going to be your favorite by the time post time comes.
All right, that's coming up. Yeah, coming up this weekend from Churchill. Right now it's back to Belmont. We have a pretty good card here this weekend as well with the Mother Goose.
Yes.
And the Perfect Sting here in Elmont, New York. Here's a look again at the field for the 4th. This maiden claiming race, 1-turn mile in 9 to 5. Chillin' with Friends remains our favorite for Rudy Rodriguez. You know, first time out, and that was at Saratoga last summer. Hit the board as a beaten favorite in that New York Red Maiden Special. And now it's sort of been, at least the last couple of starts, steady drop down the class ladder.
Yeah, it has been. And the issue with this filly is she just can't get out of the gate. That's been her big issue. She got pinched in her first start, bumped in her second start, checked right after her start. She shies away from things. She needs to get out of the gate and rocket it to the front end. And I think that's what they're going to try to do today and see if they can outquick this group early on the drop in class. I think that's the way they beat. You see the one on the screen, Disquiet. She's had 2 starts. They put the blinkers on her. They gave her Lasix last time and better, but then she didn't do much running.
Yeah, 9 to 1 on Disquiet. We'll be back with a post parade from the 4th. When we return again, this race kicks off our pick 6 on this Twilight Thursday afternoon, 22,000 plus. We had a $500,000 carryover yesterday. I think we got just shy of $4 million in that pool.
Yeah.
Wound up paying about $22,800.
Yeah. Still a nice hit.
So we'll see what's in store for us this afternoon. Riders up, a little leg up there. Christophe Clement helping Joel Rosario get aboard Pecatonica. Be adding blinkers coming up. Quick break, we'll be back. Get close to the first from Churchill Downs. They're about a half hour away from their opener on the card in their final week of the meet. We'll be back.
Grade 1 winner Lee traveled the world competing against the best of his generation. A graded stakes winner on both dirt and turf, he set a new track record in the Grade 1 Don Handicap and retired with earnings of more than $2.3 million. With yearlings bringing up to $650,000 and his first crop 2-year-old selling up to $430,000, the sky's the limit for this promising young stallion. Lee, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and NYRA Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With NYRA Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the NYRA Bets app or visit NYRABets.com. Sign up for a $200 new member bonus with promo code SPRING19 at NYRABets.com.
This is a colt by Runhappy out of Addison Run. We bred here at Montfort Hall. Well, he's a big, strong, good bone, big old hip on him. Moves really well. Has that kind of big cat-like walk when he just relaxes and gets rolling up and down the lane.
Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farms.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Next on America's Day at the Races, sent off as an odds-on favorite in his debut. Looking at bikinis, lived up to the hype. Will he impress again in his 3-year-old return? Live coverage coming up from Louisville under the Twin Spires at Churchill Downs in their final week of the spring meet. We'll check in with our own Jonathan Kinchen to get the latest. They're about a half-hour post in their opener. And Dunbar Road takes another crack at Graded Stakes Company in the Mother Goose after a near-miss runner-up finish in the Gulfstream Park Oaks in just the second start of her career. That is coming up this weekend. Our show brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Welcome to those with us on Fox Sports 2 and those just joining us on MSG Plus. Good to have you with us. Greg Wolf alongside 4-time Major League All-Star Paul LoDuca. And for looking at bikinis in our feature race later today at Belmont, a lot of questions to be answered. Raced on a sloppy racetrack, now stretching out in distance. Can he handle more distance, fast track, and facing winners for the first time?
Yeah, usually the toughest thing in racing is facing winners for the first time, and that's what he has to do. And he won on a sloppy racetrack as a 2-year-old and has to overcome a 10-month layoff against a pretty salty 6-horse field. 5 other rivals in here, and you can look at Deliver in here, the 4 Federal Case. I even think Not That Brady in the outside horse that a big long shot has got a look in here. And Chad Brown horses obviously are going to be usually ready to go. I think looking at bikinis is the horse to beat, but I would tread lightly.
A couple of horses that were on the Triple Crown Trail that he's going to be tackling with just 1 start under his belt. We'll see what happens. Everyone's looking forward to that feature coming up later. Right now, it's the 4th that kicks off the pick 6. 1-turn mile, New York bred $25,000 maiden claiming race for those just joining us. And it's still chilling with friends. Basically been favored throughout the wagering here as we get a look at the field. We're going to start with Disquiet. Blinkers go on today for Bobby Robato.
Yeah, 2 starts for this filly by Revolutionary, and she's lost by a total of 37 lengths. She got Lasix and was bet last time. She's getting bet a little bit again.
Pecatonica, maybe the hottest rider on the grounds right now. Joel Rosario rides for Christophe Clement. Blinkers on.
They debuted her on the turf at 1 1/8. She got bet. She didn't run. Now 1 mile on the dirt in a drop, and now she's getting bet.
Handle with Care is at 3-1 for trainer Bruce Brown.
You know, not a bad race last time off the turf event. Blinkers for the first time, and she improved.
Chillin' with Friends. It's our favorite at 9-5. Luis Saez for Rudy Rodriguez.
He gets a fast track for the first time as a 3-year-old. Her 2-year-old races would win this.
13-1 on Sanders Empire for Edmund Pringle.
Yeah, last 2 starts, not much. 6-1 and was 5th in the field of 8. And before that was basically eased at 42-1.
Jose Ortiz, he's won 2 of the first 3 races this afternoon. He's on Miss Ross.
Listen, this horse is 5-1 and was 41-1, 45-1. Ran a good third last time. I just don't see it, but Jose Ortiz has got the magic hands.
And long shot outside at 17-1. Ask Contrition.
Yeah, you know, this is a horse that is getting a lot of weight off and has shown some speed. I can see this horse at 17-1. Biggest long shot on the board.
That's our field for the race that kicks off the pick 6. We're going to check in now with Richard Migliore with more on this field for race 4. Mig.
Thanks, Greg. Pretty warm down here in the winter circle. These pavers are throwing off a lot of heat, so I'm going to be a little bit shiny here. But interesting group of maidens going a mile. The 4-horse, your favorite, Chillin' with Friends. That's what I'm doing here on this race day show, chilling with you guys, chilling with my friends. It just looks great. I mean, at 9-5, there's nothing to knock here. Got a little bit sweat going on. You want to see that. Think it's back to a preferred surface. And there's definitely nothing to dislike. Left the pony, gets a good warm-up. I'm a big believer in that. But the horse I prefer is the 2, guys. Pecatonica takes that drop from maiden allowance to maiden 25, switches surfaces, gets the full makeover, like the pedigree for dirt, being by Temple City out of a Quiet American mare. And Joel Rosario stays put. And to me, that's a tell. The fact that he was so well beaten when this filly ran on the turf, now comes back on the dirt and gets a complete makeover, except the jockey stays. So, and I like what I saw. I mean, just a big, long, lean, kind of rangy filly, bred up there in the Hudson Valley, Berkshire stud, my neighbors over there in Pine Plains. So Pecatonica would be my top selection on looks and just a lot of things I think to like. And the last horse I want to talk about is the 6, Miss Ross. I think this horse is going to appreciate the stretch out to the mile. Has been running for maiden 25. Bruce Levine's horses get better with racing. He doesn't crank them up. I think this horse can improve, but I really do like the 2, Pecatonica, Greg.
Mig, thank you. So, yeah, Pecatonica, 5-2 with Joel Rosario. Always a positive when you have him sticking around right now. He is, and Maggie talked about it in the last race, too. I mean, he is just riding lights out.
Yeah, he is. And like I said, the blinkers are going on. Are they going to send to the lead? But then you look and you're like, okay, he debuted this horse going 1 1/8 on the turf. So obviously she doesn't have a ton of speed. Was that just a fitness test to put her where she probably belongs at this level for the 25,000? And they put the blinkers on. So maybe it was just a test run last time.
Handle with Care. Meanwhile, next door from post 3, Junior Alvarado. He has a winner on today's card as well. A team up with Bruce Brown in a race that was taken off the turf last start at 1 16th here at Belmont. A very distant second when adding blinkers.
Yeah, you know, the 2 dirt starts or 4 dirt starts, not bad. I mean, especially going a distance of ground, a third going 1 1/8 at Saratoga, 1 turn 1 16th, not a bad second, adding blinkers last time. So I could see the people liking the 3 here at 3-1.
Well, that's Sanders Empire getting looked at 16-1. Eric Consell hops off for more. Let's go to Mig.
Yeah, Greg, when this horse went by me, Sanders Empire, the 5, she just wasn't really striding out, looked a bit stiff. Sometimes horses will warm up out of that like any other athlete. You know, you've got to get limbered up, get the blood flowing. But did not look really good coming by here, and apparently did not warm up out of it. And again, we've got the attending veterinarian there as our last safety protocol to make sure these horses are 100% sound when they go into the gate. The rider feels something, he can take them right to the vet, or if the vet sees something. So again, another more evidence of the fact that we look out for the equine safety first and the business side of this second. So a horse that just did not warm up properly today, Greg.
All right, Mig, thanks. So, yeah, back to the barn. Don't want to take any chances.
No.
Sanders Empire, great job by everyone who made this call to say, let's wait another day with this filly.
Yeah, and her last couple starts have not been encouraging, so maybe they can get her back to the barn, figure out what's going on, and live to fight another day. Will that change the odds? No. She was the second longest shot on the board. The 7 has actually gone up in price. Your longest shot. If you had this horse in your pick 4s, you're going to go to the favorite. Pick 6 starts here, so they're going to give you a little time to maybe change your tickets up.
So it doesn't change really how this race was going to be run a whole lot. And there's not a ton of pace as you look at this field here. It's, you know, ask Contrition on the outside. Does this horse intrigue you at all? Because it looks like, I mean, she showed some sprint speed in her debut.
She did.
She might be alone up front.
She got left, too. She broke 5th out of 5 out of 5, and then she almost got to the front end going 23.46. I'm just wondering what the drop in class does it make the 4 faster. We'll see. 4 is really dead on the board, especially with the scratch. 6 to 5 on the morning line. The 2 and 3 are getting bet right into this 3-year-old filly. I'm surprised. I thought the 4 actually would be odds on in here.
We'll see if more late money shows up here. Keep in mind, we're going to bring you that first out at Churchill Downs as well. We're going to bring you their entire card tonight. They are 22 minutes away from their opening race as we load up here. Late scratch of the 5, long shot Sanders Empire. And now 3-2 favoritism on the 4. Chillin' with Friends moving in right now. Let's go upstairs to the voice of New York Racing for the call. Here's Larry Collmus.
Miss Ross moving into the starting gate will be second last to go in. Will be followed by Ask Contrition, who's going to be attempted to load riderless here. A little bit wound up behind the gate is Ask Contrition, and the assistant starters trying to get her to come forward here. Looks like they've got Ask Contrition in the gate now and just waiting for the rider Heyman Harkey to get aboard, and we'll be ready for a start here in race number 4. They're all in line. They're off. A swift beginning for Miss Ross, who goes out to the early lead. Pecatonica is flashing some early foot, and Chillin' with Friends is away running in 3rd. Handle with Care is 4th, Disquiet is 5th early on. Ask Contrition is the trailer as they head up the backstretch. And it is Miss Ross and Pecatonica locked in early battle here. Chillin' with Friends a length off of them, tracked by Handle with Care through a 23.36 quarter. Ask Contrition moves alongside of Disquiet at the back of the pack, 6.5 lengths off of dueling leaders Pecatonica and Miss Ross, who continue to go at it, heading for the far turn. These two clear by 2 to Chillin' with Friends and Handle with Care, and it's another 3 to the trailers Disquiet and Ask Contrition. So they make their way around the far turn. Pecatonica on the inside of Miss Ross. Chillin' with Friends joins the fray after a 46.99 half mile. Handle with Care is just in behind the leaders, running in 4th. Ask Contrition getting closer in 5th as they make their way around the turn. Just 4 lengths behind now and moving 3 wide at a big price. So they're coming toward the top of the stretch. Pecatonica the leader. On the outside, Chillin' with Friends. Handle with Care behind them. Ask Contrition continues to make progress up into 4th on the outside. And they're into the stretch. And it is Chillin' with Friends who has grabbed the lead. Chillin' with Friends. Pecatonica on the inside 2nd. And then comes Handle with Care in 3rd. And Ask Contrition has now dropped back in 4th as Luis Saez and Chillin' with Friends pull away. And they're going to win it by about 5 in the end over Handle with Care. And then it was Pecatonica, and Disquiet came on for 4th.
I got a little dicey in the stretch right there. Chillin' with Friends, Rudy Rodriguez, Luis Saez. Start off the pick 6 with a win.
Yeah, you could see at the top of the lane that Handle with Care was moving very, very well for Junior Alvarado, and he tried to go up the rail, and I don't know if Joel Rosario ever saw him. And you know, the 4's cozy, I get it, but the 3's traveling just as good. And right here, he tried to make the move to Junior, and it was not happening. He sort of clipped the back, and Rosario never looked back. It looked like he stayed in his lane. Maybe it was just Junior maybe going to a hole that was not there, Greg. People that had the 3 to 5 shot are probably relieved right now, because I'll tell you right now, the 3 was going to give him everything he can handle. It looked like it, at least the way he was traveling.
All right, so we'll wait and see what happens here. This may be a little while before this becomes official. 4,
well, the problem is
3,
it's against
2, 1.
It's against the 2, and he beat the 2, so they probably won't look at it. Although Joel Rosario, I'd like to see the head on if he really did anything, or Junior was just trying to go through that hole, and then there was nothing there,
And that, yes, angle's tough.
It is. It's almost like the angle of the Derby, but I mean, you really can't see it, see? And I try to tell people that all the time. Everyday racetracks, you don't really get that angle in the Derby, but because it was covered, obviously, by multiple cameras, you were able to see what Maximum Security did. Mono racetracks, you really don't get that angle. So, like you just saw right there, you didn't really see it, but it would have been very interesting if the 2 would have beaten the 3. The stewards would have had no really evidence of did he try to go through that hole or not. But the 3 ended up beating the 2, so there'll be no objection here. Maybe they'll talk to each other, but your favorite gets the job done. If you had the 3, you got a little unlucky.
3 to 5, chilling with friends in the end. Easy victory here. 3-year-old filly by friend or foe, and a logical start to the pick 6 sequence.
Yeah, it is. This was the horse that, I thought it was the horse to beat. They were betting Becatonica probably because they knew that she would show early speed, but gets the job done. You were talking about friend or foe, how the Harlan's Holiday mare, Outbay, this one for Mr. Lizza. Carl Lizza, a good friend of mine, good person, and knows how to claim a racehorse, and a nice little winner's circle there.
Yeah, they got a good group out there. Yeah. It doesn't matter what kind of race it is. It is always special to visit that winner's circle, get your picture taken on a day at the track. 4, 3, 2, 1 finish. 3 to 5 favorite. Chilling with friends. Kicks off the pick 6 with a convincing victory. We'll be back with Churchill Downs right after a short timeout. We're approaching the 15-minute mark to post in the opening race at Churchill, and a 6 to 5 favorite in Josie for trainer Brad Cox. Beaten favorite first time out.
Our summer cruise is here at Spruce Lane Farm, and he's been a really intelligent horse since he got on the farm.
He's just got great balance and presence. He's got a really good mind, and he does everything that we like to do so far. The plans with this colt are probably to take him to Saratoga or to Keeneland Book 1 or 2. He fits those. We paid $250,000 for him, so he was an expensive horse, but that's where he belongs.
Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Mastery retired undefeated, winning his 4 starts by a combined 20 lengths. A 6-figure September sale purchase. He won impressively in his 2-year-old debut at Santa Anita. From there, he captured the Grade 3 Bob Hope Stakes and completed his juvenile campaign with a dominant performance in the Grade 1 Los Alamitos Futurity. At 3, the top-rated son of Candy Ride sizzled in the San Felipe. Now his much-anticipated first crop has arrived. Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2 and MSG Plus. Our show brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. We're underway in the pick 6 in a formful beginning, chilling with friends. 3 to 5 favorite gets the job done.
Yeah, for Carl Liz at Racing Stables and Imperio, friend or foe, a filly. by a Harlan's Holiday mare, Hout Bay, now 1 for 5 lifetime. They paid $50,000 in OBS April for this filly, and handled with care. A little unlucky maybe to run second here, but it ends up being your first choice over your second choice. Late scratch. Don't forget there was a late scratch of Sanders Empire in there, so you get a consolation pick 3.
NYRA Bet's late pick 5 is coming up next. And it starts with a $25,000 claiming event, 3/4 of a mile. Lazarus Project, big scratch. The 1 is out. Also the 7, Orpheus out. Forge, no question the horse to beat here.
Yeah, no question the horse to beat and the horse to catch in here. There's not a lot of pace. Maybe Malibu Action. The 6 in here is the other horse with pace, with the 7 out, and the 1 who did possess, both of them did possess speed. It does leave the 3 Forge, the horse to beat.
20 minutes away from the start of that NYRA Bet's late pick 5. Back at Churchill Downs, 12 minutes away from their opener on the card. All the money on Josie right now for trainer Brad Cox on a beautiful Thursday afternoon twilight card. Let's check in with Jonathan Kinchen.
Wolfie, I heard Richie said that he was shiny. If I was a betting man, which I happen to be a betting man, I would bet he's not nearly as shiny as I am. It is warm out here. There's no breeze. But there's still going to be horses running in a circle we can bet on. I'm very happy about that. There's a couple of horses I'm very interested in singling throughout the day today. I thought I'd go ahead and throw those at you now so you can get involved in pick 5s, pick 4s, so on and so forth. In the first, we'll talk about Josie in a second. I think she's a single. In the next race, Mr. Misunderstood is probably a single, but I'm a little bit concerned about Brad's other horse that could get loose. The 3 big changes. And then in the 6th race is a horse by the name of Red Island for Phil D'Amato that I think is a very live horse if you're playing a pick 6. Obviously, the single 6 stuff is an exciting time. There's a big carryover in that. Mandatory, like we mentioned earlier, is going to be on Saturday, mandatory payout. That horse is also one to consider. As far as this race, the 2 Josie I thought was the most likely winner in this spot. 2-year-old was running against a horse by the name of Magic Dance that's going to be favored in Saturday's stake race for 2-year-old fillies. This horse was right behind there, was actually favored over that horse in this race. I think that Josie's going to be extremely tough in here. There's obviously some horses in here that can win. Steve Asmussen's got one, but I just feel like Josie's the most likely winner. So I'm going to single that, starting my pick 5. I would encourage you to do the same. We'll see you guys trackside.
4 to 5 favorite. He'll single there, and he talked about, thanks Jonathan, Mr. Misunderstood coming up in the second race. That's going to be a fun one to watch. He at one point reeled off 5 in a row, comes in off a grade 3 win. He's never lost on the Churchill turf, but he's making his 5-year-old return to the races.
Yeah, even though it doesn't designate that as an optional claimer, it is a mini stakes race, $104,000 purse, solely on the outside. Third day, there's some nice runners in that second race.
Yeah, and it is the stablemate, as Jonathan said, who could pose the biggest threat. Big Changes, who was faced Mr. Misunderstood before, gave him all he could handle on a yielding turf at Churchill in a grade 3. We'll be back, opener from Churchill ahead, and I'm going to step off. Maggie Wolfendale on the desk when we come back.
Runhappy was the fastest 3-year-old sprinter of his generation.
Runhappy is stamping his horses. They all got great necks, great hind legs. They all got a good walk, and this colt moves very, very well. Very smart. He hasn't turned a hair since we had him. First day we turned him out, he was very, very gentle in his paddock and did everything right. He's got an exceptional pedigree.
Runhappy standing at Claiborne Farm.
Nominate now for the Thoroughbred Industry Employee Award.
Nomina hoy para los premios para los empleados que trabajan con caballos.
What are you waiting for? Why haven't you nominated yet?
Eclipse champion Blaine was considered by many as the breakout stallion of 2018. His top runners included Grade 1 winner and Eclipse Award finalist Marley's Freedom, plus Grade 1 winner Fault, and graded stakes winners Morale, Beyond Blaine, Miss Kentucky, and Blaine. This year, his 2-year-olds have sold up to $700,000. Outstanding results, outstanding value. Blaine, standing at Claiborne Farm.
What could be better than standing one Triple Crown winner? Standing two.
Here comes American Pharaoh. Justified, turning for home in front. And American Pharaoh has pulled. Justified. He's unstoppable. The 37-year wait is over. American Pharaoh. Justified has won
the Triple Crown. Coolmore, America, home of Triple Crown champions.
Welcome back. You're watching America's Day at the races. You're checking out the paddock at Churchill Downs as they are moments away from their opener on this Twilight Cards. Nice here at Belmont. We have coinciding Twilight Cards with Churchill Downs. Welcome back. Maggie Wolfendale filling in for Greg Wolf's deserved break alongside Paul LoDuca. Always fun to go through the races with you, Paulie, as, race number 1 at Churchill Downs to kick things off. It's the 2-year-olds. Always fun when they're on track. And a big favorite, prohibitive favorite in her first start is number 2, Josie. And once again, she's taken all the money at 4-5.
You're right. She was 3-5 first time out, and she disappointed her backers, but she got beat by 4 3/4, and then she was 9 lengths clear of the second place finisher. I had heard good things about the 8 Weekend Fun on the outside, and she's taking a little money into her, but yeah, she's the one to beat.
We'll kick things off, though, with a third-time starter. Number 1, Honorable Memory does get blinkers and LASIKs for the first time today.
Yeah, a little bit of everything. 2 decent third-place finishes for this filly.
There's your big favorite, the gray by Race Day, Josie. Sean Bridgmahan in the irons.
Yeah, this Race Day, a new sire by Tappet, bid $170,000, and Race Day only stands for $6,000.
2 grays in a row. And 2 race days in a row. First time LASIKs, though, for Little Miss Hot Mess.
Yeah, we'll get LASIKs after a nice little effort first time out.
Fine 1-1 is number 4, Al Stall, first time starter.
Yeah, tis now first time starter, so maybe wait and see in a little longer distance.
And number 5 is She's All Wolf, hunch play for me and Wolfie.
Yeah, right. She's an Oklahoma bred, so Donnie Van Hemel may be getting her a start and then bringing her to Remington down the line.
Number 6, English Toffee, second time starter, but goes turf to dirt.
Yeah, and she didn't run much on the turf. Hopefully she'll run a little bit better on the dirt.
Michael Ewing sends out number 7, Spun Easy with Gabe Saez.
We saw her win with 1 earlier in the week. She's 3 for 8 at this meet with her first time starters. So Michael can get one ready. So don't throw out any of her runners. And this one's by Hard Spun.
Weekend Fun, the first time starter you were mentioning, is going out of the Steve Asmussen barn, the ever dangerous Ricardo Santana.
Yeah, you know, that May 25th work out of the gate, 47-1, just sticks off the page. And she had opened live, and so did the 7. And I was wondering when Josie was going to take money, and she started to. And like I said, the 2 is going to take a lot of beating, but I think the 2 outside fillies can run.
All right, well, for a guy who has an up-close and personal look, that's Jonathan Kinchen. He's standing by at Churchill Downs. Jonathan, I have to say I got a glimpse of your shirt today, and I'm liking it.
Maggie, I did it for you. I felt like as long as Maggie likes my shirt, then I can't do any wrong today. Hopefully I can pick some winners. So I singled Josie, but as I was walking over here, I got told by about 3 people that I'm friendly with that this Steve Asmussen runner is supposed to be a real one. The tote board is telling me something different, 4-1. Steve's horses get bet when they're ready to rock, especially with these 2-year-olds with no form. So I'm a little bit concerned about that. But if you're interested at the 4-1, then I think that you're definitely going to get a price that's worthy of a horse that has a little bit of buzz behind him. I'm going to stick with Josie coming out of that race with Magic Dance, who's going to be the favorite. It was $170,000 OBS April purchase. These 2-year-olds in training, when they go to those training sales, I got a nice foundation to them. Some of the other horses can take a little bit more time when they lead up to these races. I think this one at 4-5 on the board, I know will definitely have a good opportunity. The other one I'll mention is about Weekend Fund. Outside post for 2-year-olds. I always am concerned that they're going to break away from the rest of the runners to the free space to the right of them. We'll see if that happens with Weekend Fund. The number 2, Josie, is my top pick. Maggie, back to you.
Jonathan, thank you. And he brings up a great point. Horses running to the outside with that open space. It's just natural. I mean, they want to avoid contact with their foes. So a guy who's very familiar with that is Richard Migliore. We'll catch up with him in a second as we are going to check out the field here for race number 5. Scratch the bookends of this field. We're left with 6-5 on Forge.
Yeah, and the reason why he's 6-5 is there's not a lot of pace in here. Javelin's the horse to beat on numbers-wise, but does he have the pace to run into? He needs it, and he's 0-for-8 at Belmont. That's his thorn in his side.
And a rider change. I had the early form. It was Kendrick Carmouche on Forge at first. Now it's Louis Reyes. So we'll see what Forge can do off that bit of a break. But we want to check in with Richard Migliore, who's standing by in the paddock. Mig, what can you tell us about the 7-5 favorite?
Well, Maggie, the 3-horse Forge is your favorite. And he looks fit, but for a horse that hasn't run since March, he looks a bit on the light side to me. I was actually a little bit surprised. So I don't think there's any worry about his fitness level, but I'm just surprised the horse coming off that kind of layoff would look kind of as lean as he does, and that's a bit of a concern to me. As far as the pace goes in here, I was speaking with trainer John Toscano with the 6 Malibu Action. They're coming out running. They're looking for the lead. If they can get the lead, they'd like to have the lead. If Forge kind of commits and wants to go to the lead, they'll back off then. So I think we could see a little bit of action on the front end. I don't think Forge is just going to be handed the lead here because of Malibu Action and the fact that they think he is most effective when he's up on the pace. And I think it could benefit the horse that looks the best in the paddock to me, and that is the 5 Javelin. Javelin, he looks the picture, Maggie. Could not look healthier, and he could sit the perfect trip if things do get a little bit hot on the front end.
Totally agree with you, Meg.
Yep.
And Paulie, I thought he was the most reliable.
By far the most reliable. If they go crazy up front, he's going to be the one to beat.
Well, we're moments away from the Churchill Downs race number 1. So that means we want to welcome in Fox Sports San Diego as well as Fox Sports Prime Ticket. Welcome to the show. You are catching action from Belmont Park. Race number 5 coming up soon, but we are at the gate for race 1, the opener over at Churchill Downs. 2-year-olds on the track making their way to the gate. We see a big favorite in here. That's number 2, Josie. Paul, I got to say I was a little bit interested in number 4, Fine 1-1. I know you said Tiz now very much could need a start to get going, but the damn 5-star Mama, she was a multiple stakes winning dirt sprinter, so at least there's some precocity and quickness in that pedigree on the bottom side.
Yeah, 5-star Day was is a great sire by the great Stormcat, and he does throw a lot of precocity. So I can see you going there as well. I think some buzz maybe behind the 7 and the 8 in here to maybe give the 2, and like you said, your 4 a little thing that something to handle. Josie was 2-5 or 3-5 first time out the 2, and now is 4-5 today. So is the public backing off of her a tiny bit or not? Well, remains to be seen,
Yeah, that is true. She does have that early speed. We'll see if she can carry it through this time around. This daughter of race day for trainer Brad Cox. That means we'll throw it out to Travis Stone, your track announcer at Churchill Downs, the voice of the Kentucky Derby. Number 4, not acting like a first-time starter, needs a little experience, I would say, as she's green behind the gate. But sending it out to Travis Stone with the call of race number 1 at Churchill.
Still waiting for Fine 1-1. They're at the gate. Oh, not quite. Weekend Fun, still to go in. Now they're in. Ready for a start. And they're off. English Toffee with a good beginning. Weekend for the outside is away well, too. And here comes Little Miss Hot Mess down inside. And right at the rail, Josie fires on through. Josie comes on through to take over the lead down the backstretch run. Little Miss Hot Mess is running in second. Weekend for the outside is away third by 2. Honorable Memory over to the inside to be fourth. Fine 1-1 comes away fifth by 5. Spun Easy's on the move from sixth, going past English Toffee back into seventh. And at the back is She's All Wolf. And up top, it's Josie. Josie rounding the far turn in front, leading by a length and a half with 3 furlongs to go. Little Miss Hot Mess trying to keep up in second, now 2 lengths behind midway around the far turn. Weekend Fun rolls up on that one's outside. Then it's Honorable Memory and Fine 1-1 and Spun Easy. They're at the quarter pole. Josie's in front off the turn. Josie leads by 2.5, now by 3. Weekend Fun moves into second, trying to close in. Little Miss Hot Mess is back into third. 1 furlong to go. Josie still there by 2.5. Weekend Fun grinding away in second, but is still second nonetheless with 100 yards to go. Josie's in front, coming for the wire, and it will be Josie. Josie wins it by 3. A late rally from She's All Wolf to grab second. Weekend Fun was third. Little Miss Hot Mess fourth.
Josie, no troubles today. 6 caught a flyer, but Josie quickly found herself on the front end and churned away every challenger. But interesting late run here. Now, maybe the race was pretty much over, but by the 5, She's All Wolf, Polly. You know, not a bad pedigree, an Oklahoma bred, but the dam was a multiple graded stakes winner, going longer and on the turf. So you'd have to think more distance would be appreciated.
Yeah, She's All In. She was a nice runner, and this is a nice little debut for an Oklahoma bred because she lost to a nice filly in Josie. She's on to better and bigger things. You're right. Magna graduate out of an Include mare, and the Remington Park turf is probably calling her name. And I think when she goes there, she's not going to be much of a prize, but that is a heck of a debut.
That's for sure, as Weekend Fun made a little run, then got a little tired.
Yeah.
But race number 5 is coming up here at beautiful Belmont Park. We are on the track as we are watching horses warm up around the turn, and we'll take a look again at your current favorite. That's number 3, Forge, in here, Paul. And I just don't like the breaks in this horse's form. I don't like once again, the drop in the class. And 2, where has his speed gone?
That's a lot of good questions to ask. You know, when you look, he's the kind of horse that has shown speed in the past. He doesn't love Belmont. That's the other worry, too.
Absolutely. As number 2, Swiping Dan, he loved the rail and Belmont last time out, as this guy's looking for back-to-back wins for Heman Harkey.
Yeah, Heman just came up the rail and just like a statue and went right to the front and won easily. He needs to repeat that race.
Taking some play, but number 3 is Forge. Dermot Magner sends out this one. Louis Reyes aboard.
I guess the one to beat, even though 0 for 4 here at Belmont, might be the one to catch.
Will did it. Carlos Martin sends this one out with Joey Martinez.
Hasn't won in 2 years, and the 7-year-old's really out of form right now. Needs to turn it around.
The old faithful number 5, Javelin. Antonio Arriaga will make his second start with this runner.
Like Mig was saying, if they go fast early, this is the one to look for late. The other thing about Javelin, or the thorn in his side, he's 0 for 8.
Mig also said that the connections with number 6, Malibu Action, John Toscano, they're looking to send with Luis Saez.
That actually could be a good thing. I like this horse maybe to sit right off the 3 or go to the front. And if that happens, it gets the lead from Forge. He can be tough in here.
Checking out Forge live here on your screen. Solo warm-up with Louis Reyes. We'll check in with Mig. Mig, did Forge, sway you one way or another after watching him warm up?
No, Maggie, my opinion really didn't change. I wasn't overwhelmed with him in the paddock. I mean, he doesn't look bad, and I'm not knocking him by any means, but he just looks a little bit on the light side for a horse that's coming off a layoff. He did, go by with his pony in front of me, and he had a good, lively bounce to his step. And I just like others, I just wasn't overwhelmed with him as the favorite from a physical perspective. So I'm looking elsewhere. I was looking at the 5-horse Javelin, and he kind of didn't go by me with a great energy level in the post parade, and I kind of wanted to keep an eye on him and see how he kind of really got going once he got his blood up and started warming up more. And the horse that swayed me completely is the 6, Malibu Action. I just love the way he warmed up. He left the pony, he got aggressive warm-up. That tells me that their intention is to put him in the game. Like they said, Luis Saez, he can get speed out of pretty much anything. We saw him put a horse in the lead from the rail last night, going 6 furlongs on the turf that possessed very little speed beforehand. And when a rider warms a horse up like this, it tells me that they really are, they got intention and they want to put his mind in the game. And he won me over. I'm going to go with the 6, Malibu Action, because in the post parade, he was the one that caught my eye the most, Maggie.
Mig, thank you. And Luis Saez, he certainly knows how to get one out of the gate, and he'll be last one in, first one out. I think is what they're hoping for.
No, you're right. And you wonder, like, does he go to the front end? Does the 3 relinquish? We'll see what happens. I use 3, 5, 6, 1, 3, 4, 8. I'm taking my shot in race number 7. A quick group in there. I like Canarsie Kid from Mike Maselli. I know that the horse has got issues, but you know he likes to run race. He's got 100,000 in the bank on the turf here alone at Belmont. The turf is played towards speed, and he's going to be right in the thick of it. And I think he likes to win races. 2, 4, 5 in race number 8. I don't really trust looking at bikinis. I think over deliver and not that Brady you have to use. And in the last, I like the 1 Lady Worthington the best, but I'm also going to use Global Exchange and Miss You Blues. I'm not going to use Lady Nay for Chad Brown, a first-time starter. And the reason why is he usually trains his horses to take one run, and this turf course is just not playing towards that. So I'm going to take a stand against the first-time starter in the last.
And usually we don't see his horses necessarily debuting in maiden turf sprints either.
Yeah,
I thought the one horse that was dangerous is the other Wesley Ward horse, Britta's Bay. She was a late scratch. She got loose in the Global Exchange race, and Miss You Blues behind the gate. We had a long delay, and I always thought she was more of a turf horse. And her dirt race coming back as a 3-year-old was really good. Hopefully it carries over to the turf, but we do see horses behind the gate. And Malibu Action, I didn't trust Forge. I thought it was definitely between the 5 and the 6 here. And Malibu Action comes out of a race in which it was, yes, an off-the-turf event, but it was a better race on dirt than it would have been on turf. And he was facing, in my opinion, better horses than what he meets here.
Yeah, he probably was. You know, the race before that, I thought he ran even better. He pressed a pretty fast pace, and they came on 108 and change. I know the racetrack was fast. Then John brought him back in a week. And now he's finally getting a little bit of rest. He's coming back in 4 weeks now. He's got a little bit of breather, but he ran well. He ran on. He had some energy, actually, after that week. So he got some fitness into him. Now he's giving him a little time off. You look at a lot of these runners in here. Like I said, Javelin, 0 for 8. The 3's never won here on the racetrack. Those are your 2 other horses. He's won at this racetrack.
Funny board. 3 of them at 5-2, but at 9-5, that horse right there, Forge. We'll see if he can come back and get to his best for Dermot Magner as we throw it up to Larry Collmus with the call of Belmont Race 5.
Here comes Javelin up to the starting gate. And that'll leave Malibu Action to complete the line. Malibu Action and Luis Saez taking their position in the outside stall, and they're all in line. They're off. Forge right to the front. Malibu Action goes with Forge, and Will Did It between those 2 is prominent early. Break of 3 back to Javelin, and Swiping Dan will be well out of it early here. About 12 lengths off the lead, and they're dueling leaders up front, Forge and Malibu Action, who are going at it for the far turn. And these 2 are clear from Will Did It, running 3rd by 3. Javelin follows in 4th. And Swiping Dan trails, getting a bit closer, though, cutting the gap with each and every stride. Swiping Dan's catching up, and he's doing it quickly on the far turn. He's going to go outside of horses as they make their way around that turn. 23.26 the quarter. Swiping Dan is moving right here and now. Swiping Dan has gone from about 15 behind to in front as they come toward the top of the stretch. Making a move on the outside to take the lead here from Forge as they turn for home. Forge is going to battle back, though, and then it's Will Did It running in 3rd, trying to close the gap on the rail, followed by Javelin on the far outside, and then comes Malibu Action. It's Swiping Dan, Forge, Will Did It on the inside, and on the far outside, Javelin. The 4 of them come down to the wire, and it's going to be a photo finish, and Will Did It. He did it at 29-1. Over Javelin, and then Swiping Dan and Forge.
Well, we may have had some short fields today, but that was very exciting.
I just don't know what just happened right there. That was one of the weirdest runners races. The two broke very, very slow, and then Heeman Harkey made this Arazi type move and looked like he had the race won. Then it looked like Javelin was going to win the race. And then while all these people were doing everything, the 4 sneaks up the rail at 29-1 in a 5-horse field where the next shortest price is 3-1. This is like a 99-1 shot. This is crazy.
I know that our good friend Ernie Munich has this theory of LPSF and longest price short field.
It's unbelievable.
It's 29-1. You're absolutely right. If this was a bigger field, this horse would have been 50-1.
Yeah, and the crazy part is if the 2's ridden any other way, he wins by a pole. I don't know the move. I know Heeman's made a couple good moves before, but the move that he made was ridiculous. And they came home and won 10-2. This is an unbelievable result. If you had the 2, you should probably go in the bathroom and cry.
Yes, you should. It was an enterprising move, to say the least, but it paid off for the connections of Will Did It and Carlos Martin. Joey Martinez in the iron, 7-pound buck boy. Patience paid off as prices are in for race number 1 over at Churchill Downs. Number 2, Josie, as your 4-5 favorite, over 49-1. She's all whoop. I think I'm going to put that girl in my stable mail. A little bit of a hunch play for me. But standing by over at Churchill is Jonathan Kinchen with bloodstock agent Liz Crow.
Guys, I'm here with Liz Crow of Elite Sales. You purchased this filly for the connections. Tell us a little bit about what you liked about her at OBS April.
I thought she was one of the best moving fillies at OBS April. I mean, she's by race day. She went in set 4. Generally, the good horses go in set 1 and 2, so you kind of had to stick around to pay attention to her. But she just has such an efficient way of going, and she's an honest filly, and really liked her physical. She's not that big, but I think she looked like an early 2-year-old type.
She also ran today without Lasix. What was with that decision?
That was all Brad Cox. He felt like she didn't need it. She hadn't bled in any of her works, and she'd been really straightforward, so he decided to go without.
So obviously she's a very exciting horse, but you also have another exciting horse that you're responsible for, Monomoy Girl. What's the update on Monomoy Girl?
She's doing so good. She's at WinStar. She's gained a ton of weight. She's back. She actually starts back galloping tomorrow. We just got the green light to do that, and I think she'll get to Brad Cox at Churchill in about 2 weeks.
Well, we cannot wait to see her. Hopefully we'll see her sooner than later, but obviously she's going to be a lot of fun to watch the rest of the year.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, guys, thanks.
That's right, Liz Crow having a lot to do with Monomoy Girl. I know she was at pretty much every race that Monomoy Girl ran at last year. She took all of us on quite a ride as a 3-year-old.
Yeah, she really did. And Monomoy Girl, what a special animal she is. She really stuck out her neck and knew where the wire was. That's what made her a champion.
Well, Brad Cox is looking to take the early double as he sends out multiple graded stakes winner Mr. Misunderstood, as we'll take a look here at the winner's circle. That's Empire State Thoroughbreds. Going into the winner's circle, Will Did It for Carlos Martin and Joey Martinez.
This horse hasn't won in 2 years and gets the job done here. Joey Martinez scraping the rail and getting the job done here in a $60.50 winner, where your next lowest price was 3-1. Perspective here, $350 was your highest pick 5 payout compared to the 4. The pick 5 went all the way up to, I want to say, close to 3,000, somewhere in that area. And the late pick 5 is now going to balloon.
7-year-old son of Medaglia Doro, well, Richie is standing by with his trainer, Carlos Martin.
Thanks, Maggie, and I'm here with Carlos. And Carlos, this horse surprised the betting public. Did it surprise you?
I mean, he's always had a lot of talent, this horse. When we got him from Gary a while back, he looked like he had a little throat issue, and Peter was gracious enough to let Dr. Descharme at Ruffian, who does an excellent job, probably the best throat guy in the world, do a procedure. And I'm glad the horse, I'm happy for the horse. It's been a long road to get him back in the winner's circle.
Well, and he really worked out a good trip, saving ground when the 2-horse Swiping Dan made that crazy move around the turn. It kind of helped set things up for you.
Joey is a really good young rider. I mean, I've only ridden him a few times lately in the last few months. Peter really believes in him, and his grandmother works with the therapies and everything. She's great. Diane Frisco, she used to be a trainer for many years. So it's a good team, and Joey has come out in the mornings and gotten on a lot of these horses, and now he's getting an opportunity to ride. So I'm happy for him, really.
Well, you've never been bashful about giving a young rider a chance, and rewarded here. Come Dancing, I thought, even though she hooked a bear last time, a little bit of a subpar effort for her, even though she ran well. What do you do with her from here?
I think the Ballerina would be a great spot for her. You know, she's such a talented filly. I mean, we were so disappointed to get beat, but when you look at it, you got beat by a champion in Midnight Bijou, who's 8 for 8, you know, who made $3 million. So we took our licks that day. We'll regroup. We ran 7/8 off the layoff in 1:14. It was a hell of a buyer, and she can get a little light on me. Then she had the great race in the Ruffian. And the time off, every time we've given her a couple of months in between races, she really, really fires a big shot. So we decided to see if we can win the Grade 1 Ballerina and open some possibilities. You know, the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint is a great race, and we'll play it by ear. I'm not saying we would necessarily never go back and try the Distaff division, but I think the Ballerina is a really great next step for her at Saratoga.
Thanks for taking the time. Congratulations. And guys, as if we don't have enough to look forward to in Saratoga, we got Come Dancing in the Ballerina.
Love the turn back to the 7 furlongs. And Joey Martinez aboard this horse, Paul. He started his bug last fall here, got rolling, and then in the middle of it got face slammed by a horse, broke his jaw, which kind of messed up his momentum. So nice to see him getting back on track with a winner here.
No, it is. A lot of the younger riders starting to win. I know we're talking about Heeman probably wanted that ride back, but he had a couple wins the other day. He's been riding a lot better. So a lot of the bug boys, a lot of the young kids getting some W's at this meet. But not this race. This is a big boy pant race. As you look, all the top 5 riders at the meet riding in this race.
Looking forward to that one, and looking forward to race number 2 over at Churchill Downs. Well, the last time we saw this heavy favorite, Mr. Misunderstood, he was winning the Grade 3 River City Handicap. We'll see if he can keep that perfect 4-for-4 record at Churchill Downs intact. Stay tuned.
Runhappy is simply super. He polishes off an outstanding campaign with a dominant victory in the Malibu.
No medication, no problem. Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Grade 1 winner Lee traveled the world competing against the best of his generation. A graded stakes winner on both dirt and turf, he set a new track record in the Grade 1 Don Handicap and retired with earnings of more than $2.3 million. With yearlings bringing up to $650,000 and his first crop 2-year-old selling up to $430,000, the sky is the limit for this promising young stallion. Lee, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. We're preparing for this race at Belmont on the turf, but over at Churchill, we're on the turf as well. We're going a mile and 1/8 in both of our upcoming races here on the show, and it is a comeback for Mr. Misunderstood, Paul, as he is 4-for-4 on the Churchill Downs turf. He loves it there, but he has to overcome the layoff.
Yeah, he's a win machine too, right? 12 for 21 lifetime. But you're right, he has to come overcome a layoff since November of last year. And a stablemate right to his outside, the 7-year-old gelding by Midshipman, is probably going to be the horse they're going to have to catch with the scratch of the 5 and the 7 in here.
And when they met each other, Big Changes, well, he ran second to his stablemate, and Big Changes is no slouch whatsoever. He's going to look to have that early lead. I do think he gets a little bit of pace pressure from number 4, Fact Finding, a new gelding for Charlie Lopresti, coming off of a long layoff, nearly a year. But we kick things off with number 1, Shig McGahee sends out Profiteer with Tyler Bays in the irons.
Yeah, confusing race on May 2nd in the opening verse. Just didn't run at all, but had a bad beginning. So maybe better beginning today will result in a better result.
Will he go 5 for 5 at Churchill? Number 2 is Mr. Misunderstood. Brad Cox trains this one with Florent Giroux.
She's going to be tough. She likes this distance too. 2 for 4 at a mile and 1/8.
Big changes. The speedy one from the Brad Cox barn has a speedy rider in Shadden Bridgmahan.
We talk about Misunderstood likes to win races. So does Big Changes. He's 10 for 26 lifetime.
If you like the new gelding angle, well, you'll like the long shot number 4, Fact Finding.
This one from the Bart Evans barn comes here from Remington Park. Hasn't run since August. Sort of the wild card.
Tyler Gaffalione is aboard the outside runner in number 6, Solio from Mike Maker.
Yeah, this is a horse that has run some really good numbers at a mile and a half. I don't know at a mile and 1/8 that's too short. This horse run 2-mile races, but Maker and Gaffalione usually are very dangerous.
That's true. He's 0 for 3 at the distance, as we will check back in with Jonathan Kinchen, who is out there at beautiful Churchill Downs. On the other side of this break, you're watching America's Day at the Races. Stay tuned.
Whether you have Derby dreams or Midsummer Derby dreams, this is Tom Durkin to tell you a registered New York bred can take you there.
Diversify.
That New York bred Exact and the Whitney by multimillionaires Diversify and Mind Your Biscuits shows the kind of quality that allowed New York breds to earn more than $93 million on the world stage last year. On-track successes have spurred New York bred sales result. At the March OBS sale, Chestertown sold for $2 million. And this New York bred 2018 yearling brought $1 million at Saratoga. So get with the program at nybreds.com.
Coming on strong. Coming home. Wild About Star, shining big here in Berry 1.
Here's Bennett to stardom, making her papa proud. The Star Guitar filly.
Oh, why did I wrong?
Testing 1, 2. The Star Guitar filly leads Champagne Diva close to home. It's testing 1, 2.
Feel my love for you. Coming on strong.
So my name is Robbie Herzl. I'm the yearling manager here at Claiborne Farm, and we've got the first crop of Runhappies this year. Overall, I'm very, very pleased with them. So first we have a colt out of Rapid Repair. He's a really nice colt. Very happy with how he's come along as a yearling. So there was a lot of demand for the weanlings last year. They sold for over 6 times their stud fee, and we're really excited for the yearlings to come through the sales, and we're expecting big things from them.
Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 4 millionaires, including Claiborne Farm stallion Lee. Recent top runners include Cutting Humor, winner of the Grade 3 Sunland Park Derby, plus 3-time graded stakes winner Sharp Samurai, and international star Shamal Nibras. This year, his 2-year-olds have brought prices up to $310,000. First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
We're back on with you here at America's Day at the Races, and brought to you in part by our proud sponsors, Claiborne Farm, who have their hands all over this race number 2 coming up at Churchill Downs. Mr. Misunderstood, your current favorite. Well, they stood the grandsire, Arch, and then they also stand the sire of number 1, Profiteer in Warfront.
Pretty good 1-2 punch. Mr. Misunderstood is even money right now, and I know Jonathan's going to take a swing against.
Well, Jonathan, are you going to take a swing against Mr. Misunderstood?
Paul, you must not listen to my podcast. People make fun of me all the time for being a chalk-eating weasel. I like some chalk. I will tell you this. I'm just hopeful that I'm going to say his name right, because it's tripped me up about 7 times. Mr. Misunderstood. He's not really getting bet right, in my opinion. He should be a little bit shorter than this based on the form. I will tell you this, though. I think he's the most likely winner. The double will pay suggests that he's that. He's paying $2.60. The next closest will be $9.50. So I think maybe he'll take a little bit of late money here. The biggest concern that most horse players are going to have, Paul mentioned it, Maggie mentioned it, I mentioned it earlier, is the layoff. But the problem with this horse is that he's had 9 layoffs in his career of 42 days or more, and he's won all 8 of his first layoff races out of those 9. He ran second 1 time. So I don't think Brad Cox is going to be tricked about whether or not he's fit or not. I think this horse gets himself fit in the mornings, and I don't really predict that's going to be a problem. My biggest concern is the pace situation. He's tactical enough. He'll be forward. But Big Changes, I think, is one that makes a lot of sense here. He's tactical going 8.5 furlongs. At 9, he usually finds himself on the lead. He's always been in the money at Churchill Downs, so he obviously likes the turf course here. I think he'll be aggressively ridden, considering that the connections have 2 in here. The other horse I think that's interesting is Fact Finding. Talked about it earlier, the first time gelding. I have to at least give a mention to a horse that was spending a majority of his year in Texas. As a Texas kid myself, I have to at least say his name out loud to give Texas a shout-out. Mr. Misunderstood for me, just because I don't think the layoff's going to be a problem. But I got a little bit alive with Big Changes. I think he could get loose, could get brave. And like I said, the board, I thought Mr. Misunderstood, I told you he was going to trip me up. I thought he was going to be, 3 to 5, even maybe possibly shorter, just off of his resume. I'll use that one. Big Changes will give us a little bit of a scare at the top of the lane, and we'll see if Mr. Misunderstood will run him down. Back to you guys in New York.
Jonathan, don't worry. We've all tripped over that name, as we would never call you a chalk-eating weasel either.
No,
Dude,
never.
He's picked so many long shots as well.
I know, exactly. Long-range Toddy being one of those 80 to 1. But listen, the 2 Mr. Misunderstood is in good form. You mentioned 4 for 4 over the racetrack, likes it. Big Changes, the other one for Brad Cox. I would think going to be a target. I like the 6, to be honest with you, to maybe split those 2 horses. So.
You're not worried about the distance?
Yeah, maybe a little bit, but I like 2.6.
I mean, it's not often you say 1 1/8 is too short.
I just think that it's such a small field. Sometimes horses coming out of longer distance races have the best kick home, and that's what might end up happening here.
I couldn't disagree with you there. It's a really interesting field as they are loading up, so that means we will throw it out to track announcer Travis Stone with the call. Can Mr. Misunderstood take it home for Brad Cox to secure that early double?
They're in the gate, and they're off. Good beginning for Big Changes right to the front. Fact Finding on the outside comes on. Solio's away 3rd while in the clear. Mr. Misunderstood and a bit of traffic in the early stages as Profiteer settles in at the rail. The 5 of them tightly packed by us for the first time. Big Changes on the inside with just a narrow lead. Fact Finding is right there. Mr. Misunderstood pokes up on through to be 3rd. Solio 4th and Profiteer inside 5th on the first turn. So it is Big Changes setting the pace, and it's a moderate pace, leads by just more than a length. Fact Finding tracking on the outside in 2nd. Mr. Misunderstood continues on in some traffic, while 3rd. Profiteer saved all sorts of ground at 4th. Solio remains in the clear 5th. The opening quarter mile is on the board in 23 and 1/5 seconds. It's a tight pack moving right along down the backstretch run. And Big Changes shows the way still. Fact Finding continues to wait while 2nd. Solio inching forward on the far outside of Mr. Misunderstood. Profiteers down inside. Positions unchanged. They move for the far turn. Fact Finding getting a little bit closer now to Big Changes. Big Changes on the inside. Fact Finding right alongside. Mr. Misunderstood needs to find a way out. Solio trying to keep him pinned down toward the rail, but Mr. Misunderstood is winding up with a 3-wide bid. Profiteer's been left behind. At the top of the stretch, Fact Finding to the attack. Big Changes has to respond. Mr. Misunderstood summoned up for more speed. Center of the track, still 3rd with 1 furlong to go. It's Fact Finding in front. Big Changes re-rallies down inside. Solio's trying to grab 3rd. Mr. Misunderstood is down inside. Down to the finish. Big Changes and Fact Finding. Fact Finding, Big Changes, ding-dong battle. Big Changes might have got the nose down and a re-rally to win it. Fact Finding right there. Mr. Misunderstood has to check in 3rd.
Tight finish here, Paulie, as it was a head bob all the way down to the line on the inside. The other Brad Cox horse, Big Changes, seemed to have his nose down first. Yep, held off the fresh new gelding in number 4, Fact Finding, and really no excuse for the big favorite in Mr. Misunderstood.
No, not at all. They actually didn't go very, very fast on the front end, but it was a challenge. And down the lane when Big Changes, and actually Fact Finding put his head in front. The newly gelded son the factor. And Julian Leperoux took the lead about right here, but you can see he got him to switch leads in left-handed urging from Sean Bridgman. And the son of midshipman, the 7-year-old, we talked like he loves to win races, and this is his 11th win. And you're right, the favorite just didn't have any punch. These two horses just came home.
They controlled it up on the front end, too. You know, when you watch the race, they were so compact that it didn't feel like they were going as fast as they were, but they were some dominating fractions, and I think they just kind of ran everybody off their feet, if you will, and nobody could really kick at the end.
Yeah, you're right. They went 111 and change, 112, finished up at 149 flat, and yes, 3-4-2-6 unofficial. So 9-2 on big changes. Good call by Jonathan.
Race number 6, they are in the paddock while making their way trackside, as it's an optional allowance, 1 1/8 on the inner turf course. And on the outside, people gravitating to horse stepping up in class a bit and looking for her 2nd win in a row. That's number 8, Call Me Kayla, because I think people paid attention to yesterday and we saw Speed dominating, and she looks like she's alone out there.
Yeah, Speed on the turf yesterday was 4 for 5. We had one horse come from off the pace. Whiskey Into Wine, I think that was the name of the horse.
Whiskey Is My Wine.
Whiskey Is My Wine. All the other horses, even the horse in the last race, went gate to wire. Call Me Kayla is going to have the lead for as long as she wants. But can she go the 1 1/8 is going to be the key. And
right.
How slowly can Luis Saez, you know, keep her speed in control. And that's why she's the favorite at 9-5.
Yeah, exactly. I think we're going to see number 3, Creasy, possibly kick off our post parade here as we're watching horses come through the tunnel. So beautiful here at Belmont. As Creasy, she will break from post 2. She's coming out of a New York bred stake for Dave Donk and Jose Ortiz. First time trying this distance.
Yeah, but you know what? She loves this race course. That's why she's 2-1. And Jose Ortiz, when he gets aboard, they're usually very live.
Number 1 is the French-bred Zarmella, making her first start in the country for Christophe Clement and Joel Rosario.
Yeah, really a tough read here, but a 9-2, worth a shot with Rosario the way he's riding. And Clement's horse has been running well of late.
He always heats up this last month at Belmont. His number 4 is So Charming, coming out of the Mike Matz barn with Irad Ortiz aboard.
I know 1 for 13 lifetime, but 2 races here at Belmont have both been pretty sharp.
Do agree with you there, as the 3-year-old stepping up against elder horses for the first time is number 7, Repatriated Gem for Mike Stidham and Javier Castellano.
You know, 2 back, 1 on a sloppy racetrack, ran well at Tampa, then came here at Belmont, ran well. So 3 different racetracks, 3 different surfaces. I think a player.
Well, a lot of people, well, all the other horses in this field will be staring at the rear ends of number 8, Call Me Kayla, and Luis Saez, as Mike Maker looks to get this 4-year-old filly to the winner's circle again.
Yeah, and you talk about Luis Saez getting aboard. Kendrick Carmouche has been aboard. Raylu Gutierrez, Benji Hernandez, Tyler Gaffalone, Louis Reyes. A lot of riders have ridden Call Me Kayla. She's got one way to go, and she's going to go to the front end. Catch me if you can today.
Well, number 3, Creasy, deserves the attention I think she's getting in here. She had a bit of a troubled trip last time. Yes, the 1 1/8 is going to be a big question as we check out her performance in the mile distance Mount Vernon Stakes. She was stuck down on the inside. Jose had to wait a bit to get finally clear, and she came with her run, Paul.
No, she did. You can see right here, he doesn't know really what to do. Was he going to cut inside to outside? When he got her to the outside, she starts to run on a little bit here, more of a grind, which makes me believe that she'll actually like the 1 1/8. You look at her other mile in the 16th race, she did win at Belmont over a good turf course, so it's probably been a little bit more demanding than the one that she's going to run over today. I know a 1 1/8 might be her scope, but she loves Belmont, and that's the one thing that she has in her corner over this group.
I'm just actually a little bit afraid that she is a horse that more or less has a bit of a quick burst. And, you know, you time that right going those mile races, you get a little bit of that hotter pace to close into. We'll see if she is a true grinder, as she will try this 9 furlongs for the first time. But we want to check in with Richard Migliore, who is standing by trackside and has had a view of these horses leading up to race number 6.
Yeah, Maggie, it's brilliantly sunshiny and warm down here, and the horses look great. Just a good-looking group in general. The 1 horse, Zarmella, making her first start in the country for owner Robert Masiello, trainer Christophe Clement. I mean, she's got a look. Big, scopy, rangy mare, healthy, dappled out. Talked to Christophe about her. He says that she's a bit one pace. He actually thinks she's going to be better going further, probably looking for something like a 1 3/8 or even beyond in Saratoga, but thought this was a great place to get her started. And he told Joel Rosario he wanted her just in behind the speed. Don't give her too much to do because she's not going to quicken. She's going to grind. And I tell you, she looks good. She's fit and dappled out and making a really nice impression. And she gets a very advantageous post 1 with a very short run to this first turn on the inner turf course. The 3-horse Creasy, I think Creasy is the deserving favorite here. She's a lukewarm favorite. You know, look at the race she comes out of, 55, Munchkin money. She's not the most impressive filly to look at, kind of on the light side, not very big. Had earmuffs on. That's something that trainer Dave Donk likes to do. He says he feels like horses spook more from what they hear, not what they see, and it just has a calming effect. He took them off of her after she was saddled, heading out to the racetrack. But one thing I did like about Creasy, and Maggie, you'll understand exactly what I mean. Once the tack got on her, she kind of puffed up a little bit. She looked bigger to me than she did without the tack on, and I like that. I think horses that are competitive really kind of rise to the occasion, and that's what I was seeing with her. Albeit, I agree with you, the 1 1/8 is certainly a question with her. And the 4-horse, So Charming, just couldn't look healthier. Dappled out, head to toe, dapples on top of her ears, Maggie. Really, really good-looking filly, and by English Channel that just really caught my eye. I mean, she's not the most accomplished, obviously, on the racetrack, but just from a physical perspective, her health was in very good order. Interesting about the 8, who's taking a lot of money and is probably the controlling speed of this affair. Kind of ringing her tail when she went by me, and I don't know if that's normal for her. Even now she left the pony, you can see her once in a while she flags her tail, and I don't know, again, if that's normal for her, that's fine. If not, you know, you hope that she's not in season or something that's just bothering her. You might have a little more insight into that, Maggie.
Well, Meg, she is a little bit of a funny filly. I've noticed her doing that in the paddock before. So it does concern me that it's continued out on the racetrack a little bit. I don't think it's beyond her kind of characteristic to be that way, Paul. But I do agree with Meg. So Charming is probably the best looking English Channel mare I've ever seen. And as far as Creasy goes, it's funny he brought that up as far as getting the tack on her. Because one time I wrote in my notes that she really thrives on racing. So she's just a very competitive type, despite being a bit diminutive in size.
Yeah, so sometimes it doesn't mean how big you are. It just shows you the heart that she has. And, like, she's run against the best horse in here. Look, she lost to Munchkin Money, who came back to win with a little bit of trouble. 55 is a nice horse. She's running against the better horses in here. As you see, the pick bar a little bit different everywhere. And this is a wide open race. It really is. Call me Kill. I'm hoping that Louis Saz can hang on for dear life and try to get the 1 1/8. It's going to be very interesting who sits in that chase spot in here. Is it Creasy? And where does the European horse sit? The 1. That's the X factor, is Armello, because Clement rolling, like you always said, he always gets really hot right before Saratoga. Debuts with Lasix, and the hottest rider right now besides Saez is Rosario. So the connections are pointing towards the 1, and you're getting 9-2.
The problem I had with her, I love everything you said about her, but 3 back, she faced stablemate, well, now stablemate Chipolata. Chipolata's fine, but she was well beaten by her. And then you go back 4 back when she broke her maiden at a track I'm not familiar with. St. Malo, don't see too many horses coming here from there. And then I tried to look up the horses that she ran against, and I couldn't even find them on Racing Post. So I don't know how talented she is. She might fit here. She may have needed Lasix. She may appreciate the firm going. But 2, like Christophe hinted at, she might need more ground as well. But I think you're right. Creasy sits kind of that stalking trip, and Repatriated Gem taking quite a bit of money. The 3-year-old stepping up. I thought she ran well last time, but she's really going to have to step up her game facing older horses. We'll throw it up to Larry Collmus, who has the call here of race number 6 at Belmont Park.
And here comes Kayla, Call Me Kayla, up to the outside stall to complete the line, and they're all in line. They're off. So Charming comes out well. Zarmella's up and on the pace too, and on the outside, there goes Call Me Kayla as they make their way into that turn. And Call Me Kayla's going to grab the front with Zarmella right behind her. And then it's So Charming, followed by Creasy, and Repatriated Gem was going up 3 wide on that turn. And she just went by So Charming and Creasy, and now she's going by Zarmella, and she's heading up and after Call Me Kayla. So onto the backstretch they go, and Call Me Kayla's lead 3/4 of a length. Repatriated Gem, an early move up into second, past a 24.91 quarter. And then it's Zarmella third on the inside, So Charming alongside of her, and then Creasy the trailer. So it's 4 lengths from top to bottom as they continue their journey up the backstretch, where Luis Saez and Call Me Kayla dictate the pace from Repatriated Gem 3/4 of a length behind her, continuing up the backstretch. Creasy's moving now. Creasy, who was last, has now moved up on the outside, and now she pokes her head into second after a 50.31 half mile. And then it's Zarmella and So Charming trails 3.5 lengths from the front. So they make their way into the turn. Call Me Kayla, Repatriated Gem, is now a neck back on the outside. Creasy, who crept up to the leaders on the backstretch, is now backpedaled to third and is 2.5 lengths behind. And then it's Zarmella fourth on the inside, and at the back, So Charming is still 3.5 lengths from the front. So they make their way to the top of the stretch. Call Me Kayla, the leader, Repatriated Gem. Creasy comes up to them one more time, 3 wide at the top of the lane. And then Zarmella in behind the leaders, and So Charming set down on the far outside. Call Me Kayla to catch. Repatriated Gem runs at her. Creasy is next, and then So Charming on the far outside, who has found her best stride late. But Call Me Kayla's got it close to home, and it's Call Me Kayla to do it over So Charming. And then it was Repatriated Gem and Creasy.
Speed ever dangerous, especially when you have Mike Maker stretching one out on the turf.
Yeah, and look, on paper, you could just see that she was going to be the controlling speed. The turf course just playing towards that. Just the bottom line. There's just no passing zone. It looked like the 1 had a ton of horse. Zarmella ran dead last. And the 4 in here, So Charming, was the one that really only made up any ground in here. The 7 sort of just treading water in here. I think,
yeah, 4 over 7.
4 runs second.
And look, So Charming, she runs her race every time. I think she's in the best form of her life now as a 5-year-old, but she hates to win races. So again, she's going to have to settle with a close second this time around behind Call Me Kayla. 2 wins in a row for this Mike Maker trainee. Luis Saez, he did what he does best, and that's one get to the front end. But stay tuned. We are checking in with the Turf Triple Series as you are looking at DeMarchelier, winner of the Pennine Ridge, as he heads to the Belmont Derby. Cambier Park upsetting newspaper of record. Her stablemate, she's coming up in the Belmont Oaks. Stay tuned.
This is a colt by Runhappy out of Addison Run. We bred here at Montfort Hall. Well, he's a big, strong, good bone, big old hip on him. Moves really well, has that kind of big cat-like walk when he just relaxes and gets rolling up and down the lane.
Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farms.
Nominate now for the Thoroughbred Industry Employee Award.
Nomina hoy para los premios para los empleados que trabajan con caballos.
What are you waiting for? Why haven't you nominated yet?
Warfront, a leading sire on all surfaces and all fronts. His recent Grade 1 winners include Omaha Beach, Helmsman, Fog of War, Lancaster Bomber, and European champion U.S. Navy flag. Plus Preakness Stakes winner War of Will. And these recent group and graded winners. Sire of the highest price yearling sold in North America in 2018, this son of Danzig continues to dominate both on the track and in the sales ring. Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Runhappy. A beautiful evening on hand for our twilight card here at Belmont Park. as we also have great racing action from Churchill Downs. We'll get to their third race in just a bit, but we're celebrating the win here of number 8, Call Me Kayla, daughter of Quality Road, out of the Empire Maker mare, Lady Michaela. Louis Saez once again up for Mike Maker and Three Diamonds Farm.
Yeah, gate to wire fashion there. That pick 3 comes back. $362 if you're able to come up with those numbers, 4, 4, and 8. And that exacta was so charming. Not that bad, $13.20.
Standing by with winning rider is Richard Migliore.
Thanks, Maggie. Louis Saez. Louis, you were going so easy on the front end. What are you thinking when you're going on the backside and you're getting to control the race that way?
Well, man, I was, thinking a lot. Sometimes when you go slow like that, always somebody make an early move. But man, we was easy, and then when we came to the half a mile, then everybody started making a little move. But I had a lot of horse. When she came to the stretch, she just was rolling.
She really finished the deal. How difficult it is that you've never ridden this filly when you ride a horse the first time, especially in a situation where you go to the lead?
Well, I was watching the replays. I always try to see, how they've been running, and I taken away from the pony, and I feel like, I have horse, and she was perfect. Yeah.
Well, you're perfect because you do your homework as well. You seem to be very, very good out of the starting gate. Is there a key to that? Because it seems like you leave the gate, if not on top, near the lead all the time.
Well, I always try to see the race and see if the horse can have a chance, if they go to the lead sometime. And, I try to walk good, and sometimes I take it away from the pony, and the horse getting more sharp, and the very good.
Louis, great job. Congratulations. Thank you. And guys, that's why he's as successful as he is. He prepares, he watches replays, and he really gets in tune with his horses. And I love when I see him take one away from the pony.
Thank you so much, Richard.
And he always has a smile on his face, one of the happiest and nicest young men that we have riding on this circuit.
No, he does. What happened to him in the first Saturday May is unfortunate because he is such a good kid and he's such a great rider. And that race was over. After what we saw yesterday, he was able to get away with 50 for a half. And that's why Call Me Kayla kicked home. So kudos to him. Great job by him. And kudos to Three Diamonds Farm as your favorite will start off your late pick 4. But I don't know if he's going to play as your favorite or she's going to play as your favorite. She was 4-1 on the morning line.
7-2 feels like a big price right now on Canarsie Kid as we just opened up with 22 minutes to post. But also taking some money, oddly, as number 8, Manifest Destiny, Indian Guide. I mean, that horse has some decent races on the turf as he returns to it, but they're going longer.
Yeah, they are going longer. And just to me, a horse like Indian Guide has been on the turf 25 times, but hasn't been on it since July of last year. That was going 1 mile and 16. This horse comes from way out of it. I don't know how the heck that horse is going to make that much ground up this turf course, but somebody made the bet.
Exactly. But Canarsie Kid with Kendrick Carmucha aboard, he looks like the speed and the most confirmed and talented turf sprinter that we have in this field, as we will check in over at Churchill Downs. Their third race is on the track as we will take a look at the field here, get a post parade momentarily. Going 1 mile on the main track are the fillies and mares in this optional allowance, and we will kick things off with Secret Trick from Mike Lauer and Jack Gilligan.
Yeah, winner 2 back for $5,000 at Churchill Downs. Now going to try a little bit tougher after a decent run last time at this condition.
Miss Shawan will go out of position number 2, coming in off the back of a win for Barry King.
Last seen winning right before New Year's at Turfway Park for Barry King, like you were talking about. This one, big long shot.
Luch is in the house with number 3, Native Wahoo and Anthony Cordarolo.
Yeah, Anthony Cordarolo is main guy. This horse at least showed some speed last time out with the blinkers added.
Here's your favorite, Color Me Pretty, going out of the George Leonard barn, turf to dirt.
Yeah, some good races to go back to. The last race was at Indiana Downs on the turf, but the races I was talking about are some dirt races way back when in November of last year.
One of my favorite racetrack characters, Meryl Sharrow, sends out number 5, Missing Air and Sean Bridgman.
Yeah, that is so true. This is probably the most honest mare in here by far.
Number 6 is Baba Knows Everything with Robertina Diodoro and David Cohen looking to get things underway at Churchill.
Yeah, he's starting to. I think this filly might run today. She likes Churchill. She probably needed that last race, and she had a bad beginning.
Not going to lie, this name scared me, but number 7 is Myosotis Mystique.
Better you said it than I say it. Slow bid last time. Slow start last time. Decent bid. Going a distance of ground. I really don't like these type of closers, so I'm not going to say her name again.
Randy Morse has had a trying year as he's first off the claim with number 8, Big Blue Magic.
Honest horse at the claim box, too. Everybody seems to claim her, but she likes to win races. That's why she's 6 for 17. Never been off the board at Churchill.
Well, stay tuned. America's Day at the Races is coming back. Greg Wolf jumps back on set here. We'll check in with Jonathan Kinchen. Stay tuned.
Tom Durkin letting you know New York breds start with an advantage. At the sales, buyers pay up to 7 figures. And there's over $2 million in stakes money limited to New York sired horses in the New York Stallion Stakes Series, like the Park Avenue for 3-year-old fillies.
Newly minted wins it for fun.
For fun and money. The winner's share generates an additional $55,000 from the New York Breeding Fund.
Funny Guys gonna do it.
Funny Guys win in the Times Square division generates the same money. So get with the program at nybreds.com.
This successful son of A.P. Indy has sired 6 millionaires, including Eclipse champion West Coast. This year, Flatter is adding even more stakes winners to his outstanding record at stud. In the auction ring, Flatter topped the 2018 Fasig-Tipton July sale with a $520,000 yearling. And this year, his juveniles have sold up to $375,000. Success on the track, success in the ring. Flatter, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
So my name is Robbie Herzl. I'm the yearling manager here at Claiborne Farm, and we've got the first crop of Runhappies this year. Overall, I'm very, very pleased with them. So we have a colt out of Queen of America. He's really nice, looks just like his dad. Very pleased with how he's coming along. So there was a lot of demand for the weanlings last year. They sold for over 6 times their stud fee, and we're really excited for the yearlings to come through the sales, and we're expecting big things from them.
Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back on America's Day at the Races, Greg Wolf back in for Maggie Wolfendale. She'll be joining us back reporting in just a little bit out here at Belmont Park as you get a live look there at Churchill Downs, the side of the Kentucky Derby. We have Jonathan Kinchen on site. We're going to get to the third race coming up in a few moments alongside 4-time Major League All-Star Paul LoDuca. And we got back here at Belmont, of course, our big races coming up. We saw Lone Speed on this turf course continuing to do well.
Yeah, and listen, we had a blow-up type of horse, a $60 horse in a 5-horse field where the next shortest horse was 3-1, almost like a 99-1 shot. That basically anchored the early pick 5, started the late pick 5. So hopefully you all that race, and hopefully you were live in everything because it made everything blow up big time.
In the meantime, we'll get back here to Belmont in a moment. We're going to send it back out to Churchill Downs. Check in with Jonathan Kinchen.
Wolfie, one of my favorite races at Churchill Downs, the one-turn mile. Okay, Belmont has a one-turn mile, Laurel, Gulfstream. Not very many racetracks in the U.S. have the one-turn mile. It's a nice mixture of speed, stamina. I enjoy these races a lot. The horse I like here is 5-1 on the board, Myosotis Mystique. Thought that horse made a lot of sense in here. It's 4 for 11 here at Churchill Downs. I think the added distance is something that this filly will probably appreciate. Last time was wide, closing into a slow pace. I love horses that are closing into slow paces. It's kind of a hidden trip. You know, everyone sees when a horse steadies off of heels. Everyone sees when a horse misses the break, has trouble in the stretch, pace meltdowns. I think one of the things that kind of gets hidden sometimes for handicappers and horse players is horses that are closing into slow paces. I don't want to say it was a crawl last time, but it was an average pace at best. And I think that this filly could turn the tables here. John Court has won on her before. He's back on her today, so knows a little bit about her. One concern I have is that she has broken slowly a few times. And I'm hoping that the veteran in John Court can look down at the PPs, and he's been on her before, understands that, and will get her into the race a little bit and be ready for that when they load into the gate. So keep an eye on the 7, if she breaks or not. If she breaks, I think she's going to be tough. But she's 5-1 on the board right now. The 5, Miznair, another one. The last 3 races fit. She was second to my top choice a couple of races back, so she obviously makes a little bit of sense. And then the 8, Big Blue Magic. When you're in Kentucky, anything with Big Blue in it, you got to always understand you're going to get a little bit over bet there. The hunch players will come out for this one. Even in Louisville, when you can see Cardinal Stadium right across the way, they'll still bet on a little Big Blue Magic. 5 of the last 8 races this horse was in, she was claimed. I always think when trainers are trying to claim them, there's something out there, and one of them will figure it out. Guys, back to you.
Jonathan, thanks. Yeah, she has been real popular in the claim box, and she's been visiting the winner's circle quite a bit as well. The 8, Big Blue Magic. She's won 3 of her last 4. She'll be the last in line. Here's the 3rd from Churchill. Let's go to Travis Stone.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Miznair from mid-pack bounces out on top. Color Me Pretty showing some speed, and down inside Native Wahoo comes on as well. Big Blue Magic not far behind, 4th and on the outside. Baba Knows Everything comes away 5th. Myositis Mystique is 6th. Secret Trick inside 7th, and Miss Shahan is at the back, but it's a tight pack as they move out of the chute and onto the main track. Miznair with that good beginning shows the way. Holds on to a half-length advantage over Native Wahoo, who's second and inside. Big Blue Magic on the outside, up into the 3rd spot. Color Me Pretty back into 4th, but up close at that, only 2.5 lengths off the lead. Baba Knows Everything is in behind horses, running along in 5th. Myositis Mystique to that one's outside in 6th with 4 furlongs to go. Then it's Secret Trick and Miss Shahan at the back. Moving for the far turn, Miznair steps on it, builds a 2-length lead through a half mile and 46 1/5 seconds. So Miznair rounding the far turn in front, 3 furlongs out. Color Me Pretty now second, and coming after that lead, Myositis Mystique with a 3-wide blitz on the far outside up to be 3rd, and now she's closing in quickly. Native Wahoo's right in behind while 4th. Big Blue Magic is 5th, top of the stretch. Color Me Pretty comes away with the lead. Myositis Mystique continues to roll up alongside, puts a nose in front, furlong to go. Myositis Mystique in front. Color Me Pretty's back into 2nd. Native Wahoo 3rd. Miznair and Miss Shahan 16th pole. Myositis Mystique has gone clear by 2. Final try, Native Wahoo. Myositis Mystique holds on to win it. The winner by a length on the wire. Native Wahoo was 2nd, Color Me Pretty was 3rd, and Miss Shahan 4th.
Myositis Mystique, that's 2 wins now. The last 3 starts in 5 for 12 at Churchill.
Yeah, good call again by Jonathan. Back-to-back W's. It was the shoes before, it must be the shirt today. 6-1 Gift as Ron Palucci's runner, the 3, taken off the pace. I thought a good ride by Channing Hill because he had to commit whether to go with the 5 Miznair, and he did. He conceded, and he just rode the rail. Then he swung the 3 back outside and made a nice little run to run a nice second, but you can't stop Jonathan Kinchen. You can only hope to contain him.
6-1, nice call here. Over 14-1, by the way, for your exacta in that 7-3-4-2 finish. John Court, Greg Foley team up on the 5-year-old mare by Haynesfield. We'll have those prices in just a little bit. Back here at Big Sandy, getting set for the 7th. Our 7th and 8th going to be very competitive races. This is a turf sprint, $25,000 claiming race, and you can make a case for pretty much anybody in this group. Right now, Canarsie Kid is your favorite, who was just 3rd against State Bred A other than.
Yeah, and I don't see anybody really breaking away from this group. Canarsie Kid might be the quick of the quick. He's 8 years old now. Neat little horse. Loves Belmont, too. 3 for 11 with 3 seconds and 2/3.
With more on the favorite, let's head downstairs to Richard Migliore.
Yeah, Greg, I was talking with trainer Michael Maselli, a guy that I also had the pleasure and privilege of riding with when we were both jockeys back in the day. And he would like to see Canarsie Kid on the lead. He feels like his fitness level is where he wants it to be. He's very happy with the way he's training. One of the reasons he put Kendrick Carmouche on this horse is because he wants this horse to flash his speed. And at 8 years old, like Paul said, you got to see if he still has that pep in his step. But I think these grass horses stick around longer because they get breaks. You know, the grass racing isn't year-round in New York, so they get a couple months to let Mother Nature do its thing and let them heal from any little aches and pains naturally. As athletes, they're all going to have some little, you know, aggravating things that they've got to deal with, and I think having extended periods of time is what leads to their longevity. So look for the 6, Canarsie Kid, to go. Speaking with trainer Bob Caceres on the 5, the horse right next door, the 10-year-old, by Tappet, Scout's Honor. He believes this horse is going to flash some speed too. He says, you know, for a 6-furlong turf sprint, he doesn't see like a monster amount of speed, and this horse is honest and he'll fight for it. So look for the 10-year-old Scout's Honor to be in very close proximity with the 8-year-old Canarsie Kid. The 4, Mission Command. The youngster as the 5-year-old in here is a horse that's going to have to, you know, make a run from off the pace. And I actually makes a nice impression here in the paddock. And I think this horse, if things were to heat up on the front end, you'd have to like a little bit. And then another 8-year-old in here that just looks really good in the paddock for the Bruce Levine barn, the 1A Indian Guide. Another horse that should be closing from off the pace and has compiled a good record on the turf, 4 wins, 2 seconds, 8/3 from 25 starts on the grass. And if, again, he's a horse that might be a little bit pace dependent, but interesting battle of the elders here.
Yeah, and the eldest of the elders is that Laurel Park Shippers, Scout's Honor, the 5 horse, the 10-year-old. But Mig mentioned the 4, 19-1 on the board, trained by Chad Summers. I actually like this horse in this race. This horse has efforts that fit right with your favorite. I mean, he was with Canarsie Kid. The last time we saw him on the turf, he ran second, beat a length to him with a 7-wide trip.
Yeah, I know. I can't believe 7 wide. That's the 7. I might be even wider than that, too, as well. So, yeah, I get what you're saying. I mean, 1 for 3 over this turf course, 3 for 16 lifetime, and he's got a punch too late. There's some prices to be had. I mean, we've already seen 1 balloon.
Post parade coming up, and another one taking money too, who we will get to. One who's not been on the turf for a long time on the outside. Used to be very good running on the turf. Had speed going longer, the 8 Manifest Destiny, but it's been a while since he has shown us that. Here's the 1A as we kick off our post parade. Indian Guide will break from post 5.
Yeah,
Bruce Levine.
Yeah, they tried to get him on the turf last time, and it was off the turf event. He ran a good second. He hasn't been on the turf since July of last year, but he does have 25 tries. He has history.
This horse gets the rail, trained by Ed Barker. This horse actually ran second to Big Handsome, a stakes winner on turf in the past in an allowance race.
2 starts ago, that race is pretty good at for 40 for Eddie Barker, so the 2's a player in here for sure.
Fire on Fire, 12-1. Faced Poshki last start, a former Grade 3 winner and a stakes winner on turf.
The cutback in distance from a mile to 6 furlongs just really hasn't worked at this meet, and this horse coming in from Suffolk.
Big long shot that Mig liked on looks, and I like on paper, Mission Command.
Yeah, going to be doing his racing upside down, so look for him late, sort of like Chad Summers' other good horse that he used to have.
Scout's Honor, the 10-year-old, comes in off back-to-back wins, including a win at 5.5 on turf.
You know, this horse is going to put himself in the game. It's got tactical speed, which is what you need on this race course right now. And like Mig always says, you love horses that win races. 9 for 31 lifetime.
Canarsie Kid, Kendrick Carmouche, speed rider aboard a horse with plenty of speed.
4 for 25 lifetime. 3 of them come here. He's got speed. Speed's good on this turf course, like I was just saying. Going to be tough.
This horse right here, the Crocheron Kid, he's going to be cutting back in distance 3 times in the past. He has cut back in distance on turf and won.
He's 0 for 17 the last 2 years, and he's 6-1. But your angle does hold true, and he's run some decent numbers. He's closed into some fast paces.
And here's Manifest Destiny again. Back in 2017, he had speed routing on turf, and he was a force. Not so much anymore.
Yeah, it's going to be hard. He needs to get back to that race 3 starts ago where he ran a good race, running a good 3rd-place finish. But he hasn't been on the turf in a long time, since November, where he was 50-1.
It's a very good betting race coming up in the 7th at Belmont Park. We'll get back to it in a moment. Back at Churchill Downs. Myositis Mystique back in the winner's circle for the second time. Last 3 starts for trainer Greg Foley with John Court aboard this time.
Yeah, congratulations to everybody involved. Mr. Martin, Mr. Delbring. This is a mare by Haynesville, a forestry mare. Luminaire Mystique, now 9 for 34 a lifetime. You talk about an ATM. She's 17 for 34 in the exacta with over 130,000 in the bank. Native Wahoo, like I said, I thought Channing Hill rode that horse perfect. $17 in the middle.
4th race starts at pick 5. $40,000 maiden claiming sprint at 3/4 of a mile, replete on the inside. Somehow favored right now. It's 12-1 morning line, 3-1 right now.
Yeah, this horse ran off last time and going on mile 16. Now Dallas Stewart is going to cut back. I get it, I understand, but that horse isn't going to be your favorite. When you look at this race, Super Terrific drawing in on the outside is the horse to beat, or the 10 Copper Fiddle. Those are the 2 horses that are going to be your favorites when they spring the latch.
Replete did run against Landeskog in a straight maiden race at Oaklawn. That's a nice runner.
Yeah.
So probably shouldn't have been that 12-1 morning line. Right now, nowhere near that. So we'll get back to that race in a little bit. We're 18 minutes away as we look at the Speedster with Kendrick Carmouche on board. And this was back on September 22nd. Actually came from a stalking position this day and nearly won.
Yeah, and yeah, Canarsie, that's the thing that makes him so dangerous in here, is that this running style right now is the way to win on this race course. You need to be on or right on somebody near the lead. Either you're dueling or not. We already saw 1 horse go gate to wire. We saw 4 out of 5 yesterday go gate to wire. You need to be up front. Now, is Canarsie Kid completely faster than everybody else there? No, not at all. He might have to work a little earlier.
We're going to take a break in the action. We know this rider likes to put him in position to be on the lead. Talking about the 6, Kendrick Carmouche on Canarsie Kid. We'll have this race for you when we come back. Stay tuned.
Eclipse champion Blaine was considered by many as the breakout stallion of 2018. His top runners included Grade 1 winner and Eclipse Award finalist Marley's Freedom, plus Grade 1 winner Fault, and graded stakes winners Morale, Beyond Blaine, Miss Kentucky, and Blaine. This year, his 2-year-olds have sold up to $700,000. Outstanding results, outstanding value. Blaine, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Nominate now for the Thoroughbred Industry Employee Award.
Nomina hoy para los premios para los empleados que trabajan con caballos.
What are you waiting for? Why haven't you nominated yet?
Runhappy was the fastest 3-year-old sprinter of his generation.
Runhappy is stamping his horses. And they all got great necks, great hind legs. They all got a good walk, and this colt moves very, very well. Very smart. He hasn't turned a hair since we had him. First day we turned him out, he was very, very gentle in his paddock and did everything right. He's got an exceptional pedigree.
Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2, MSG Plus, and other regional networks across the country. Good to have you with us. The rail horse in this 7th race here, this turf sprint coming up at Belmont. Have another 7-2 on the board. And you look at the last turf start, that was a couple starts back against the very, very speedy Spectralite, and there was no one running that horse down that day. That horse was all alone in the lead.
Spectralite, I was way off. Yeah, stumbled at the break and really ran well. I thought ran really well. Now, Heeman Arky's going to have to maybe push the bell from the beginning. I don't know. Like, you want to be towards the front end on the turf course, obviously. But do you want to, like, really kill yourself with Canarsie Kid? Because you know Canarsie Kid is going. I would think Fire on Fire, the 3 route speed isn't fast enough to go with horses like Scout's Honor and Canarsie Kid and maybe have another, you know?
And there's Fire on Fire. It's how much will Kendrick push and try and be aggressive? We know that's his game plan here, especially the way we've seen this turf course play. And, you know, in the past, that outside runner, he's shown even recently the ability to show pace, the outside runner. But when he was running on the turf, he was going in longer races where he was on the lead.
Yeah, he was on the lead.
But I wonder if he's close.
Yeah, that's interesting. And he's getting interesting play. I mean, when I looked at him, I'm like, okay, he's going to be 20-1. No, he's not. He's 10-1. There's some back numbers there that people are going to. But I tend to think that the 5 Scouts Honor at that price at 5-1 is a very good price.
The one to catch. Canarsie Kid, the 6 horse. Moving in line right now with Kendrick Carmouche. Let's send it upstairs. The call of race 7 here from Belmont Park, the voice of the Triple Crown, Larry Collmus.
The Crocheron Kid and Scout's Honor have moved in, and that leaves just Manifest Destiny to be the last one to come forward here. Right now, 5-2 odds on Canarsie Kid and Kendrick Carmouche, as Manifest Destiny is led to the outside stall here and steps forward and in. They're all in line. They're off. And it's Scout's Honor who had the best beginning. Mission Command on the inside, flashing some early foot. Canarsie Kid broke near the back of the pack and has been rushed up into 3rd now. Then the Crocheron Kid, Fire on Fire, followed by Have Another on the inside. Manifest Destiny is next. Indian Guide is the trailer racing for the far turn, where it is Scout's Honor leading the way and Canarsie Kid a length and 3/4 behind, a 22.44 quarter. Mission Command is 3rd on the inside. Fire on Fire 4th. The Crocheron Kid on the outside is 5th. Have Another rides the rail in 6th, 5 lengths from the front. Then Manifest Destiny and Indian Guide is the trailer as they make their way toward the top of the stretch. Scout's Honor turning for home in front, 1.5 lengths. Canarsie Kid is 2nd. Fire on Fire swings out there 3 wide. Mission Command rides the rail. And on the far outside, it's Have Another. It is still Scout's Honor trying to get another furlong. Have Another is closing on the outside. Mission Command comes through down toward the rail. Then Fire on Fire, and they're all coming down to the line, and it's Mission Command. Mission Command gets up and wins over Have Another at a big price of 20-1 here. And then it was Fire on Fire and Scout's Honor.
Mission Command up the fence at a monster number at 20-1. Ruben Silvera, Chad Summers.
Wow, this is going to really blow up the tote board here. 107 and change, and was loaded on the rail. You can see Ruben Silvera is just looking for a little bit of room as the speed just finally backs up on the turf course here, as your front runner is just sort of going to give it up here. The horse on the complete outside was your 2. We got to go back to the beginning because the 2 Have Another got off to a brutal beginning, but Mission Command's going to get the job done at 20-1.
107 and 3.
I know this turf course is just playing really, really fast. And Silvera always had a ton of horse. And here's the start. Let's go back to the start. Look at the 2. What happens with the 2 here when they open up the gate? Sort of just breaks slow and just breaks sort of to the rail, dead last, and
still ran huge.
Still ran huge, yeah. So look where the 4 is at right now. Just sitting in that cozy spot in 2nd, and Ruben Silvera does a good job. What does he do? He just sits and just creates his own trip and never really panics. He actually let the rail for a split second go away, shut that off from the 2, as the 2 tried to go up the rail, and he held his position, and that's why he won the race.
Here's at the top of the stretch, and at this point, taking the shortest way around the racetrack, you see the 2 really starting to kick into gear, widest of everybody right here. So that start certainly compromised his chances, but inside, Ruben Silvera hugging that fence and up in time for the win at 20-1.
Yeah, this is giant. You got a 20-1 shot. We got a $60 horse in a 5-horse field a little bit earlier in race number 5, so I would look for a pick 6 carryover, and we might be looking at an NYRA bet pick 5 carryover, considering this pick 3 was giant.
20-1, 4-2-3-5 finish in our feature race is still to come. We're looking at bikinis. Will make the second start of his career, but a big long shot here in the 7th at Belmont. We'll be back.
Mastery retired undefeated, winning his 4 starts by a combined 20 lengths. A 6-figure September sale purchase, he won impressively in his 2-year-old debut at Santa Anita. From there, he captured the Grade 3 Bob Hope Stakes and completed his juvenile campaign with a dominant performance in the Grade 1 Los Alamitos Futurity. At 3, the top-rated son of Candy Ride sizzled in the San Felipe. Now his much-anticipated first crop has arrived. Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
What could be better than standing 1 Triple Crown winner? Standing 2.
Here comes American Pharoah. Justified, turning for home in front. And American Pharoah has Justified. He's unstoppable. The 37-year wait is over. American Pharoah, Justified, has won the Triple Crown.
Coolmore, America, home of Triple Crown champions.
Runhappy is simply super. He polishes off an outstanding campaign with a dominant victory in the Malibu.
No medication, no problem. Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
We are back on America's Day at the Races at Churchill Downs. We have a post parade coming up for race 4. Starts the pick 5. A quick look at the odds. Look at that betting board.
Yeah, they're still going in on the 1, and you were talking about the company that he's kept. He's kept some really good company, but we thought that the early money was just fake, but it's not at all.
And here is Replete. So he actually dropped all the way down to 30,000, lowest he'd run at yet last start, speed, and he backed up to 5th.
Yeah, they put blinkers on him, and it's increased his speed. Now he needs to relax a little bit.
Young Luck Navarre, second-time starter for John Hancock, debuted for 20, maiden claiming.
Yeah, this one for Bull Hancock, like you were saying, been working well at the Pea Patch there at Ellis Park. Chantel Sutherland aboard.
Brian Williamson trains the 3 Kansas City Zip with Florent Giroux.
You know, this horse got some decent races at Oaklawn, sprinting and maiden special weight. This will be the all-time low, so not without a look.
Majors Vindication at 27-1, a firster.
Yeah,
shaking it up.
First of 3 first-time starters, and this one debuts with Lasix.
Here's a Shackelford firster for Danny Pish.
Yeah, this one will get with Edgar Morales aboard. Bullet Drill at Retama, been working at San Antonio before shipping.
17-1. Jack Gilligan rides Cuz I'm Happy for Jordan Blair.
This one by Pass Rush. Yeah, Pass Rush. If I'm not mistaken, won a key turf race.
KC against the World of Verrazano Colt for Greg Foley.
Yeah, first time out, didn't really show much for maiden 50.
13-1 on this one right here. Dropping it for a tag for the first time. Lee Ridge gets Lasix.
Yeah, blinkers last time didn't work. Now Lasix, see if that does the trick.
Written Permission, big price for Randy Morse, gelded.
Yeah, it was a big price first time out at 46-1, like you said. First time gelding and comes in with some decent drills.
9-2 on this one right here. Copper Fiddle into Mischief gelding, blinkers on, a 5-year-old.
Yeah, you would think his first race where he was second probably wins this race. That's why he's getting a little play here.
Here's our favorite, Slick Silver, Steve Asmussen. Make it start number 8 this afternoon.
Yeah, Asmussen trying to add to his meet leading in wins, 3-1. He's got his main man, Santana, on board.
And Butterhut, first-time starter on the outside, is out. Here's the 13 at 9-2.
That was almost a super terrific setup there, but I liked it. Super terrific. Got a shot in here, I think, for Paul McGee and Tyler Bays.
Yeah, Tyler Bays, we saw among the top 10 riders out there at the meet. 7-2, though. Terrific betting race coming up. Let's go to Jonathan Kinchen.
Paulie, you're halfway right. You said it was about the shirt, but Michael Jordan and Spike Lee said it best. It's all about the shoes. The shoes are what lead to the prices. We're going to try to get you another price here. I like the 3 Kansas City Zip, 10-1 on the board right now. Will Pay suggested that should probably stick pretty close. Was competitive when he was running for maiden special weight. Now, in the last race, was in a speed duel going 7, cutting back to 6. Love horses to get caught in speed duels going 7, cut back to 6. They were in for 7 because the trainers also obviously felt like they had a little bit of stamina about them. Now you get a little bit shorter. I'm a little bit concerned what's going to happen with the rail horse. I think the 3 Kansas City Zip could end up on the front end, but the rail is going to make a huge difference on that. And the way they're betting that horse, I would imagine he's a little bit live there. The 10 Copper Fiddler horse adding blinkers was pretty good in the first race, but the last one there was no excuse, which is awful. And so I'm not really sure where to go there. That one's 7-2 on the board. They're betting, but they don't know where to bet here. I don't know where to bet here. I think I have like 6 horses in the pick 5. It's a very tough race. The 11 Slick Survivor, back in 2018, this horse had some races that would absolutely win this race. So I understand why that horse is favored. Makes total sense. Ricardo Santana has never been out of the money when riding this horse. Makes a ton of sense there. But I'm going to go with the 3 Kansas City Zip. Like I said, I like horses that are going to be forwardly placed. They can have a little bit of finish about them, and he's obviously the right price. And here, it's all about the shirts, about the shoes. Let's try to cash these tickets. Fellas?
It's all about Kinchin's kicks. I like his style.
Yeah, I do too. Yellow, bold, doesn't care to be seen, and wants people to come up to him and ask him, who do you like? Because you know what? I'm going to give you a winner. That's what he looks like.
Confidence.
Breathing.
See what happens here. He's already given us a couple winners today, some numbers here. So he's going to go with the 3 in this race
I like the 3. I think the 3's got a big shot in here. Copper Fiddle, the 10, I thought had a shot. The 11 and the 13. If you're going to play the pick 5, which I did, I was 1, 3, 10, 11, 13 to get out of here. I think the 1 I did use. But Kansas City Zip, the races at Oakland, that one race in a maiden special weight race when the blinkers were on, he ran against 3 next out winners in that race. Then he ran against Nifty the time after that. He dropped for 75, which is basically a maiden special weight race anyway. Lost a Bourbon Challenge and didn't have a good start. The 3 here at 8-1 is live as can be.
Well, you got Kansas City Zip, and you got KC against the world, the 7.
Maybe that's
big number.
Ooh, maybe that's a hunch play, right?
Let's see. But with your favorite at 7-2, I mean, we talked about this a bunch before we even came on the air about how terrific this pick 5 sequence was today at Churchill.
Oh, it's insane.
Just race after race is so difficult. Did you see anywhere in this sequence where you could potentially narrow down?
I'll tell you what I did. I singled in the next race to 2. I'm not even going to pronounce the name. It's for Steve Asmussen, a horse that won first time out. A filly by Tappet. They paid $675,000. You want to take a chance to the name?
Demi Mondaine.
Okay.
$675,000 Tappet filly.
And here's the thing. She was 8-1 first time, so you know she's going to be better second time. So I singled her, knowing that Steve probably has her cranked a little bit more second time out.
Good luck. Pick 5, Churchill Downs. It starts right here. As they load up, it will be the 11. Slick Silver for Asmussen and Ricardo Santana Jr., the favorite on the drop down in class, the lowest level that he has ever run at, I should say. Quite a few taking a drop down in class. Puzzling race to kick things off. And the money really didn't go away from Replete. Still, I believe, was up there at 5-1.
It stayed there. Like I said, sometimes you'll get that early money, you think it's fake, and it's really not. Replete's getting honest, good money. Dallas Stewart's going to have a say in this pick 5. He's got another runner later in this card that's got to look.
He might have a say in the Breeders' Cup Classic too.
Yeah, Seeking the Soul might be trending in the right direction. You're right. Now the first-time starters, the 4, 5, and 6 are the ones that they're waiting on now, giving them a tiny bit of trouble. Looks like the 4 and 5 finally went in.
All right, let's send it out to Travis Stone. Here's the call, 4th from Churchill Downs.
Riders off Kansas City Zip. Now that one's been backed out. Waiting on Super Terrific. They're in the gate. And they're off. Copper Fiddle with a great start. 'Cause I'm Happy, flashing speed as well. Those two, 1-2, right off the mark. Major's Vindication comes on to be third. Replete advancing inside. Fourth, Casey Against World comes away fifth. Written Permission is back into sixth. Lon Shackelford mid-pack while seventh. Then it's Slick Silver running in eighth. And on the far outside, Lee Ridge is ninth. Kansas City Zip is 10th. Super Terrific 11th on the far outside. Young Lochinvar is the last of them all. Racing for the far turn. 'Cause I'm Happy comes on through to put a nose in front of Copper Fiddle, who's right back at it at the outside, and they're head and head for the lead. Replete is in behind, running along in third. They round the far turn. Copper Fiddle head to head with 'Cause I'm Happy. Replete pops outside from third, putting in a bid now. Here comes Replete, looming up on the far outside. Farther back in the field, late bid from Slick Silver, up to be fourth. They're off the turn. Copper Fiddle and Replete head and head with 3/16 to go, and Replete has rallied to the front. Just like that, Replete's in front by 2, now by 3. Copper Fiddle, Super Terrific boxing on with Slick Silver, but they're at the 16th pole, and Replete has kicked away by 5. Replete is gone. Replete wins it by 5 in the end. Slick Silver is second, Super Terrific and Copper Fiddle.
Early money was right with this one. Replete, Dallas Stewart, and Brian Hernandez Jr.
There was just no doubt about it. He didn't break very, very sharply. He broke okay, but rushed up right into the race. I looked at you and I'm like, wow, the money was right. He's going to win by a pole, and he did. He went around everybody like they were standing still. And what did he win this race by? 5-6 lengths? See, it's crazy. You got to look at the board sometimes, because this did not look like Replete was going to win this race like that on paper and at that price. And
7-2
crushed.
second choice on the board. Back at Belmont, 20-1 shot as this horse comes from off the pace with a fence ride from Ruben Silvera.
Yeah, congratulations to Ruben, who gave the other horse in one other race a great ride. It just got ripped. But Chad Summers, Blackjack Racing, Ruben Silvera, Mission Impossible. We've seen all these Mission Impossibles run on the turf out of out of the Tomorrow's Cat mare, Muffy. Just can't get over the breeder there, Margaret Carruthers, not related to Matt. By the way, that pick 3
have we seen a bigger one the entire meet?
$4,000 for your late pick 5. If the 2 looking at bikinis loses here, we could be looking at a pick 5 carryover.
Our feature race, $100,000 optional claimant event, 1 mile looking at bikinis. Brilliant first time out on a sloppy racetrack, sprinting as a 2-year-old. Let's send it downstairs. There is the big son of Looking at Lucky. Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale for a Paddock report.
Greg, and looking at bikinis, he has several questions to answer in only his second start. A, will he be able to stretch out successfully? B, will he handle a fast track? And C, can he overcome the layoff? Well, as far as that question is concerned, he definitely looks fit to me. Oh, and he did the same thing, that's funny, as a 2-year-old, as you just saw him kind of pop up in the air. Once he gets the saddle on, he kind of really comes alive, and he tends to kick up his heels. I actually wrote in my notes, a little bit naughty after he was saddled. So he's behaving the same as he was first time out. And as far as the mile stretch out, I actually like it more than going back to his debut at 6.5. He's physically more suited to this distance than going shorter. And it was kind of evident when you watch the replay, despite him making the lead that day, he was niggled at the entire way by Javier Castellano. So a horse that will likely have the same kind of speed here coming back, but gives me the impression impression that he could rate just off the pace, which that pace will be provided by number 5, Not That Brady. But let's check in with the 2 Todd Pletcher horses. Number 3 is Federal Case. Comes off a bit of a break after setting the pace in the Grade 3 Peter Pan. Now he's running for the $100,000 tag because he's gone 2 for 6 in his lifetime, whereas many of the other horses in here have only 1 win under their belt. And looking at Federal Case, I think the little break in racing and shipping around has done him well. He's carrying more weight and more flesh than what he did in that Peter Pan, so I appreciate that. And I think the 1-turn mile, as his form would suggest, is his ideal condition. Now number 4, Over Deliver, he'll try to stretch back out in distance. I like this horse given his last race, which was against older horses. I thought he was chasing very wide throughout, in which the winner that day, Articulator at Pimlico, got to control on the front end, on the inside. So I like that last race. My problem is that he's a little bit on the smaller, built downhill side, and that doesn't usually translate, especially when he's facing these big scopy horses as he is, to getting a mile. I respect him, but I just think he may come up a little bit short, though he is taking a lot of early money, Greg.
Maggie, thanks for that. We'll be back with a post parade when we return, looking at bikinis. Brilliant first time out. Now tackling winners in his 3-year-old debut for Chad Brown.
This is a colt by Runhappy out of Addison Run. We bred here at Montfort Hall. Well, he's a big, strong, good bone, big old hip on him. Moves really well. Has that kind of big cat-like walk when he just relaxes and gets rolling up and down the lane.
Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farms.
Nominate now for the Thoroughbred Industry Employee Award.
Nomina hoy para los premios para los empleados que trabajan con caballos.
What are you waiting for? Why haven't you nominated yet?
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 4 millionaires, including Claiborne Farm stallion Lee. Recent top runners include Cutting Humor, winner of the Grade 3 Sunland Park Derby, plus 3-time graded stakes winner Sharp Samurai, and international star Shamal Nibras. This year, his 2-year-olds have brought prices up to $310,000. First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back on America's Day at the Races, we have a post parade coming up for our feature race here at Belmont Park. A 1-turn mile ahead, and here's Family Biz. I'm joined with Richard Migliore. This one trained by Ed Barker, and Joe Bravo rides.
And his horse comes back first time gelding, has shown flashes of ability, and maybe they felt like he needed to focus a bit more. He will have to improve.
All eyes on looking at bikinis off that brilliant 2-year-old debut. This is start number 2.
He was brilliant that day, but that was in the slop. It was 6.5. He's stretching out, facing winners. There are some questions, but boy, was he impressive in debut.
Federal Case for Todd Pletcher. Jose Ortiz aboard. He's 1-2 today.
And a horse that comes out of the Peter Pan Global Campaign, Sir Winston, your Belmont winner, certainly a horse with a chance.
Over Deliver, another Todd Pletcher runner. He was second in the Pasco to Win, who set a track record that day.
And he was completely eliminated in Wood Memorial, put a line through that race. And a good run last time wide at Pimlico on Preakness Day.
There's Over Deliver in those Rapoli Stable Silks, Irad Ortiz Jr. So see if he continues his forward progression off that nice effort against entry-level allowance last start. Here's Not That Brady, winner of the Damon Runyon.
Real nice horse, New York bred. His main goal this summer is the New York Derby. Rudy Rodriguez says he doesn't need to win this, but the horse is doing well.
And on the outside, 17-1, 12th of Neverland, Ray Handel, Joel Rosario.
Seems to be an outsider, but these are one of those specials where Joel Rosario lets him drop out, run into his hands, and maybe makes a late run, picks up a piece.
3-year-olds, as we saw, a lot can change from earlier in this year. We got a few horses as we welcome Richard Migliore up top to the set. Good to have you up here. But a lot can change in terms of who were the better runners as 3-year-olds early in the year to now, and we saw quite a few of these on the Triple Crown Trail, but new faces emerge.
Well, everybody wants to try to have a horse that's going to make it to the Kentucky Derby or at least to the Triple Crown races, and sometimes it's people wanting to push their horses into it, and the ones that truly belong rise to the top. But horses change a great deal. Who's the best athlete going into high school is not always the best athlete coming out of high school, and I think that's a good analogy with these horses, kind of high school heading to college kind of players.
Well, looking at Bikinis, who knows what he could have been had he been ready to go. But we didn't see him again from his debut September 9th until now. So there's a look at him. In terms of him warming up and what you're seeing from him, what do you think?
Man, you watch a horse warm up like this, when they bow their head, get themselves so collected, not rank but strong, like the rider can't make any mistakes. He really looks sensational on the racetrack.
He is even money. Javier was aboard for that debut win. He's back aboard today as we look at Chad Brown off these type of layoffs and dirt sprint to route over the last 5 years. Seems to do pretty well, 30%.
I don't think there's much chink in Chad's armor. He just seems to do everything well.
Yes, he does. With more on this field, let's go downstairs to Maggie Wolfendale.
As you guys were talking about looking at Bikinis, I think the other horse that he's going to have to face towards the front end is Not That Brady. And Not That Brady is a horse that has shown his connections that he does not run at all unless he gets the front end. And we saw 3 back in the Withers just how determined they are to get this horse to the front end. Going 2 turns, they've broken the outside post. They circled the field around that far turn about 4 wide and made it to the lead. And he only got beat a head by Tax that day. And I mean, Not That Brady was passed and re-rallied. So he's very, very game when he's out on the front end. And he definitely had his game face on as he does come back off a bit of a break here for Rudy Rodriguez. And you can't really fault him. Besides that Gotham effort in which he didn't get the lead, going back to his Wood Memorial, I mean, he was involved in a pretty blistering pace that day and didn't run that badly at all. Now, he looks phenomenal here. I think he looks great coming back, but his main rival is number 2 looking at Bikinis. And what I've seen with these Chad Brown horses, he has horses at 3 different racetracks. Here, Saratoga, and Monmouth. And the horse is coming back off layoffs, coming from Monmouth because I think it's not quite as deep of a surface as here at Belmont, or even more so at Saratoga over the Oklahoma training track. A lot of them need a start just because they're not getting quite as much in their training as they would be over a deeper surface, especially when they have to come here and run over the dirt. So I love that looking at Bikinis, as much as I loathe that name, has been training up at Saratoga. And as Mig said, I think we all want to jump on his back. He looks so much fun to ride, and just giving Javier Castellano, I'm sure, so much confidence in this warm-up, because I couldn't agree more. He was moving spectacularly out on the racetrack and just full of energy, but that controlled energy that you like. I wasn't sure about him going into this race, but in the paddock and out on the track, he ticked every box for me, guys.
Maggie, thanks. I mean, no one with anything negative to say about this horse as he makes his return off the long layoff.
Now, he looked fabulous out on the racetrack. You can't fault him at all, and obviously super impressive last year.
Back at Churchill Downs in the 4th, replete. Gets the job done for trainer Dallas Stewart. Brian Hernandez Jr., owned by West Point Thoroughbreds.
And the horse really made a big run. You know, the turn back certainly made a big difference for him. And Dallas Stewart, we'll be seeing him in Saratoga.
We'll get to the 5th in a little bit. They're about 13 minutes away from the start. Did you ask me something?
No.
No, okay, good. I thought I missed it. Here's our selections from our analysts. Mig, JK agree, trying to score the upset here. With this horse over-deliver, the other Todd, well, 1 of 2 for Todd Pletcher.
Well, that was my selection before I watched the 2 warm up, and I'm not feeling quite as confident as I was before. But that being said, I think there's a lot of upside with over-deliver. I thought his last race was very, very good, and I think the mile's going to suit him. And you have to put a line through his Wood Memorial. He got completely wiped out in the first turn when he clipped heels, and he was just eliminated. And if that race isn't on his form, suddenly he looks a lot better.
Right next door in the starting gate, another Todd Bletcher runner, his stablemate, Federal Case, who won the first 2 starts of his career. Won his first for Rudolph Brissett, then he moved to Pletcher, and he won again.
Yeah, and this is a horse that, he's fairly well traveled, right? Keeneland, Gulfstream, then Charlestown to Belmont. Faced very, very tough last time. Global Campaign, I think, is one of the top 3-year-olds, and we'll see him as the second half of the year develops. I think he's going to be a major player. Sir Winston comes back to win the Belmont Stakes. So he comes out of a very live race where he set the pace. I think he's better stalking, and I think that's the trip he's going to get today.
Jose Ortiz looking for his 3rd winner on the card. As we look at Not That Brady, he was on the Triple Crown Trail for a while. He had a good second against Tax in the Withers. Tried the Gotham and the Wood, for that matter, and then he got a break.
Yeah, don't know what happened to him in the Gotham. I mean, it was just too bad to be true, and basically, essentially, he was eased. Set the pace in the Wood Memorial, beaten 6.5 lengths to Tacitus, who's one of the better 3-year-olds we have this year, runner-up in the Belmont Stakes. Not that Brady's a major player here.
Now, basically, all of these runners, with the exception of the 2, were on the Triple Crown Trail at some point this year. Can this horse, the 2, lacking the experience off the bench, stamp himself as a 3-year-old contender in this division? We're going to find out. This is start number 2 coming up. The 2 horse looking at bikinis, 4-5 favorite. Let's send it upstairs to Larry Collmus for the call.
Last one to come up here is 12th of Neverland. The long shot in the field taking the outside stall, and they're all in line. They're off. Over Deliver and Federal Case. Joined on the inside by Looking at Bikinis. It's these 3 out for the lead. Looking at Bikinis is going to take back and let the top 2 do it, but Not That Brady's going to join them now from the outside. And then it's back to 12th of Neverland and a good way last. Family Biz. Up the backstretch they go, and there goes Not That Brady on the outside to poke a neck in front of Federal Case. And now Over Deliver is side by side with Looking at Bikinis through a 22.77 quarter. 12th of Neverland is 5 from the front and 6 lengths clear of Family Biz. Not That Brady has taken charge as the field moves for the far turn. Not That Brady by a length and a half to Over Deliver Federal Case, and 12th of Neverland is circling up on the outside with a middle move at the half-mile pole. Looking at Bikinis, waits back there in 5th, 3 lengths from the front, and the trailer is Family Biz. 45.76 was the half. Not That Brady on top by a length and a half. 12th of Neverland on the outside, second. Over Deliver, 3rd under pressure from the rail. And now Looking at Bikinis is into 4th. Still with 3.5 lengths to make up, and Federal Case. They're coming toward the top of the stretch here. And 3/4 goes in 109.65 for Not That Brady, who's got a 2-length lead. And here comes the favorite on the outside. Looking at Bikinis has now moved up alongside, and Looking at Bikinis pokes ahead in front. Back into second is Not That Brady as they come down to the line. Looking at Bikinis comes back strong, wins at a 1/2 length. And there was Not That Brady second, followed by Over Deliver, and a photo between Federal Case and 12th of Neverland.
How professional was this effort in a 3-year-old debut of Looking at Bikinis, undefeated now?
He answered a lot of questions here looking at Bikinis. He dominated his first start wire to wire, and you knew he had ability, but when a horse has to do it in a different style, take dirt in his face, take back, basically show he can overcome some adversity. He showed he could throw a punch in his debut. He showed he could take a punch today. That's what a quality horse does.
4-5. Javier Castellano must have been awfully confident on this horse.
It looked like at one point he might have been climbing a bit from the kickback, but when he tipped into the outside, you could see the instant change. His head dropped, he got into a good rhythm, and he won by a 1/2 length, but a little bit easier than maybe the margin of victory would tell.
4-5 in the end. Looking at Bikinis. Can't wait to see his next start, where that may be. Beats a good field here. We'll be back with the prices. Set up the 9th next.
So my name is Robbie Herzl. I'm the yearly manager here at Claiborne Farm, and we've got the first crop of Runhappies this year. Overall, I'm very, very pleased with them. So first we have a colt out of Rapid Repair. He's a really nice colt. Very happy with how he's come along as a yearling. So there was a lot of demand for the weanlings last year. They sold for over 6 times their stud fee, and we're really excited for the yearlings to come through the sales, and we're expecting big things from them.
Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Whether you have Derby dreams or Midsummer Derby dreams, this is Tom Durkin to tell you a registered New York bred can take you there. That New York bred Exact and the Whitney by multimillionaires Diversify and Mind Your Biscuits shows the kind of quality that allowed New York breds to earn more than $93 million on the world stage last year. On-track successes have spurred New York bred sales result. At the March OBS sale, Chestertown sold for $2 million. And this New York bred 2018 yearling brought $1 million at Saratoga. So get with the program at nybreds.com.
Kentucky Derby winner Orb. On the track, his runners have scored on both dirt and turf, including multiple stakes winner Autumn Warrior and Sipacan Harbor, winner of the Grade 1 Spinaway Stakes at Saratoga. On the track, Orb continues to add winners. And in the sales ring, his 2-year-olds have sold up to $250,000 in 2019. Classic winner, classic pedigree, or standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Back on America's Day at the Races, and this is the star on the rise. Looking at Bikini's a perfect 2 for 2. Wins the debut back in September and beats a much more experienced field here in his second start.
And what I really like about it, Greg, is that he was in behind horses. He had a rate between, not the most comfortable position. Then when the kickback started hitting him in the face, the dirt thrown back by the front horses, he climbed a little bit. Javier had to kind of back out enough to get to the outside. A little bit of a middle move on the outside by Joel Rosario on the 6th, 12th of Neverland, kind of helped spread them out. But once he got to the clear, he dropped his head, got in a good rhythm. I think he showed all of his quality today. Not only is he talented, but he's got quality, and there's a lot to be said for that.
$3.80 in the win. Looking at Bikini's the winner for Chad Brown, Long Lake Stable, Matacat Stables, and Javier Castellano has been aboard for both victories. Let's go downstairs as we take a look at the prices there. $3.80 on the win, 2.54 finish. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
Javier Castellano, and Javier, looking at Bikini's undefeated, comes back off that long layoff. We saw a totally different trip this time around, though.
Our purpose today, and my plan is try to cover up a little bit. The last time I went to the lead, I don't want to put in the lead today because I feel like a lot of speed in the race today. Let me teach you something different today, develop the horse, and I think I'm able to do that today. He broke out of the gate, but I think the way I handicap the race, more horses, couple horses got more speed. They are my horse, he does, and I think I try to cover up a little bit and let him come on running. And the way he did it, I think it's phenomenal. I think it's going to be a nice horse in the future.
I was going to say, once he got clear of the dirt, he really leveled off and got into his stride. He certainly handled the mile.
Absolutely, Maggie. I think the more distance, the better. And the way he raced today is beautiful. I like to see John horse develop it. That way he did it today behind the horse, let him get through and get there a little there in the face. I think he started get used to a little bit, and the way he finished phenomenal.
Well, Javier, congratulations. Job well done with a nice horse.
Thank you.
All right, guys, looking at Bikini's, could we see stakes in his future in his next start?
I would think so. Meg and I were just talking about this as we threw it downstairs to Maggie. Now, what point, we know the race that Chad Brown covets more than any other race. It's not the Kentucky Derby. It is the Travers Stakes. He's from Mechanicville, very close to Saratoga. He's coveted that race forever. The Curlin, though, it comes up too soon, doesn't it?
It feels like he might not have quite enough time to fit in another race, which he would need to I think, to get to the Travers. Maybe for him, the Pennsylvania Derby becomes his next goal. And then, we go from there. Chad has some other interesting second half of the year 3-year-olds like Highest Honors.
We're at Churchill. Here's Joe Marie in this 1 mile allowance optional claiming race. That one for Jinx Fires. And here's Demi Mundane, Steve Asmussen at 4-1.
Yeah, 1 for 1, came from off the pace on debut and turns back a little bit in distance.
Karina, 24-1, comes in off a win for Pat Huffman.
Comes in off a win against Easier, steps up in class.
Social Circle, 16-1. Phil Sims runner.
Horse that possesses, I think, the most speed and could be in a controlling position.
Agie's Cat is the 5. Sean Bridgemahan for Michael Campbell.
Comes off a good race on synthetic at Arlington. Don't know that the dirt form translates to this field.
Net is the 6 at 25-1. 3 lengths score at Indiana last start for Rusty Arnold.
Yeah, had to go to Indiana to break his maiden. A little bit light on the buyer figures as well.
Faced Dunbar Road for Chad Browner. We're going to see in the Mother Goose prior to that race this weekend. Grandeza, Dallas Stewart runner, comes in off a win.
And Dallas Stewart, we saw him win the last race, having a really good meet at Churchill, and this horse looks like she's very solid.
Korea Tyler Bays rides for Phil D'Amato and showed speed last start on the turf.
On the turf, comes back to the dirt a mile, but has shown speed on the dirt as well in the past.
Kincay, 5-1. James Graham for Peter Miller.
They get some class relief, had one start this year sprinting and stretches out to, I think, a more appropriate distance for her.
Yeah, tried the grade 1 Alcibiades, just the 3rd start of her career. Fun Patty, the 10 out there somewhere, as we still look at Kincay. And second time out was a winner at Barrett's debutante. There's the 10, Patio Prado filly for Tim Gleeshaw.
Fun Patty, 2 wins from 13 starts and gets a nice outside post. 1 turn miles. I like outside posts. You get into the race the right way.
Yeah, Arch Avenue here at 19-1, Miguel Mena.
And a horse that just looks like she'll have to get a little bit faster.
That post parade happened a few moments ago. We're just a minute to post. Let's send it out to Jonathan Kinchen.
Fellas, you know, sometimes they'll load quick on me here, so I'm gonna pick the favorite, but I'm gonna give you 2 long shots. I don't want to run out of time. I like the 1 Joe Marie and the 10 Fun Patty. I think both of them were coming out of the same race. Both of them had some excuses. I think they'll be running on late, especially if this thing heats up a little bit, which it possibly could. Now, my top choice is the 7 Grandeza. They added the blinkers 2 races back. She's a brand new filly since they did that. She was really struggling. Her figures were low. They added the blinkers, and it really woke her up. She was finishing well the last 1/8 of a mile, going 7. I don't really see an issue while she'll not handle the 1-turn stretch out. The 9 Kincay got a huge time form U.S. figure last time, but 8 of those horses have run back from that race, and 6 of those horses regressed off that number, so I don't necessarily trust it. The 2 Demi Mondaine, my negative on this one is I can't design the race for this horse to get a good trip. Either going to have to rush away from there, go too fast early, or take back and eat dirt. This horse was in the clear last time when she got the win for for her only win of her career. I'm going to stick with the 7, maybe the 1 and the 10 to pick up some pieces. Fellas, back to you.
1 left to load. Let's go to Travis Stone.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Arch Avenue, Fun Patty on the far outside. Kincay's racing for the lead. Social Circle is up close as well. That one comes through toward the inside to get a forward spot as they race up the chute and head for the main track. Kincay to go head-to-head with Social Circle. On their outside, it's Arch Avenue coming away in 3rd while in the clear. Demi Domain comes through toward the inside to be 4th. Karina's right in the thick of it, running along in 5th. Grandeza's not far behind, while 6. Kyria on the far outside, moving up from 7th within 4 lengths of the lead. Then it's Aggie's Kate Net, Joe Marie, and at the back is Fun Patty, the opening quarter in 22 3/5 seconds. So it is Kincay skittering clear to lead by 2 with 4.5 furlongs to go. Moves over to the inside to set the pace to the half-mile pole. Arch Avenue on the outside, up into 2nd for the far turn run. Kyria's moving up as well while wide on the track, now 3rd to within 3 lengths of the lead. Social Circle's lost ground back into 4th. Grandeza still 5th. 5 lengths make up and 3 furlongs to go. And then it's Demi Domain to the inside, running along in 6th. Net is now 7th, followed by Aggie's Kate in 8th. Round the far turn, Kincay shakes loose. Kincay at the quarter pole in front by 4 now, cutting the corner off the turn. Kincay the one to catch. Kyrie on the outside, now into 2nd. Grandeza's closing in from 3rd. Arch Avenue's back into 4th, 1 furlong to go. Kincay now by 5. Kincay, plenty left for the stretch drive, leaving Kyria behind in 2nd. Grandeza 3rd in the outside, but down to the finish, it's all Kincay. Kincay by 6 lengths on the wire. Kyria was 2nd, Grandeza was 3rd, and Fun Patty was 4th.
Kincay, Rockingham Ranch, Peter Miller, James Graham to get the win.
Boy, she got so comfortable on the lead. You could see midway around the far turn the way she was traveling, she was going to be tough to beat. And she just kept finding just a beautiful rhythm to her.
Wins at 5-1. We're going to say goodbye to our viewers on MSG Plus. Thank you, everybody, for watching. We're back on MSG Plus tomorrow at 4 Eastern. Everybody else with us right now, we're sticking around, not going anywhere. We're going to bring you the conclusion of the card at Belmont and out at Churchill Downs, so stick around. All right, so Pincay, Mig. Impressive here, and look, they had high aspirations for this filly, and maybe this will kind of get Peter Miller going at Churchill Downs.
Yeah, you know, sometimes just changing circuits, you got to train a little bit different. Your horse has got to acclimate, and sometimes it just takes a little while to iron out all the kinks. If this performance is any indication, it looks like maybe he found the key.
Indeed. Will take charge, filly. With the win for Peter Miller and James Graham at 5-1. Once again, we'll have the prices coming up in just a little bit. Our nightcap coming up back here at Belmont. We saw a sensational performance from looking at bikinis. Now a perfect 2 for 2 for Chad Brown. And now comes the finale here at Belmont. On the inner turf, it's 6 furlongs. Maiden special weight in Nay Lady Nay. First time starter for Chad Brown. Opens up as the favorite.
Taking all the money by No Nay Never, who's turned into one of those sires you look for, particularly in turf sprints. He's really, really been very successful with that. And Chad Brown, his numbers are just so impressive, and his percentage is so high that you know he's going to have it ready.
Javier Castellano, who was on board for Chad in that last race, gets the call here to close out this Thursday night card. As we look at the 5, that's Britta's Bay. One of a couple in here for Wesley Ward. He has the rail horse Lady Worthington, and he has Britta's Bay.
Well, Wesley Ward's fingerprint is all over this race because he also trained No Nay Never.
Yeah.
And he's so proficient with turf sprinters. His horses are always so well schooled. That's why they're so precocious. They leave the gate with the run on their mind, and they put themselves in the race.
And No Nay Never, of course, won for him over in Royal Ascot as a 2-year-old.
Yep, one of the horses that kind of helped make his mark over there at Royal Ascot.
There is the current favorite, the firster by No Nay Never, out of an English Channel mare. Javier Castellano, as we mentioned, would be aboard for Chad Brown. Lasix for the first out effort. Coming up here, and he, as you mentioned, a trainer that usually has them ready to go right off the bat.
Yeah, and you know, Wesley was a very good rider, and I think he has a great understanding of young horses and what they need to be prepared to leave the gate running the way he does. And I've never seen one of his horses not prepared for their first start, and obviously these are horses that are run, but they all seem to possess speed.
Let's get a Paddock report. Head downstairs with Maggie.
Wesley Ward all over this race as he did train the sire of number 4, the first-time starter. That is Nay Lady Nay. As you guys were saying, No Nay Never won the Norfolk Stakes, and Joel Rosario aboard that day. As No Nay Never, yes, he is a turf sprinter, as his race record would display. His last start, he was second in the Breeders' Cup turf sprint. So that's the positive influence for this filly debuting in this spot, going the 6 furlongs first time out. On the bottom side, though, there's not much production in the first generation, second generation. It was a good European family, but they were better going longer. This gal shows up. She obviously is definitely a turf horse. There's no question about the surface with her. And she's pretty fit. She could look a bit stronger across that top line just for a turf sprinter. Turf sprinters really need to be well muscled behind the saddle and strong to really get out of the gate quickly. And furthermore, she's incredibly quiet here. So at least she's not giving me any signs of being cranked up for this first start going the 6 furlongs. And a lot of times too, I mean, we see Chad Brown debuting firsters going a bit further than this. And I landed on the guy who is known for his turf sprinters. That's Wesley Ward, as he'll send out 2 in here. The rail runner is number 1, Lady Worthington. She'll return to the turf for the first time, or excuse me, only the second time here in 2019, but at a sprint distance. This is what this filly's made to do. She is a turf sprinter through and through. This is the physical type that I look for when deciphering what these horses want to do. She looks good here. Could she look a touch more fit? Yes, but then Wesley's horses tend to look this way, a little soft around the edges, and it doesn't seem to bother them when they're out on the racetrack. I like her. I like her in this spot, but I'd actually prefer her stablemate, which I'm hoping to maybe possibly get a better price on number 5, Britta's Bay, who is supposed to run back on May 18th in that same race with Global Exchange and Miss You Blues, but she got loose behind the gate, so therefore she was a late scratch. And I am so excited to see this filly get back on the turf. She has a massive turf hoof to her, and while she isn't the quintessential turf
more sprinting type physically because she's kind of big and scopy. She's proven on the racetrack that she is fast. She comes in here fit. So far, so good. She is behaving herself. I know Wesley's assistant did school her here yesterday. She was actually more wound up yesterday than what she is this time around. So that's a good sign with her. Like I said, guys, I think that first race was an indication of her improving with another year under her belt, which is evident in her physicality. She's much more athletic, and now she's getting to do it on what I think and what I'm hoping is her preferred surface, the turf, Greg.
Maggie, thank you very much. Yeah, just that one turf start. It came at Kentucky Downs for Britta's Bay, one of a pair of runners for Wesley Ward as we go back to Churchill. Pincay, Peter Miller, James Graham get the win.
James Graham, a rider that I've really always liked, and he's a guy that lets horses do what they want to do. If they want to take themselves back, he allows them. If they want to show speed, he doesn't get in their way, and sometimes it's just best to be a good passenger.
See that early pick 5 for $2, $8,972. As we set up race 6, mile and a 16th. And Bundi Bunan. That's actually Bundi Bunan. I checked this one out earlier, who is favored right now at 7-2.
And he gets a good inside draw. You like inside posts on the turf. This horse is a closer that, hopefully gets a little help up front. And I do see some speed in here, Greg.
On the turf here, mile and a 16th entry-level allowance race coming up. We'll get Jonathan's thoughts in just a little bit as the jockeys come out to get a leg up. As we get set for a post parade for the finale here at Belmont Park. We'll be back with more right after this on America's Day at the Races.
Runhappy is simply super. He polishes off an outstanding campaign with a dominant victory in the Malibu.
No medication, no problem. Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
What could be better than standing one Triple Crown winner? Standing two.
Here comes American Pharoah. Justified, turning for home in front. And American Pharoah has Justified. He's unstoppable. The 37-year wait is over. American Pharoah. Justified has won
the Triple Crown. Coolmore, America, home of Triple Crown champions.
Mastery retired undefeated, winning his 4 starts by a combined 20 lengths. A 6-figure September sale purchase. He won impressively in his 2-year-old debut at Santa Anita. From there, he captured the Grade 3 Bob Hope Stakes and completed his juvenile campaign with a dominant performance in the Grade 1 Los Alamitos Futurity. At 3, the top-rated son of Candy Ride sizzled in the San Felipe. Now his much-anticipated first crop has arrived. Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2, Fox Sports San Diego, and Prime Ticket. Good to have you with us. Greg Wolf, Richard Migliore, Maggie Wolfendale with you on this Twilight Thursday card at both Belmont Park and at Churchill Downs. We have a post parade coming up here at Belmont for the finale on the card. And here's one of 2 for Wesley Ward. This is Lady Worthington.
Lady Worthington, you would figure from the inside, should show speed. It's been very proficient out of the gate and gets back on the turf.
Global Exchange we'll see next in here for Jimmy Toner. Luis Saez will ride 3-1, coming off a 3rd place finish here at Belmont at 6 furlongs.
I think this horse is the danger. Jimmy Toner is a guy who develops a horse for races. She came off the layoff, ran well. I think she takes a big step forward.
First-time starter, who we talked about earlier, for Chad Brown, and the daughter of No Nay Never, the Royal Ascot winner for Wesley Ward a few years back.
And
3-1.
This horse got the pedigree to be a turf sprinter and got the right trainer and jockey combination, and it's taking the money too.
Britta's Bay, here's the other Wesley Ward filly, this one by Scat Daddy, getting back on turf.
And the only turf start was at Kentucky Downs, which is kind of an undulating, very European type course. Going to be interesting to see what she does on this firm ground.
Miss You Blues, she will cut back in distance. Blinkers come off for Charlie Baker.
Blinkers off, turn back in distance. Joel Rosario, you know he's going to be trying to make a late run.
And a first-time starter At 13-1, Simply Misread, trained by David Dunk, and Eric Consell rides.
David Dunk, another trainer, kind of races horses into condition. A lot of seconds this meet for Dave. Not that many winners, but at least his horses are running. She'll probably need a run or two.
Yeah, Dan was 0 for 2 in the money on the turf, but was Grade 3 stakes placed on dirt. But we'll see how this 3-year-old filly by Langfear does as we look at the NYRA Bets Late Pig 5 follow-along, close to, well, 49,191 in the pool. We have had two just monster upsets. Will did it, $60 horse to kick things off, and then Mission Command, $42.
Yeah, and you know those turf sprints, Mission Command, he looked great in the paddock, and he got the right setup and a terrific ride by Ruben Silvera and got it done.
The 3, the 5, and the 8 are not covered in the NYRA Bets Late Pig 5. That means there's a carryover in the NYRA Bets Late Pig 5 to those horses.
So the 3 horses favored, and it's not covered here.
No.
That surprises me because this horse is a major player.
Lowest payout is the 6 Miss You Blues.
Really?
Yeah.
It doesn't figure to me. I don't understand that. Not that I'm that, savvy when it comes to odds and this kind of stuff, but
well, yeah, Miss You Blues was 6-1 morning line. Global Exchange was 3-1 morning line, but somehow not covered in the NYRA Bets Late Pig 5.
Miss You Blues' turf sprint was good, and then her saddle did slip last time when she was ranked going longer. So, maybe she's just a little muddied up to me, and I'm not seeing past that.
Well, there's Global Exchange. This would result in a NYRA Bets Late Pig 5 carryover. This is start number 3 for her, DQ'd. Or moved up to 3rd, I should say, via DQ. At Saratoga last summer, that's when we saw her for the first time. And then she didn't come back until mid-May.
Mid-May, again, Jimmy Toner, a guy who doesn't crank them up, a terrific trainer, old school horseman. And I think, off of that run, she's going to take a step forward. Usually his horses need a run to find their best form.
Well, let's head downstairs and check in with Maggie.
Oh, Meg, I feel like you, man. That sun is hot when it's shining right on you. Gonna need a little sweat rag here in a second as we'll check in with number 6. That is Miss You Blues, a horse who is turning back in distance. Last time we saw her really keyed up, going the mile last time out here at Belmont with those blinkers on. She gets a change of rider, and last time too, the saddle slipped. So Eric Consell really having trouble controlling her, period. Now, Joel Rosario, who I think literally does have some of the best hands in this game. He knows he can get a horse to rate kindly, and he also can feel how much horse he has underneath of him. And what was interesting about her is that when they were in the paddock, she was really on the muscle, really intense and keen. And then out on the track, it's like she melted in his hands. She came on the bridle. She was supple to him, for Joel, and just really kind of chilled out. And I like that about her. She'll be the one kind of looking to make that final run here, turning back to the 6 furlongs, I would think, as number 3, Global Exchange for Jimmy Toner. It was her first start back off a layoff, in which I thought she finished up fairly evenly. She didn't have much of an answer in the latter stages of that race. And while I thought she looked fit that day, she looks the same here again, and the front bandages go on. So, guys, we see a wide open board right now. 3 7-2 shots, 2 3-1. I mean, could we see an upset again with the rank outsider winning?
Is she alluding to the first-time starter? We've seen some chaos today already.
Yeah, we really have. I mean, the only rank outsider here is the 8. First-time starter, Simply Misread from Dave Donk. But, again, Dave's not a guy that really cranks him up. You can see she's just got kind of a steady series of half-mile work. So, I still think she'll probably need a race, and it's pretty wide open, obviously.
Of those who have raced, 3-1, 7-2, 7-2, 3-1. We'll get back here in a moment. Let's head back to Churchill Downs, check in with Jonathan Kinchen.
Guys, one of my favorite horses running today is the 9, Red Island, for Phil D'Amato. I think the horse, I love horses that can get loose on the turf. So often we see these turf fractions, and it happens a lot in New York. It happens all over the country where you see 49 or 50 to the half, and you have a closer and you kind of panic a little bit. I think that this horse is going to be loose, was loose going a mile and an eighth, was entered last time to run a flat mile, so the connections obviously don't think that the distance is going to be an issue. But my concern is, with horses like this that I project to get loose, are they going to invite the closers into the race? One of my biggest pet peeves. open up a little bit, take advantage of that speed. I'm sure Richie can tell us a little bit about taking advantage of a horse's speed, and hopefully Jimmy Graham does that. He did it in the last race on Pincay. Hopefully he's riding with a little bit of confidence, and he'll do it here with this horse in the 9, Red Island. Fellas, back to you.
Jonathan, thanks. Yeah, tried to wire a field last time out and got nailed just at the very end of that race by a award winner.
And I think Jonathan hit the nail right on the head. You take the lead, don't throw out the anchor and put everybody back in the race. Pull them into the race with you. Make them run your race. Make it stamina-based and kind of take some sting out of their closing kick. If you slow down and let the closers be close to you, they're going to outpunch you. That's not the way to ride a speed horse. The way to ride a speed horse is let them use their stride and their weapon, which is their speed.
Analyst selections, Maggie with Britta's Bay, the Wesley Ward, one of them. He also has the Rail Runner, and then Mig, Jonathan, both with Global Exchange for Jimmy Toner.
I mean, we're pretty far apart, right? He's at Churchill Downs, I'm in New York, but we're definitely on the same wavelength.
This is a tough final race to try and close things out. Favorite right now is Miss You Blues. That is the 6. The Charlie Baker runner who does cut back in distance, was actually on the lead, going longer last time out, and now makes an equipment change and shortens up.
Yeah, the equipment change, shortening up, and you know, this race is so intriguing because I'm really torn. Like, Wesley Ward's got 2 at speed. Are they going to chew on each other? You doubt it. So which one's going to rate? I just think this is a very intriguing tactical race.
And yeah, he's so good early on with his runners. So sometimes you think, well, as you go along and they remain maidens, at what point do you say, well, I'm going to move on from this? Well,
you would think you would see the best of them in their first couple of starts. And that's the opposite with Jimmy Toner. That's why I wound up going with the Jimmy Toner run of the 3 Global Exchange. And we'll get an idea of the Chad Brown, who took money, but then kind of drifted up. And usually Chads, when they're really good, they take all the money.
It's the nightcap at Belmont Park. Wide open finale. Let's send it upstairs to the voice of New York racing. For the call, here's Larry Collmus.
And Britta's Bay will be the next one to move into the starting gate here. Will be followed by Miss You Blues, who is slightly favored right now in this wide open affair. And now, with a change of odds, is no longer the favorite. That's now Global Exchange, who's gone to 5-2 with a host of 3-1 shots right behind. And the last horse will be the longest shot in the race here. Simply Misread will be taking the outside stall. And they're all in line. They're off. Lady Worthington out for the lead, and Britta's Bay on the outside. Stablemates are 1-2 with Global Exchange away running in 3rd behind them. And then it's Miss You Blues in 4th. At the back are Nay Lady Nay and the trailers Simply Misread. Up the backstretch, Lady Worthington a half length in front. Britta's Bay on the outside, 2nd. These 2 will take them into the turn with Global Exchange running in 3rd on the inside, a length and a half off the lead and just ahead of Miss You Blues, 22.72 for that opening quarter mile. And then it's Nay Lady Nay, who is on the rail in 4 from the front. Simply Misread is the trailer. Lady Worthington and Britta's Bay continue to race 1-2 on the far turn, while Global Exchange sits just behind them running in 3rd position. Now comes one off the rail as they make their way to the top of the stretch. Lady Worthington, Britta's Bay, Global Exchange trying to come to an opening between those 2. Farther out, it's Miss You Blues in 4th. Lady Worthington and Britta's Bay, these 2 kicking on. Lady Worthington inside, Britta's Bay on the outside. These 2 Wesley Ward trainees coming down to the line together. Will it be Lady Worthington or Britta's Bay? It's going to be Lady Worthington to beat Britta's Bay on the wire. And then it was Miss You Blues and Nay Lady Nay.
Lady Worthington, Wesley Ward runs 1-2. The stablemates duel into the wire.
The way they broke is the way they finished. Very controlled pace for a sprint on the grass. And, you know, I think we overcomplicate things sometimes, looking for, you know, different angles. Wesley Ward has 2 fast turf sprinters, and he dominated.
Absolutely here in a clear head victory for Lady Worthington. 4th time on the turf, breaks through and does so at 2-1 at the very end actually did go off the favorite.
But look at the fractions. They go a half and 46 flat, basically, and then they pick it up from there. I mean, they threw in an eighth in like 10 seconds. They picked up 10 and 4, and then came home 8 flat. That's another 11 and change. I mean, you can't gain ground when horses in front of you are sprinting home like that.
Let's take a look again here.
Yeah, it did appear to me like the one drifted out through the stretch. It's not the greatest head-on view, but it looks also like the outside horse is drifting away from the inside horse. So there was always space. You can drift as long as they're not contact. There was always space between the first and second finisher. So basically the 5 horse was running away from the 1 horse as they drifted out. I know it's hurting, but as long as there's contact, it seems they allow it.
1-5-6-4. It's unofficial. We'll keep you posted. 2-1 favorite crosses the wire first. A Wesley Ward exacta here in the nightcap at Belmont. As we go back to Churchill Downs, 5 minutes away from the 6th race coming up, and here is Bundi Bunan, Ignacio Correas, Gabriel Saez. 9-2. Wow, this is a wide open board. Here's the 2, big long shot, Thirsty Betrayal.
Trying turf for the first time. Good race on synthetic. Sometimes that form translates.
Cazarenga's won 2 of his last 3.
Horse that's in form and handles the Churchill Downs turf course. I think that's important.
Alliterative for Steve Asmussen with Ricardo Santana Jr.
One of the hottest jockey-trainer combinations in the country right now, and alliterative, little light on buyer figures.
Proud as Punch, Kenny McPeak, Brian Hernandez Jr.
Ran really well on yielding ground last time to break his maiden, and not without a puncher's chance.
Yeah, it was third against Moon Colony, who won the Grade 2 Penn Mile for Mark Cassidy, by the way. Big torch key, David Cohen, rider change.
And David Cohen, an aggressive rider. This horse was in position last time. Expect him to be right up in behind the pace.
Originaire at 12-1, Miguel Mena.
And it's another one of the trainers. Jeff Mullins kind of migrated towards the east here at Churchill Downs with a trainee and gets some Miggy Mena.
Phil Diamato, Red Island, James Graham.
This is a horse I like as well, and I think he's speed. He's the favorite now, and I think James Graham's a perfect rider for him.
Gigging Stuart Elliott rides for William Van Meter off the claim.
Horse a little bit slow early in his turf debut is claimed, and let's see if he's got some improvement in him.
Track Smith. Adam Beschizzo aboard at 6-1 for Joe Sharp.
Real good race last year at Kentucky Downs, and tried the dirt last year and comes off the layoff with a series of good steady works.
And Channing Hill aboard Dabo, the also eligible.
And this is a horse that's also coming off synthetic that has good synthetic races. Be interesting to see how he does here on this turf course.
Let's send it out to Jonathan Kinchen for more.
I'll tell you what, the Twin Spires are good for a lot of things. They look good on postcards. They're good on T-shirts. They give you goosebumps from time and time again, but they're also great for the shade when it's really hot. So I appreciate the Twin Spires at this moment. Richie, look, we were talking about the 9. We both like Red Island. That horse broke away from the pony pretty early, and I've actually picked that up listening to you on warming up horses and getting them away from there to show a little bit of the rider intent. Like we talked about earlier, Jimmy Graham's riding hot. He just won a winner forwardly placed with Pincay, and I think we'll get the same out of him here, hoping that he opens up a little bit. If you're looking for a little bit more of a price, this is one of those sneaky spots. It's 7-1 right. Oh, down to 4-5, or excuse me, 9-2 now. Tracksmith. My concern was 7-1 felt a little ice cold on the board, but now showing up at 9-2 makes me wonder a little bit more. That horse has some back class. Was beaten 2 lengths in the Bourbon at Keeneland for 2-year-olds on the grass that day. Shows back up here off a pretty good break. I think he's off 215 days. But 9-2. It was 7-1 earlier. I was a little bit nervous about that. Wasn't really excited. But at 9-2, it sounds like he's getting a little bit of money. Maybe someone knows that the horse is ready to rock and roll here. But Red Island, like I said, I think that this horse has last time form U.S. figure was faster than anyone else in this race has run in their life. So if Jimmy gets out there, opens up a little bit, I think he's going to be very, very tough to run down. Fellas, I'll throw it back to you.
All right, Jonathan, thanks. Award winner, that's a horse who barely missed against DeMarchelier at Keeneland by 3/4 of a length, who's pointing to the Belmont Derby.
And certainly nobody in here would be, the Belmont Derby's a whole nother level, so obviously he kept very good company.
There's Lady Worthington for Wesley Ward closing out this card at Belmont Park with a win. Irad Ortiz Jr. aboard for the win, out-dueling her stablemate, Britta's Bay, by a head.
And they just had control of the race from the start. They basically covered 3 paths of the racetrack and held up traffic in behind them and then sprinted home.
$6.20 for the win, so Lady Worthington gets her maiden breaking score, but keep your eyes on Britta's Bay. Might not be too much longer before she breaks her maiden as well. For Ice Wine Stable, and look at the NYRA Bets Late Pick 5, $41,812 with an odds-on favorite winning.
Well, those are 2 big prices that kind of blew it up, so congratulations to whoever had the insight to pick those.
Pretty incredible payout. As we get back to Churchill on this twilight Thursday eve in Louisville. Would you give out the goggles to the youngsters?
Absolutely. Most important thing you can do is engage with the young fans, in Saratoga especially. And last year I had a guy come up to me, he's probably in his 50s, and said when he was a kid, I gave him goggles and made him a racing fan for life. And you feel good when you hear that.
And he's in his 50s?
I'm old.
They really do it right. I mean, at Saratoga, it's so great. You see all the jockeys walking back to the jocks room, signing autographs. They have that area for that to happen on the way back to the jocks room.
And it's not easy. Sometimes you can see the guys are tired, they're dealing. And for the kids out there that want to get an autograph or goggles, if they're talking to a trainer, let them finish. And then jump on. And most of the guys are really good about it. It's just sometimes they're conducting business and they got to finish speaking with the connections first.
Loading up for race 6 here at Churchill. 3-1 favorite, Red Island. Tried to take them gate to wire last time out. A very good one. Wound up getting by, but nobody else did. That was a award winner. Can this one go gate to wire today? We'll find out with James Graham back aboard. Let's send it out to Travis Stone for the call. Race 6 Churchill.
Waiting on Gigging, Tracksmith, and Dabo. They're in the gate. And they're off. Alliterative with a good start from mid-pack. Big Torch Key is there. Red Island on the outside with a forward spot. Flashing Speed 2. Then it's Originaire who comes on to be 4th as it combines for the first time. Red Island out to set the pace. Leads by just under a length. Big Torch Key running in 2nd. Originaire is 3rd. Alliterative hard to control down inside, racing in 4th. Prada's Punch comes on to be 5th. Kazirenga in 6th. Tracksmith moving up from 7th. Bundi Bunan is 8th and down inside. Gigging is running in 9th and wide, passed inside by Dabo, who moves up 1 spot to within 10 lengths of the lead. The opening quarter miles on the board in 22-1. So it is Red Island down the backstretch in front by a length. Originaire's up close and on this pace on the outside, and Big Torch Key smack dab between those 2. So those 3 across the track with 4 furlongs to go. A margin of 4 lengths back to Thirsty Betrayal, who's up into 4th. Alliterative down inside 5th. Tracksmith on the move from 6th. Prada's Punch is 7th. Kazirenga's 8th. Bundi Bunan is 9th with 10 lengths to make up. Then it's Dabo and a long way back to Gigging, who's last of them all. Round the far turn, Red Island still in front, racing for the top of the stretch. Big Torch Key and Originaire right there off the turn, 2nd and 3rd. Tracksmith rallying from 4th, angling outside, putting in a strong late bid. And then it's Bundi Bunan who's made good progress as well. In between Proudest Punch, Kazirenga slicing through the pack, coming through toward the inside, but it's still Red Island in front. Tracksmith down the center of the course. Bundi Bunan finishing well too. These 3 down to the finish. Tracksmith got the lead. Bundi Bunan. Tracksmith got it. Tracksmith the winner. Bundi Bunan was 2nd. Proudest Punch was 3rd. Red Island settles for 4th.
Tracksmith out of Beskiza, Joe Sharp. 3-year-old debut, winning one.
It's an impressive debut, too, because he was bothered mid-stretch by the 7 Big Torch Key, who came out and really hampered his path. He had to work his way around him, kind of really stopped his momentum, Greg. When he got by him, kind of found it again and held off the 1. This was a really good 3-year-old debut for Tracksmith.
9-2 in the end. This horse stamped himself as a runner right out of the gate in his debut at Ellis when he won first time out. Then he just missed in a stakes race, and they put him in a grade 3.
Well, and a horse that's really done nothing wrong. Of course, everybody's got to try the dirt with a horse that they think maybe we got a Derby horse, but they did the right thing, put him away, bring him back. But for him to overcome the trouble he overcame here after having his momentum stopped at the 8th pole. A lot of times when horses are a little bit tired, and most of them are by then, they get stopped a little bit, they'll throw in the towel. This horse showed, I think, that he's a lot of class here.
Second win in 5 starts. The first time he has won since his debut at Ellis when he was going 5.5 furlongs. So proving, great crowd on hand. He can handle the longer distance here at a mile and 1/16. We're going to talk some Mother Goose coming up this weekend at Belmont, Dunbar Road. Chad Brown with another very talented 3-year-old filly. We'll be back.
Grade 1 winner Lee traveled the world competing against the best of his generation. A graded stakes winner on both dirt and turf, he set a new track record in the Grade 1 Don Handicap and retired with earnings of more than $2.3 million. With yearlings bringing up to $650,000 and his first crop 2-year-old selling up to $430,000, the sky is the limit for this promising young stallion. Lee, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Coming on strong. Coming on.
Wild About Star, shining big here in Berry 1.
Minute to stardom leaves them all behind with an impressive-looking run.
Oh, why did I wrong?
Testing 1, 2. The Star Guitar filly leads Champagne Diva close to home. It's testing 1, 2.
Feel my love for you. Coming on strong.
Our summer cruise is here at Spruce Lane Farm, and he's been a really intelligent horse since he got on the farm.
He's just got great balance and presence. He's got a really good mind, and he does everything that we like to do so far. The plans with this colt are probably to take him to Saratoga or to Keeneland Book 1 or 2. He fits those. We paid $250,000 for him, so he was an expensive horse, but that's where he belongs.
Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Nominate now for the Thoroughbred Industry Employee Award.
Nomina hoy para los premios para los empleados que trabajan con caballos.
What are you waiting for? Why haven't you nominated yet?
Back on America's Day at the Races, and we have an objection. The 1-horse second-place finisher against your winner, the 11.
Yeah, and I mean, we have to watch it again, Greg, but it appeared to me that the 7-horse is the one that forced the 11 out. And if he indeed did come out into the 1, it was because he was being forced out. But I'd have to watch it again, to be honest. It's a little bit difficult to see. Now we'll see if we see a head-on, we'll get a better idea. See, keep your eye on the horse, the white blinkers. Actually, I'm sorry, that's not the 7, but he's the one who came out first. And you see there, it forced the rider to alter course, and he did come out in front of the 1, Bunday Bunan, but only because the horse in the white blinkers changed course. And actually, that was the 8-horse, excuse me. I said it was the 7. And he had no choice but to alter course at that point because he was going to clip that horse's heels. So, yes, he did come out into the path of the 1, but I feel like he was forced out into that horse's path.
So unofficially, 11.59. Now let's take another look at this and see if we can get a better look.
It's really, not hard to see the white blinkers really show up big here. And there's your eventual winner. Now watch the horse come out into his path. You see he had to kind of turn him out there. And the cause and effect was when he came out, because that horse came out into him, as much as he had a steady, it's made the 1-horse steady as well. So I don't know if the stewards are going to blame him or see it for the fact that he had no choice.
Yeah, I mean, Originaire, Miguel Mena, who forced him out, the 8. And in that situation, what are you supposed to do if you're on the 11?
Well, you have no choice. You're committed to continue going forward because you're going to clip heels if you don't alter course. You could see there. You could see it's clear that he's the one who came out into his path. Now, maybe he came out an extra path, and that might be a determining factor. But for me, the horse that was stopping the 8 is the one that caused all the problem, and I would leave it alone.
Okay.
And full disclosure, I mean, I don't have a dog in the fight. That's just me watching it. If I was a rider, I would be upset with the guy with the white blinkers.
And we're being told there is no change.
It's the right call.
All right, so that will stand. 11-1-5-9. And again, as you saw, yeah, I mean, originated the issues.
Yeah, no, there's no doubt about it. If he doesn't come out, that horse runs perfectly straight. There's no incident whatsoever. So the 8 horse caused it. I'm sorry, it was the 8, right? I'm done.
Yeah.
Yeah. I got confused with the 7. I was getting lost with my horses there. The glare from the light here. But I think this was the right call. No worse feeling in the world when you win a race and you're standing on the racetrack waiting for the stewards to adjudicate it.
All right, there it has gone official. So, Tracksmith win upheld. Adam Biscuits, Joe Sharp. Calumet Farm had to sweat this one out a little bit, but they get the win.
And rightfully so. This horse was good. Joe Sharp did a great job having this horse ready to fire off the layoff, and I think we're going to see more of him through the summer into the fall.
Yeah, this horse on turf. Very sharp runner. And as you mentioned, they had to take a shot, see if they had something in terms of a Derby horse. They did in the Kentucky Jockey Club at the end of his 2-year-old campaign. But turf is where this horse wants to be.
Yeah, and you never blame someone for taking a shot. Find out if you've got a horse that maybe can take you to the Kentucky Derby. But I love when connections see right away the prudent thing to do is go to the horse's strength.
I mean, you can run the back in that race, too, and it was a sloppy racetrack.
No, he didn't. He didn't run Ben. It's always, listen, I always see that Calumet Farm there, you know, and me being, growing up watching racing. You love to see it. It's still a little bit shocking to my eye because it's not the devil red and blue. But I love what they've done with Calumet Farm, and it's been such a renaissance of it.
So Tracksmith with the win. We're going to move along. Joe Sharp, though, for Calumet. Biscuitza, good young rider. Get the job done as we set up the 7th for you. Moving along in this Twilight Card, 2 races remain. 7 furlongs coming up. Allowance optional claiming field. Magic Tappet, Corey Lannery. 4-1 current favorite in a wide open race.
And this is a horse, too, that has run well on dirt, has run well on turf, has run well on synthetic. You like when you get a 5-year-old, lightly raced 5-year-old, only 6 starts, but is proficient on almost any surface.
Yeah, it's only dirt start. 102 buyer. We'll talk more about it. Let's go to Jonathan Kinchen.
Guys, I'm here with Joe Sharp. Were you a little bit nervous about the inquiry, or did you feel pretty good about it?
Well, you never know when they send it upstairs, but I mean, it clearly was, he was a victim of circumstance, and I think they made the right call.
No, absolutely. Now, I have to imagine that winning races anytime is fun, but when you win them for the guys in the black and gold and Mr. Kelly, it probably means a little bit more, huh?
Yeah, I mean, this is the first horse they sent us last year, and, we got lucky and he won right away for us and kind of took us on a fun little ride. So they were patient, gave him the winter off, and, he came back and looks like he's going to have a big season ahead of him.
Will we keep him on dirt, on turf with the dirt experiment kind of over? I understand. Obviously, we understand why you got to try that with a 3-year-old, 2-year-old, or do you think he might actually still like the dirt?
I think he's better on the grass, but having said that, I think he's useful on the dirt. He was kind of at the end of the 2-year-old season, and I think he was tired, needed a little bit of a break, and I thought he ran a pretty good effort that day. It was a little bit of a troubled trip, so I wouldn't say never again, but for right now, this works, and as long as Mr. Kelly's okay with it, we're going to stick to it.
You think we'll see him at Saratoga next time or in some of those 3-year-old turf races?
Yeah, hopefully that'll be the plan.
All right, well, hopefully we'll see you up north. Guys, back to you.
Joe Sharp, thank you, Jonathan. Very dangerous at Saratoga last summer. His horses came in ready to run.
And he's having a really fine year. For a guy that hasn't been doing it that long, I mean, already over 67 wins, winning at a 20% clip, and that's difficult for a trainer to do that. And I really like what I see. His horses are always well turned out and obviously perform well.
Coming up this weekend, we got all kinds of stakes action, and it's going to be a great show. We hope you tune in. The Mother Goose, our feature out here in New York. It's race 8 on the Saturday card. And Dunbar Road, Chad Brownie has the brilliant Guarana, and this could be his next sensational 3-year-old filly.
Now, this filly was so impressive at Belmont last time. Same trip, mile and a 16th. And she really seems like she's very well suited to one turn. When she was beaten in the Gulfstream Park Oaks, that was a 2-turn, mile and a 16th. And I thought she got a little bit lost around the second turn. I like her going the one turn because she gets in that big rhythm. She's got a big, long stride to her. And she was ultra impressive here. I see no reason why why she shouldn't take a step forward. I think there's a big disparity in price, though, between her and Jeltrin, who I think's got a look of a major player here.
Jeltrin was in that Grade 1 Acorn against Guarana and ran third behind her in Serengeti Empress, the Kentucky Oaks winner. This will be her next comeback race. Guarana getting a little break after that incredible performance in just the second start of her career.
I mean, you don't see that horse go from a maiden race to dominating a Grade 1 the way she did.
Meanwhile, classic fit for Mike Stidham. She has reeled off 3 consecutive wins, including her first try in Stakes Company, Gulfstream Park last out.
Well, you got to appreciate and admire horses that put together wins, and she obviously has a lot of foundation to build on. I'm a big believer in that. Everybody knew Mike Tyson was going to be champion of the world when he was 16. He still had 20 tune-up fights before he started fighting, championship caliber opponents. So Classic Fit has certainly got that look of a horse building into that. She's going to have to improve, but she's got a winning habit, and I like that.
So she'll try and make it 4 straight. This is a good group. Dunbar Road, Safta, Jeltrin, he can make a case for as well. And Barclay Tagg's Cassie's Dreamer just came up with a big performance. All that was a race scheduled for the turf that came off.
Yeah, but, she's a filly that's run well at Belmont in the past. She'd have to improve. There's no doubt about it. But, these are young horses, and they're going to improve and change. You see it more dramatically, I think, with the Colts. But I think you got some quality here, and Dunbar is certainly, to me, the horse to beat.
Well, on the Saturday card as well, we also have the Perfect Sting coming up, compact field, and it is all about the return of Uni for trainer Chad Brown, who has won 4 in a row, including the Grade 1 Matriarch at Del Mar last start.
And, boy, she's got that closing kick. I mean, last time she was in another county at Del Mar in the Matriarch, and she just rolled home. And that was that typical Joel Rosario fall into his hands. Maggie was talking about it earlier, how horses will kind of melt into his hands. He's got just a great set of hands. And we talk about hands, it's about getting a feel of a horse's mouth, not taking too much hold. There's always a break point as far as tension. Joel never seems to get past that point, but boy, this was a furious late rally, and you've got to appreciate it. You would think the horse that's hitting the front now has got it done, but then here comes Uni with the absolute last run, sensational turn of foot. And for people who don't know, when you talk turn of foot, it's acceleration, and she possesses acceleration.
That 4-race win streak, by the way, for Uni, 4 different racetracks on firm, soft, yielding going. It does not matter where she runs, what kind of give there is in the ground. She handles everything.
Yeah, she handles everything, like you said, any kind of ground and any kind of turf course. It's a close-knit turf course, a lusher turf course like Belmont. You really got to admire a horse that can take their game on the road. They don't need any particular surface.
It's going to be her 5-year-old debut in the Perfect Sting coming up this weekend. Joel Rosario, he's been the pilot aboard each of the last 2 starts, including that Matriarch we just showed you. One of the best finishing riders in the game, and she has a potent closing kick. They are a match made in heaven. That is coming up this weekend from here at Belmont Park. We're going to take a break of the action. We will be back. Late double from Churchill Downs ahead when we return.
This successful son of A.P. Indy has sired 6 millionaires, including Eclipse champion West Coast. This year, Flatter is adding even more stakes winners to his outstanding record at stud. In the auction ring, Flatter topped the 2018 Fasig-Tipton July sale with a $520,000 yearling. And this year, his juveniles have sold up to $375,000. Success on the track, success in the ring. Flatter, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Runhappy was the fastest 3-year-old sprinter of his generation.
Runhappy is stamping his horses. They all got great necks, great hind legs. They all got a good walk, and this colt moves very, very well. Very smart. He hasn't turned a hair since we had him. First day we turned him out, he was very, very gentle in his paddock and did everything right. He's got an exceptional pedigree.
Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
These
particular horse was in the racetracks as a professional. You can see their self-esteem, whatever they carry in those races. That's what the soldiers do. We explore things within ourselves that the normal human being will not have the opportunity to explore in terms of knowing what do you have inside to win. And I think these horses are an amazing opportunity, have an amazing opportunity to repurpose that mission. Just like us, you know, we through therapy, through the Veterans Affairs, have had an opportunity to reconnect with that mission and just redirect that mission. Use that gun-ho, as we call it, to survive.
It's so incredible what these thoroughbreds can do, you know, when they're done with their racing careers away from the racetrack. So much good use that they've been put to in helping people.
Well, I think, you know, racehorses in general sometimes get a bad rap that they're too high-strung, but once you give them an opportunity to kind of relax from the racing, you know, conditioning they have, they are some of the best horses, most versatile horses, most intelligent horses. I have several at home that become not only great riding horses, but they can compete in show rings, and they're just great out on the trail and also just pretty to look at in your field.
Yeah, you can see more of those stories on americasbestracing.net. Catch all those great videos and terrific content that they have. 7th at Churchill Downs, 7 furlongs, an allowance optional claiming field, and another wide open betting race. Magic Tap at the 7. Only dirt start, a 102 buyer victory for Roger Atfield. Let's go to Jonathan Kinchen.
The 7 Magic Tap, it does look good. The real big performance was down in South Florida at Gulfstream, and some of us horse players have a saying that sometimes what happens in South Florida stays in South Florida. We'll have to see if that form can transform into good form here at Churchill Downs. There's a bunch of speed in this race. They're going 7/8, and for whatever reason, it feels like maybe the riders are looking at the PPs, I'm looking at the PPs, everyone's looking at the PPs, and everyone realizes that there's a lot of pace in the race, and sometimes horses wire those races. I took a closer in this spot. I feel like it has to fall apart. There's horses drawn outside, inside, in the middle, all with speed. I went with the 6 Honorable Treasure. That horse has run 7/8 8 times in the career. 1 win, 3 seconds. But the idea they keep trying to run the horse at 7 is an indicator that this is probably the right distance. I think get the pace. He'll get the pace that he needs to definitely close into. Keep in mind, we'll probably have a little bit of the delay. The 4 Silver Rider pulled the shoe off, so they're over there working on that. So we'll get trackside, but keep in mind there might be a little bit of a delay. Guys, back to you.
All right, Jonathan, thanks. That's with the 4 Silver Ride, who's talking about, who's 12-1 on the board right now for Brian Lynch.
Yeah, and you know, you never want to see that. I mean, they always have a blacksmith on hand, and they kind of fix these things, but it's a difficult thing to do. You've got a horse keyed up, ready to compete, and now you got to get him to stand still so they can fix it, the situation and put a shoe back on, so never an easy situation.
And the 4, by the way, is one of the speedsters and part of the pace in this race. There's a look at the 4.
And you can see, you know, he's a handful. They're keyed up. They know why they're in the paddock. They're there to compete, and now they're asking him to take it easy so that they can work with him. And never an easy situation. And this is a horse I like. I mean, he doesn't need to be a part of the pace. I mean, he'll be close, so maybe he doesn't have to get in a duel. But I thought he might find himself in a proper spot. I'm not crazy about the fact that they have to reset his shoe.
He was 3rd in the Grade 1 Vosburg behind Imperial Hint and Mr. Crow.
And how would they look in this spot?
1-9. Imperial Hint, one of the best sprinters in the country.
Yeah, and this horse has had a race off the layoff. You know, to me, that especially with a bigger, stuffier horse, a gelding like this, usually shake off some ring rust and kind of get a little bit tighter. You would think he would improve off of that.
All right, so we'll wait for things to get sorted out with Silver Ride as we get a look here at Honorable Treasure, horse who went to Dubai for Kenny McPeak. And a horse who stakes placed. He was 2nd behind Audible in the Cherokee.
Yeah, and a horse that obviously just didn't do very well over in Dubai. You know, he couldn't compete on Lasix there. Maybe that's part of the key. Maybe he just didn't care for it. Some horses don't do as well when they ship in these situations. This was a horse that was very impressive in Saratoga when he ran as a 2-year-old.
Cherokee run behind Audible, and where he beat, where horse who's going to face again here is going to have the rail today, Principe Gilharam, down on the inside. As we look at Rubis. For Phil Bauer, comes in off a victory at Churchill. That was at 6 furlongs.
And he gets Calvin Burrell, who knows his way around Churchill Downs. 3 Kentucky Derby wins there. And it looks like he's having a shoe repair as well, so they're keeping the blacksmith busy.
Yeah, we got a lot going on in this race. So we're going to have a significant delay, I would think, here in this race coming up. But 7-2 favoritism remains with Magic Tappet. That's look, Jonathan brought it up. You can run huge at Gulfstream, and sometimes it may not translate to wherever you may be going next, including Churchill.
Well, I think it's a very fair assessment. But, boy, you go back, look at that April 21st work at Keeneland, 59-1. Maybe this is a horse that's just wanted to compete on the dirt all along. You know, Roger Attfield's base at Woodbine up in Canada where they have turf and synthetic. So he just didn't have an opportunity to really get on the dirt till this winter. Here's the thing that I'm most concerned with. Here's a 5-year-old that's only started 6 times with big breaks in between. So obviously he probably a little bit on the fragile side.
Yes, clearly had some issues, but he has talent. If he can repeat what he did his only dirt start, this might be a special horse. Saturday at Churchill. The youngsters in the Bashford Manor, grade 3 for 2-year-olds, and the 2-year-old fillies in the debutante. And the Kelly's Landing solid field assembled as well.
Well, it's always interesting to see these 2-year-olds come out of the Bashford Manor in the debutante, because we usually get to see them in Saratoga in either the Adirondack or the Spinaway for the fillies, or the Saratoga Special, and or the Hopeful later on in the meet.
All right, so that's the Saturday schedule out at Churchill. Final week of their spring meet. And we don't have that much more left here either before we head upstate.
No, always good to get to Saratoga. Summer camp for adults.
Right around the corner, July 11th, the spa for us in our post-parade. Coming up shortly here at Churchill as they make their way out to the main track here. You know, this Magic Tappet, that's a pretty square price on what he did in his only dirt start, if he can come even close to that.
7-2 seems very square on this horse because, you know, again, he only had that one opportunity to race on dirt. That's not his fault that he's based in a place that is synthetic or turf. And let's give some love to the blacksmith here to be able to get this done as quickly as he did. I mean, it was pretty expedient.
A couple of horses he had to reshod. And we're already coming out now. We thought we were going to have a lengthy delay. And, yeah, job well done.
Got to give those guys credit. Leaning over like that, hanging on to a horse like bad backs. All blacksmiths have bad backs.
So many unsung heroes at the racetrack that take care of these things that most people don't even think about, that make the races go off each and every day. And they are incredible at what they do. And that's a great example of it right there that we just saw from the blacksmith out there at Churchill Downs. Cove Blue, we just saw go by the 13 horse. 9-1 Cove Blue, Channing Hill, Dale Romans. And this horse has kept some stiff company as well to go against XY Jet a couple starts back.
He has, but you know, sometimes when you look at a horse, Greg, you just don't know what kind of trip they're going to get. I just see him like kind of chasing wide to nowhere. He's not slow enough to drop back. He's not fast enough to clear. Where's he wind up? You know, I just don't see his trip.
And I know a lot of the jockeys probably don't love it either, but certainly the trainers who have to get up so early in the morning. These night races are tough on them. The crowd loves it, though.
Well, you know, listen, it's a partnership. We've got to take care of our fan base, what's going to get the people out here. It's nice when you, as a rider, when you're playing to a packed house. That's why everybody loves to ride at Saratoga.
Here's the rail runner, Ricardo Santana Jr., Steve Asmussen.
Hot combination. Santana, such a hard finishing rider. He'll be coming on late.
Miguel Mena on Mr. Darcy for Angel Montano.
I think he's a horse be part of the pace, could find himself in a tough spot.
12-1 on this one here. This is Silver Ride for Brian Lynch.
I like this horse. I like him less with the shoe repair, but he seems fine in the post raid, and this horse is quality.
Yeah, grade 1 placed as a sprinter. As we talked about, crosswalk rider change, Sean Bridgman aboard.
Yeah, Robbie Alvarado had surgery on his wrist after fracturing in his spill. This horse is going to have to improve.
Honorable Treasure, there's the 6 for Kenny McPeak, who was just recently in Dubai, first start back in the States.
If this horse can find his form back from last year, and he's run some good races at Churchill, he is a player. I like Jonathan's thought process on this.
Holding at 7-2, despite that monster effort in his only dirt start, Magic Tappet.
Big, strong-looking son of Tappet. I got to think he's just going to love being back on the dirt.
Rubus for Calvin Burrell. Phil Bauer comes off a win at Churchill.
You see Calvin do this sometimes, especially on a speed horse. Kind of warm up real light, jog over to the gate. They always seem to show speed for him anyway.
And here's Tiz Noble. Julian Leperoux for Michael Tomlinson, claimed back in early February.
Horse that seems like he's probably going to be a part of the pace, although he could get out-footed, and he seems like he's okay from just off the pace.
And he loves Churchill, too. Night Ski, blinkers on. Cherie DeVoe, former assistant to Chad Brown.
Yeah, it's like first time off the claim, they put the blinkers on, and he's a horse that's going to be coming from well back.
Strolling for Jason Barkley, Gabriel Saez.
And just a horse that looks a little bit light on the buyer figures, would have to find a trip that makes him competitive. I'm not seeing it.
Cove Blue, Channing Hill on board for Dale Romans.
And again, just a horse, I just can't envision the trip. I always approach it like if I was riding this horse, where would I want to be, how would it be? I just don't see how he's going to find position.
And the also eligible gets in here, Mr. Ashley, who does have some good speed outside. David Cohen will be aboard.
Add speed to the affair with David Cohen, and David is an aggressive rider. He's left the ponies, warmed them up. You know he's going to leave for try to get some position.
34-1, long shot there in the outside. We're going to take a break in the action. We're going to talk the Turf Triple Series. When we come back, Chad Brown going to play a strong hand in both the Belmont Derby and the Oaks. We'll be back.
Eclipse champion Blaine was considered by many as the breakout stallion of 2018. His top runners included Grade 1 winner and Eclipse Award finalist Marley's Freedom, plus Grade 1 winner Fault, and graded stakes winners Morale, Beyond Blaine, Miss Kentucky, and Blaine. This year, his 2-year-olds have sold up to $700,000. Outstanding results, outstanding value. Blaine, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Tom Durkin letting you know New York breds start with an advantage. At the sales, buyers pay up to 7 figures, and there's over $2 million in stakes money limited to New York sired horses in the New York Stallion Stakes Series, like the Park Avenue for 3-year-old fillies.
Newly minted wins it for fun.
For fun and money. The winner's share generates an additional $55,000 from the New York Breeding Fund.
Funny Guy's gonna do it.
Funny Guy's win of the Times Square division generates the same money. So get with the program at nybreds.com.
So my name is Robbie Herzl. I'm the yearly manager here at Claiborne Farm, and we've got the first crop of Runhappies this year. Overall, I'm very, very pleased with them. So we have a colt out of Queen of America. He's really nice, looks just like his dad. Very pleased with how he's coming along. So there was a lot of demand for the weanlings last year. They sold for over 6 times their stud fee, and we're really excited for the yearlings to come through the sales, and we're expecting big things from them.
Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Nominate now for the Thoroughbred Industry Employee Award.
Nomina hoy para los premios para los empleados que trabajan con caballos.
What are you waiting for? Why haven't you nominated yet?
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. We're loading here in the 7th, so I better be quick. Like I said, Honorable Treasure is my top pick. I think this race is going to fall apart. We talked about another horse, the 11, Knight's Key, first time Cherie DeVoe. Adding blinkers, not to show more speed, I'm thinking, but probably to show more focus. I think both of them will be rolling late. And with a couple horses back, let's throw it up to the voice of the Kentucky Derby, the voice of Churchill Downs, Travis Stone.
Waiting for Cove Blue and Mr. Ashley. In the gate. Honorable Treasure, Fractious settled down, and they're off. Mr. Ashley on the far outside, off to the best start. Cove Blue is hustled out of there. Rubus is there. Honorable Treasure. Magic Tappet as well. Mr. Darcy fires through toward the inside with Silver Ride. Out of the chute, down to the main track, and it is Cove Blue who comes away with the lead. Mr. Darcy's running in second. Silver Ride is up in a third. Mr. Ashley now fourth. Rubus losing ground from fifth. Honorable Treasure inside sixth. Magic Tappet in between, running along in seventh. Knight's Key in the clear, racing eighth down the backstretch. Pincay Guillerme down inside ninth by another length. Tisdale comes away in 10th. Strolling is 11th, and Crosswalk is at the back. Cove Blue throws it down early, builds a 3-length lead onto the far turn, whips that opening quarter in 22 seconds flat. Cove Blue to catch with 3 furlongs to go. Honorable Treasure with a big move on the far turn, up to be second on the inside of Silver Ride, who's now third. Mr. Ashley's winding up from fourth. Knight's Key picks it up with a wide bid out of fifth. Magic Tappet is running along in sixth. Pincay Guillerme angles outside seventh. Top of the stretch now. Cove Blue still in front. Honorable Treasure continues to close. Silver Ride down the center of the track. Strolling putting in a late bid. Mr. Ashley in behind with Knight's Key. Crosswalk angles to the far outside. Final 16th. A pesky Cove Blue and Honorable Treasure dueling down to the wire. Honorable Treasure on the outside puts the white blinkers in front and wins. Honorable Treasure beats Cove Blue right on the wire. Crosswalk was third. It's tight for fourth among Mr. Ashley, Knight's Key, and Strolling.
Coming back from Dubai, first start since February for Kenny McPeak. Honorable Treasure.
Great call by Jonathan here. Honorable Treasure found his best form. I couldn't see the trip for the 13 Cove Blue. Well, Channing Hill saw the trip. He said, catch me if you can. Almost pulled it off. Great ride by him. Aggressive riding pays off. But a great call by Jonathan here with the 6 Honorable Treasure.
Yeah, 6-13 Cove Blue in the 5 Crosswalk, but 7-1 on your winner, Honorable Treasure. We're gonna have the prices for you when we come back from a short time out. We still have the nightcap to come. Honorable Treasure for McPeak, Brian Hernandez Jr., and a son up to honor and serve. Takes the 7th at Churchill Downs.
Original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Warfront, a leading sire on all surfaces and all fronts. His recent Grade 1 winners include Omaha Beach, Helmsman, Fog of War, Lancaster Bomber, and European champion U.S. Navy flag. Plus Preakness Stakes winner War of Will. And these recent group and graded winners. Sire of the highest price yearling sold in North America in 2018, this son of Danzig continues to dominate both on the track and in the sales ring. Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
By Runhappy out of Addison Run. We bred here at Mockra Hall. Well, he's a big, strong, good bone, big old hip on him. Moves really well. Has that kind of big cat-like walk when he just relaxes and gets rolling up and down the lane.
Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back on America's Day at the Races. And the 7th in the books at Churchill Downs, 7-1 on Honorable Treasure for Kenny McPeak.
Nice run from this horse, and he actually made an aggressive move around the turn to get up split horses under Brian Hernandez, who's a very underrated rider. Made a national splash when he won the Breeders' Cup Classic a few years ago. Good ride from him. I'm still more impressed with Jonathan's pick. So
he's been having a pretty sharp day. He's had a few prices he's given us. So well done, Jonathan Kinchen. But Honorable Treasure, this was a good field that he beat here.
real solid race, and give credit to Cove Blue, last man standing after setting a brisk pace. Like I said, I didn't see him clearing, but Channing Hill did a great job to get him over.
And oh, that was a healthy superfecta there. The 11 closing out the 4th slot there. So 6:13, 5:11.
Some disappointing run from Magic Tappet.
Yeah, what happened? Not just no run
show
from him.
up. Did not show up.
Another look here down the stretch.
A very stubborn Cove Blue here. Did not want to let go. Brian Hernandez did something very smart. Worst thing you can do is go down close to a horse that's fighting like that, because it makes them gamer. Better to drift away from them, maybe let them relax a little, don't feel the pressure from you. So he did a real nice job of not getting on top and engage him. You know, you always think of, you know, a fight manager saying, you know, stay away from him. You don't want to get on top of him, throw that punch, and make him game, make him fight you. And he did a real good job of that, Brian Hernandez.
Well, let's send it out to Jonathan Kinchen with the winning trainer.
So how your frequent flyer miles looking? You guys were in Dubai for a little while with this horse.
I just went over and back one time. It was it's always a great trip over there. You know, we kind of experimented this year and took a small group over there, and in all honesty, it kind of backfired. I think they overweighted us. We had horses that were running with significantly more weight than they had previously, and this didn't work out. I'm glad to see that he came back and he's back to his old self.
It was an unbelievable ride by Brian Hernandez, saving all that ground. Obviously, when you woke up and looked at the PPs, you had to think they were going to probably come back to you if you could get a good trip.
Well, I was just worried about him getting back on his old form. You know, he ran one good race in Dubai, and then the 2 after that were stinkers, and we had a hard time trying to figure out what that was about. But he's always been a nice horse, and we gave him enough time to recover from that trip over and back. And the horses really do actually pretty well going over and back. But we're looking forward to the rest of the year. Harold Lerner, great client. All his partners, Jack Cohen and others, I'm sure they're high-fiving somewhere.
This is his 9th time going 7/8. Do you think that the one turn, the 7/8, is best for him, or do you think we can see him going 2 turns?
Well, definitely 7/8 is his Goldilocks distance, okay? 6.5 might be too short, a mile might be too long, but I love him at 7/8, and yeah, he's been really, really productive there.
Well, they write 7/8 races at Saratoga. Hopefully we'll see you up there.
Yeah,
guys,
good chance.
Guys, back to you.
Jonathan, thanks. So honorable treasure again. You know, this was a pretty loaded field, and this is the Goldilocks distance for honorable treasure. I like how he described that.
Yeah, that's perfect. Not too hot, not too cold, just right. The Goldilocks. I never heard that put that way before, but I think it really fits this horse with 7 furlongs.
Well, we saw the blacksmith at Churchill Downs do some incredible work. We thought we could have a very lengthy delay here. We had 2 horses that need to be reshod. Got it done with not much of a delay at all. We're still almost on schedule, just a couple of minutes later, I think, than we would have been normally. So tremendous work. What exactly does the blacksmith or the farrier do? We're about to find out.
I am Tim Shortell. I'm a farrier. Our main job is to maintain I would say the balance in a horse's hoof, and then we do that ×4 to try to make them as comfortable as we can with the proper toe lengths and heel lengths to make their stride as efficient as it can be for a given animal. We want them to cover as much ground in a given stride, and we try to maximize that by the proper trimming of the feet. And then that's supplemented by sometimes the certain kinds of shoes that they wear. On the turf, as the racing rules go, there's only one shoe that's allowed, and this is called an XT. It just has a very, very small toe grab and no traction devices at all. This is a front and hind. These 4 shoes are all the same. The trainer will say, well, he's scheduled to run on the dirt. So again, we've got the same aluminum shoe, but now we're allowed to use, this is called a toe grab, and it's about twice the size of the one that I just showed you for the turf. A number of years ago, the rules of racing changed for the better, I believe, when they eliminated any more than a low-toe shoe on the dirt. And the reason for that is they believe that they've been able to increase the quality of the soundness of the horses by eliminating all that traction on the front. The two most popular styles in hind shoes right now would just be just a plain toe grab here. This one happens to be a quarter horse. You can see that's significantly higher than those I previously showed you. And then very often you'll either hear or you'll see on the tote board that 1, 3, 5, and 8 are wearing bend shoes, B-E-N-D. And what we do is, that shoe doesn't come from the factory. What we do on the stall jack, take the shoe, we fit it first, and then we just fit it in here and give it a couple of licks and bend it down like that. Again, it's another form of traction. Very popular shoe. Because every horse is different, it takes a long time, a lot of practice to develop the good nailing skills. I would say that's probably the biggest challenge. All 4 feet on a given animal could be different. You have to make a judgment call on each and every one when we're all finished. Feet that match, heel lengths, toe lengths, and front and hind. Balance is really the word that we use most often. Very good. We want to maximize the efficiency of each stride the animal makes in a comfortable way.
Incredibly important job. You got to have sound, healthy feet to be able to run your best.
Well, the old adage is no foot, no horse, and these blacksmiths or farriers, I should say, are the best in the world. And so many great dedicated professionals that work together to make it the best it can possibly be for these horses, whether it's from a soundness level, fitness level, a nutritional level. Just a great group of horsemen that come together.
Well, we have a big program coming up on July the 6th. It is the Stars and Stripes Racing Festival, and we're going to see this Turf Triple Series Belmont Derby Invitational. $1 million each in all 3 legs of that series. And the Belmont Oaks Invitational, each of those races, the 3 in the series, worth $750,000. First leg of both those coming up on July the 6th. That includes the return of Catholic Boy in the Suburban.
I just think it's so great, though. The turf series, turf racing, has become so important in North American racing that to have a comprehensive, basically triple crown for the turf is so exciting, and we get an opportunity to see these horses line up and compete against each other over a period of time, and who's going to be the best. It's really interesting.
Last year was sensational, and we got a rematch, too, from the Pennine Ridge when Catholic Boy got the better of Analyze It and then did it again in the Belmont Derby. And Chad Brown going to have a strong say this year again in the Belmont Derby.
Yeah, no doubt. And Digital Age has been a horse. He's been perfect, and he's a closer. It maybe hasn't run the fastest figures in his first couple of starts, but closers are different. They're basically at mercy of a pace. Pace is what's going to dictate how fast or slow their number is, and you can't blame a horse for doing nothing but what's asked of him. Get there and catch the horses in front of him. He's been perfect. I mean, he's been really good.
Chad Brown has a couple who have been perfect on the turf so far. As you look at all the runners that are thinking about running in the first leg of this Turf Trinity, including a little international flair with Master Fencer.
Yeah, Master Fencer, he 2/3 of our Triple Crown on the dirt. Now he's going to try our Triple Crown on the turf.
Now, Chad Brown with another undefeated runner, DeMarchelier, perfect 3 for 3. We just saw him win the Pennine Ridge, beating Seismic Wave and Social Paranoia back on June the 1st.
Yeah, and then this is a real nice, what we call a maintenance work. They're not looking to beat each other. They're not racing each other. You got Javier Castellano on the outside on DeMarchelier. Digital Age looks like, to me, he's going a little better of the two, but they're both very evenly matched. Chad Brown's got great exercise riders. Javier Castellano's good in the morning. This is a nice maintenance move. We don't need to see anything fancy. Very smooth move.
Let's take a look at the schedule for the Turf Trinity. So July 6th, August 4th to Saratoga, and then the Jockey Club Derby, 1.5 miles.
And I love the distances mirror our Triple Crown on the dirt. The 1.25 miles of the Kentucky Derbies, our Belmont Derby, Saratoga Derby, the Preakness 1 3/16. Jockey Club Derby, like the Belmont Stakes, 1.5 miles. I love it.
It's going to be a lot of fun, and it was a tremendous rivalry last year. Hopefully we can get some as well this year, and hope we can get a lot of these horses to stick around and run in all 3 legs so we get some rivalries developed?
Well, I think, you know, to have the kind of purses you have for this series, and people, I think, kind of, it's getting, you know, infectious. People are really looking forward to it. It's exciting, the fact that we are getting some international participation. And, you know we're going to have Chad Brown participate in both the Triple Tiara on the turf and the Triple Crown on the turf.
Yeah, no question. And anytime you put that kind of money up, it's going to get a lot of attention. People come from all over to run in these races, and it looks like full fields in both of these in the first leg of the Turf Tiara as well. And it's Cambier Park who shocked, well, it's been a couple of shockers with Newspaper of Record being defeated each of the first 2 starts of her 3-year-old campaign.
You know, I know a lot of people are questioning if Newspaper of Record has made the jump from 2 to 3. Has she improved, or has the crowd caught up to her? I think the key to this is that the fact that she just hasn't been able to relax in her first 2 starts. She's been keen. Now, in the morning, she was a little bit more relaxed. She set just off of Cambier Park, but she still was keen enough, and the atmosphere in the afternoons is a lot more energetic, a lot more excitement level going on. Is she going to be able to switch it up? And the only way she's going to be able to beat quality horses, especially going 1.25 miles, is if she gets off the bridle. A horse can't pull, and you can see, I mean, listen, she's brilliant. But you can see, Irad Ortiz aboard there, his hands are about 6 inches off her neck. That means she's still pulling. Yeah. She's still leaning hard. I just don't know that she's going to get 1.25 miles if she pulls. I think eventually we're going to see the best of her when she cuts back in distance, gets some pace, and maybe gets some cover so she doesn't pull.
Well, we'll be stretching out for her next start, and that was one of the big upsets of the entire year to this point. When she was defeated in the Edgewood, obviously Concrete Rose took a huge step forward, who we expect to see in this race as well. But then when she got beat by her stablemate, Cambier Park, that was another shocker. 1.25 miles kicks off the opening leg of that sequence, but we have that middle jewel of both of these series to happen at Saratoga.
And that's really exciting. Again, changing locations, changing distances, and I think it's just such an innovative, ingenious idea, and it's got me excited for the summer.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. July 6th kicks it all off on the Stars and Stripes Festival program. We hope you join us on July the 6th. We have one more to come out at Churchill Downs, the finale from Under the Twin Spires. Let's check in with Jonathan Kinchen.
You guys are getting me fired up talking about Saratoga with these. The Whitney weekend was already fun. Now we get 2 huge turf races for the girls on Friday and the boys on Sunday. I can't wait for that weekend. But for now, we're going to try to wrap this thing up with a maiden 20. Look, the difference between a maiden 20 and a maiden special weight is obviously there's talent differentials between these horses. But the biggest thing is these horses can't carry their speed as far as some of the really classy kind, and they just get a little tired. And so going 1 1/8 miles, I'm looking for horses that are going to be forwardly placed. It's very similar to how I look at the Belmont Stakes. I don't want a deep closer in the Belmont Stakes. I want a horse who's going to be forward. When they're coming home that last half a mile, they're all going to have exerted some energy. The 2 horses that I like the most here, the 8 Bird Dog, the 9 Supersonic. Those are the 2 that I'm going to lean on. The 8 Bird Dog, first time for John Ortiz, gets Ricardo Santana, a very aggressive rider. I would imagine he'll put this horse into the race. And if you look deep, about 3 races back in the PPs, you'll see that on this racetrack, this horse almost got the maiden broken, was second, beaten 5 lengths. And so that's kind of where I ended with my top pick, 6-1 on the board right now. But I still think there's a lot of value there. The other 2 horses that are getting bet are horses that want to come from out of it. And like I said, I'm not looking for that. The 9 Hypersonic, Tyler Bays, very aggressive rider as well. He'll be forwardly placed. A little stretch out here. This horse is interesting because he keeps taking money. He was 4-1 in a maiden special weight on debut. Then they dropped. He was still bet a little bit. He wasn't, he was 8-1, which wasn't 25-1 or anything. So he's been bet a couple times as if maybe he's got a little bit of talent. Maybe this 1 1/8 will wake those 2 up. I sure hope so. Guys, back to you.
Jonathan, thanks. Great job this afternoon. Solo out at Churchill. As you see, the favorite just walked by. This 4-horse, flat out beautiful. Al Stall trying to switch things up now, taking the blinkers off. I mean, this absolutely this nosedive level running at for this 3-year-old son of Flat Out.
Yeah, and there's no, bigger advantage than this kind of drop. I mean, he's facing a different level of horses, and he should improve. I mean, if he runs any of his buyer figures from, the middle of the winter, he dominates this field.
Yeah, you would think. And you're getting 5-2 to try and take that chance right now on the 4 with the blinkers coming off this afternoon. But, yeah, you don't have to go that far back. I mean, if he could repeat what he did that Oaklawn race in that straight maiden group, probably 2 starts back, that might be good enough to win here.
He was beaten 17 lengths last time, got a 57 buyer figure and a very fast maiden 75. That 57 puts him squarely in the picture. If he runs anywhere back to those 74s in the middle of the winter, nobody's run that fast. He'll be very tough.
Post parade coming up. You got Dobie on the board as well, who's the second choice. That's the 6 horse who has been at this maiden 30 level for a couple of starts. Talk about coming from the clouds. And it's Kenny McPeek who'll be trying to take the late double.
Yeah, deep closer, and I think Jonathan made a great point. I don't know that you want a deep closer in this situation, but Kenny McPeek, Brian Hernandez come right back after winning the feature.
And there is the 6 in those red and white silks, Brian Hernandez Jr. for walking L thoroughbreds with Dobie. Here's the 2, Moose Scott Even, Corey Lannery, Aaron Shorter.
Another deep closer, a horse that would have to work out some kind of a trip. I'm looking elsewhere.
Gray Hope actually debuted at this level at Churchill and was well beaten 5th.
Well beaten, took no money that day, so obviously a horse that really hadn't shown much in the mornings. Deserving
to be the one to beat here. This is flat out beautiful. It's the lowest level he's run at yet for Al Stall.
I think the drop is going to make all the difference here.
Stock chain, David Cohen aboard for the coach, D. Wayne Lucas.
No, he also plunges and has some back races that are okay, but is there anything left? He spent so much time against Maiden Allowance Company.
Dobie tried turf, then he sprinted, then he went a mile and a 16th at this level last start.
And got a real strong pace and came from well back and ran well there, and he's going to have to work out a trip again.
Jonathan, I believe, likes this one here, Bird Dog for trainer John Ortiz off the claim.
Well, again, he made the point. He thinks this horse can be part of the pace. Ricardo Santana is aggressive. It'll be interesting to see because I think he could have some company there.
The 9, Hypersonic at 9-1, Tyler Bays.
This horse I was a little bit intrigued by. He improved his second start. He got claimed. He got the ultimate equipment change. He comes back as a gelding. He could improve.
19-1 on the Tin Patio Dini, Tim Gleeshaw.
Horse that will have to improve.
Rider change here. Chris Landeros for Dale Romans.
Chris Landeros, very underrated rider. A guy made a good impression this year. Another horse, though, I think is going to have to find more.
And the also eligible Ruling Empire 6-1, blinkers come off.
Bad post position, and just going to have to find more. But gets Declan Carroll, a kid, an apprentice rider, I've been very impressed with.
So that is your field to try and close things out. As families having a great time for this twilight card at Churchill Downs. We got 1 left. Try and go out on a winning note. And this weekend, not only do we have some great racing coming up here at Belmont Park, we've talked a lot on this show this afternoon about the Mother Goose, which we're looking forward to. Out in Canada, how about the first leg of the Canadian Triple Crown with the Queen's Plate, which we're going to bring you as well, where Avies Flatter is the one to beat, undefeated so far, 2 for 2 on synthetic for Josie Carroll.
And this is such a celebration of the game up there. It's like Kentucky Derby Day for them. I used to love to go ride the plate. And this horse has been very impressive. Josie Carroll does a great job. And the fact that this horse has been so successful there at Woodbine, you got to like him.
Meanwhile, we're taking a look at the plate trial here, and the top 3 finishers from this trial coming back to contest the Queen's Plate, including your winner Pay for Peace. It was a big shocker on this day at almost 20-1.
Yeah, this race really kind of came from nowhere, but horses change. They get better. They improve. They're young horses. They have to, I think, take another step forward to get the 1.25 miles.
All right, we'll see. Avies Flatter, meanwhile, deserving as the one to beat son of Flatter for Josie Carroll, comes out of the Grade 2 American Turf, win against Digital Age, who we're going to see in the Belmont Derby. But synthetic, no one's been able to get by him.
No, but he gets a tough post. Now, I know he's a horse that has enough speed to create a trip, but post 14 is difficult. He's going to have to work out a trip.
It's part of a cross-country Pick 5 that happens on Saturday. It kicks off at 4:18 Eastern Time. It starts with the 8th at Woodbine, and the Dance Smartly includes the Mother Goose and the 9th at Belmont Park as well. So go to NYRA.com/cross-country to get involved with that sequence coming up this weekend. A lot of really good racing that we're going to have for you on Saturday. Still have one to come out at Churchill Downs. Let's send it out to Jonathan.
Appreciate you, fellas. So I kind of told you already the two that I like, the longer shots on the board, not the longest, the longer, 6 to 1 and 9 to 1 on the 8 and the 9 right now. I'm going to talk about the two horses that were betting, kind of why I didn't use those in the pick 5 and why I'm kind of against them. The 4 Flat Out Beautifuls, blinkers off, has been single digits, like 4 out of the last 5 or 6 races. Never really got there. And I understand what Richie's talking about. When you looked at that buyer speed figure and you think, wow, if he runs that here, it's going to be very tough against these horses. But I think there's kind of a coattail effect that happens from time to time in the buyer speed figures where a horse who can run really, really bad, the horses that are actually in the race have to have a certain number, and the math just kind of results in that horse getting a figure that they might not have deserved. And so it's not always the case, but I think that that's one of the reasons that I was kind of off there. And then Flat Out Beautiful has run in a lot of moisture, ridden tracks. I think 4 out of the last 5 were on tracks with moisture in it. So that's one of the reasons I'm going to try to beat there. Been bet a couple times and still not running all that great. And then Dobie, like we talked about earlier, I just don't want a deep closer in a lower level maiden race like this. I want a horse that's going to be in the race when they turn for home and they're all getting tired. I want the ones that are already towards the front. So that's why I ended up on the 2 longer shots. Look, would I be surprised if the 4 or the 6-1? No, not at all. But in this game, you have to try to beat favorites from time to time. You got to zig when they're zagging and zag when they're zigging. And that's what I'm trying to do now, guys. Back to you.
Jonathan, thanks. Yeah, I mean, Dobie really needs, you would think, some pace help up front, and there's not a lot of pace in here.
Yeah, I mean, I love the logic behind what Jonathan's saying, and I never heard that, and I like that coattail effect, that the horses that ran well have to get a certain number, so these horses almost kind of get dragged along into it. You love to hear different perspectives and feel like you're learning something. That's the first time I ever heard that, and it makes sense to me. I do want a horse that's going to be able to create their own trip in a race like this, because these horses usually don't have the ability to overcome adversity.
5-2 favorite we got to look at just a moment ago. Flat Out Beautiful, the 4, Miguel Mena, Al Stahl, blinkers off. Ultimately, is that where you wind up with that one?
I'm going to stick with that, even though I think Jonathan enlightened me about something that I really had never looked at it from that perspective. But I just can't get past. I just think the class drop maybe is going to put this horse in a decent enough position and get it done. I think they're being realistic about where he belongs.
And is it maybe Bird Dog, the one who's kind of aggressive early and tries to dictate pace in here?
I absolutely think so, especially coming out of a very fast-paced 7/8 race for lower-level maidens, and with Ricardo Santana aboard. You got to think this horse is going to flaunt his speed. I think Hypersonic makes some sense to me too. Just coming back as a gelding, improving his second start, and he also gets an aggressive rider in Tyler Bass, who is going to try to put him in the game.
Yeah, was not ready for that start in his only dirt try. Certainly hampered his ability in that race back on June the 6th at Churchill, and still wound up beating 7 horses home.
Yeah, and anytime a horse gets off bad and has to rush into the race, you've got to like that. And he finished in very close proximity with the 8 Bird Dog. They weren't very far apart, and he maybe had got the worst of it at the break.
Loading up for this finale from Churchill Downs. There's Dobie, center of our screen, the 6 horse in those red silks with Brian Hernandez Jr., Kenny McPeak, and Brian Hernandez trying to take the late double here. And we'll see if they can close things out, but that running style may not be conducive to this race with the lack of pace in this spot. It's the 4, Flat Out Beautiful, the favorite. Let's go to Travis Stone.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Bird Dog, mid-pack, bounces out on top, quickly in front. Ruling Empire from the outside post tries to get a forward spot, but Patty O'Didi is also there racing by us, and Hypersonic is up close too. Those 3 from their outside post cross over the top of the field and lead the way into the clubhouse turn. Hypersonic over to the inside, setting the pace. Patty O'Dini keyed up on the outside, running along in second. Bird Dog settles in third toward the rail. Ruling Empire broke near the top, but is wrangled back into fourth alongside of Flat Out Beautiful, who's fifth. They're together at about 5 lengths off the lead. And then it's Dobie running along in sixth. 5 lengths back to Moose Got Even in seventh. 4 more back to Grey Hope in eighth. 3 more to O'Benny in ninth. And 5 back to Stock Chain in 10th. Maybe 25 lengths from top to bottom. The opening quarter in 23 and 3. There's 5 furlongs to go. And Hypersonic is the leader. Hypersonic leading by just under a length, heading for the half-mile pole. Patty O'Dini second on the outside. Bird Dog with that good beginning has settled well and is cruising along third and toward the rail. And then it's Patty O'Dini and Flat Out Beautiful. 4 lengths back to Dobie and 5 back to Moose Got Even. The rest really have to get going. A lot of ground to make up, and now just 3 furlongs to do it. Hypersonic rounding the far turn in front. Patty O'Dini has been second throughout. Bird Dog pops outside, and here comes Bird Dog now. Flat Out Beautiful's launching a rally. Dobie muscles up on through, bursts on the scene to third now on the outside. Top of the stretch, still Hypersonic in front, but they're swarming in. Bird Dog and Dobie down the side of the track. Dobie's up into second and closing in quickly, and now in front is Dobie. Dobie the leader. Hypersonic gives way back into second. Bird Dog is third, racing for the finish, and Dobie from off the pace, the 3-length winner. Hypersonic was second, Flat Out Beautiful was third, Bird Dog was fourth. It's tight for fifth, Grey Hope or Patty O'Dini.
Dobie was finishing best in this group from well off the pace. It's Kenny McPeak, Brian Hernandez Jr. taking the late double.
Yeah, hot connections in this horse. I mean, they were so far spread out. I mean, great reasoning by Jonathan. It looked as though the 9 was going to actually get it done. Hypersonic, Bird Dog, they both got the trips that he envisioned, but this horse came storming down the center of the track to get it done. I don't know that I've seen a race spread out that far in a long time. There was probably 25 lengths from first to last at one point.
7-2. Man, when you get some level of some of these runners, yeah, they were all over the place. As Dobie gets the job done to close things out. Brian Hernandez Jr. and Kenny McPeak. We'll be back with prices. Wrap up our show when we come back. Stay tuned.
So my name is Robbie Hertzel. I'm the yearly manager here at Claiborne Farm, and we've got the first crop of Runhappies this year. Overall, I'm very, very pleased with them. So first we have a colt out of Rapid Repair. He's a really nice colt. Very happy with how he's come along as a yearling. So there was a lot of demand for the weanlings last year. They sold for over 6 times their stud fee, and we're really excited for the yearlings to come through the sales, and we're expecting big things from them.
Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
This successful son of A.P. Indy has sired 6 millionaires, including Eclipse champion West Coast. This year, Flatter is adding even more stakes winners to his outstanding record at stud. In the auction ring, Flatter topped the 2018 Fasig-Tipton July sale with a $520,000 yearling. And this year, his juveniles have sold up to $375,000. Success on the track, success in the ring. Flatter, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Nominate now for the Thoroughbred Industry Employee Award.
Nomina hoy para los premios para los empleados que trabajan con caballos.
What are you waiting for? Why haven't you nominated yet?
What could be better than standing 1 Triple Crown winner? Standing 2.
Here comes American Pharoah. Justified, turning for home in front. And American Pharoah has Justified. He's unstoppable. The 37-year wait is over. American Pharoah, Justified, has won
the Triple Crown. Coolmore, America, home of Triple Crown champions.
Back on America's Day at the Races, Dobie closes out the card at Churchill Downs, comes flying from off the pace for the win to break his maiden. Career start number 4, and Kenny McPeak, Brian Hernandez Jr. take the late double.
Yeah, hot connections. We've seen that a lot when the stable gets on a roll, rider gets on a roll, and this horse worked out a pretty sweet trip.
Walking out thoroughbreds, winning owners, and there's Dobie finishing the best of the bunch here.
Yeah, and you know, Jonathan's horses ran well. They got the trips he envisioned. This horse just got enough pace in this level of horse to get out in the clear when he needed to, save ground early. And I would say that you're gonna lose ground on one turn, save it on the other, and Brian Hernandez executed that perfectly.
And by the way, you made the point Hypersonic might run a big one. He actually really ran well. That was just his second start on dirt and gets up there for second at a price, 10-1.
Bit keyed up early, but he actually broke better this time, kind of set up his own trip.
6, 9, 4, 8 finish to close out the card at Churchill Downs again this weekend. 2-year-olds. We're going to see in the Bashford Manor the debutante, and we got the Kelly's Landing for you as well. Out here at Belmont, we have the Mother Goose, which we're looking forward to, and we could have another unveiling of a Chad Brown 3-year-old filly.
Dunbar Road, inside post. She's going to have to work out a trip, but she possesses speed and should create her own trip, and should be exciting. I'm going to be paying attention to those 2-year-olds at Churchill because we will see them in Saratoga.
Yeah, right around the corner, week and a half away, and starting to see these horses debut, and got some stakes early on in the meet at Saratoga. Usually anyone that lines up in those races, they come with a shot.
Quality all the way through.
That is going to do it for our Thursday Twilight edition here. I believe this is our last Twilight show, I think.
It's okay with me.
July 4th next weekend, right?
Yes.
Next Thursday. Our next show, we're back on Fox Sports 2, 1:30 tomorrow to 5. Check your local listings on other networks. Long Shot. Mission Command surprised people here at Belmont, and then looking at bikinis, this could be a player in the 3-year-old division for Chad Brown.